So we're going to be checking out some more Surviving Mars Relaunched today. I'm still very, very, very new to this game. So, like, I've only got about, like, 3 hours in it from yesterday's stream. And so, yesterday, we did start a run. We got pretty far. I made a very significant number of mistakes, as you do when you, first start playing it. Yeah, no, I have played Supermarket Simulator before. How would you rate this game in Space Games? I'm still pretty new. I've been enjoying it. It's got a couple rough edges, I will say. But it also seems like it's got a lot of depth to it. So I think it's going to be good. But yeah, so what ended up happening is, like, a lot of lessons learned. I built the one dome. Missed that I had all the resources in one area in a different spot. That if I had built a dome, I would have simplified things. Didn't quite figure out the logistics between the domes to run smoothly, like us grabbing stuff and chucking it over. But, like, you know, managing it so neither dome was running out of stuff was a whole thing. But because of all the logistics nightmares I created myself by having 2 domes that early, really, really, really hurt. There's amount of depth and height, yeah. So I like complicated things. I had a lot of lack of redundancy in my infrastructure. So ultimately we had a meteor storm that hit us and, like, it systematically took out my power grid and took out a whole bunch of stuff. The lesson learned there is don't put my stuff so close together. Which I figured was probably the case when I was building stuff. I'm like, I'm willing to bet I shouldn't have this all bunched up with disasters. That's a lesson learned. But, you know, by the time the meteor storm had happened, like, I was very low on a lot of resources. I didn't have redundancies in a lot of things. The logistics were in a bad place. And then, like, it kind of systematically went, there's one oxygen gone, there's the other oxygen gone, there's the tunnel between them, there's your water gone, there's your main power hub gone. And you're just like, well, screw me, I guess. Alright, so with that, we're going to go ahead and begin a new run. But yeah, so we went ahead and embraced demise when it's like, oh yeah, this is done. I can't even take this apart and hobble it together. So, just like last time, I'm going to go with the US again. So, you have all these ones and they have different difficulties, like the values of everything. And the reason I'm choosing the US isn't because I'm going, you know, yay, USA or anything like that. It's the International Mars mission disables some mechanics. If we actually look on the list there, it says colonists never get Earthsick. So your initial colonists never get, you know, they never get homesick and then want to leave. So it's just not a threat. And that the rocket synthesizes its own fuel. Which, granted, it does so very slowly from what I was told. But it basically means it's 2 mechanics you can kind of ignore. And then you also get a self-sufficient dome prefab. So basically, it lets you bypass a lot of things for learning the game. And then if we look at the difficulty rating at the top there, where it's 160%, everything down here increases the difficulty. And so the intention was, I'm choosing the hardest, or I'm choosing, not the hardest, that's a lie. I'm choosing the one where I'm choosing the one where we don't have anything that's, like, disabling game mechanics. And going with this one. I was just double checking. So yeah, so mostly we get a bigger rocket, a mega mall that kind of combines a couple buildings, and that's kind of the thing. And we apparently get periodic funding that also helps. And there's a whole bunch of these ones. It's interesting to me. Oh, so it has a bunch of these labeled as easy, normal, and hard. Okay, so it considers China, Blue Sun, and USA easy. Let's consider those. So with China, you have an RC commander that can substitute as a solar panel, which is kind of cool, because that means I could realistically put down a supply spot, just have it sit there, and handle all that for, like, a very temper thing. The self-sufficient prefab thing gives you a dome with supporting buildings. You don't think it's even all of them, to be honest. Yeah, no power. Yeah, still. The big thing is it, like, disables, like, 2 mechanics. Like, I don't think it's, like, you know, super ridiculous. We can put more people in a rocket. So we get more people faster. We skip the founder stage entirely. So we can just immediately dump people on the planet without consideration. You get a small exercising garden that people recover health and may get fit. So you get a garden and a solar panel thing, and you skip the first stage. Is kind of the big things there. For Blue Sun, the RC Harvester that can grab regolith deposits for me. So instead of having to build each one, I can have them work on the concrete and regolith. That's interesting. And so that lets me bypass that building to a certain extent. A corporate office that lets me just generate money with workers. I can spend funding to attract more applicants. Additional rockets are significantly cheaper. Probes can discover deep, rare metal deposits. Bonus tech, deep metal extraction. So that one just basically gets me deep metal extraction right away. And then the US one gets the one. I'm just going to go with the US. We don't know enough yet. So with that, we can choose our commander profile. These ones, there wasn't... I still don't understand why some of these are considered easier and hard here. They just give you like one bonus. The last time we got this one was the Transport Tycoon. Which basically tracks cost. Yeah, so Transport Tycoon we didn't get to do much with anything. I'm going to randomize that one. The mystery, I want to randomize that because there's just a bunch of different mysteries on here. Project Utopia. Yeah, so you get your different starting ones. I don't know if this actually impacts anything here. It might just be flavor. I honestly don't know. We went with Project Utopia the last time. I'm going to go with Green Mars Coalition. So Project Utopia was just about building like a thing where everyone's in harmony and all that. I'm going to go with Green Mars. The idea behind them is to terraform. Let's see. Nice seeing you play Surviving Mars. Want to see what they do in this relaunch. Yep. To be clear, I'm still new to the game. We've got 3 rivals. I actually didn't look to see what's under here. Okay, so it actually doesn't really have anything we care about. Alright, so we'll go ahead and leave them random. Game rules. So, winter is coming. Nothing burns like cold. Okay, so there's a bunch of stuff there. We're going to leave that alone. Colony name, The Shack. Future Ruins. Sure. The logo, don't panic because it's just better. And display hints, we'll leave that on. Okay. So the founding faction is going to be the Greens. We have the rocket that can carry a bit more. We get advanced satellites to kind of boost our initial research at the beginning. So not research, boost the initial surveying at the beginning. We get the Mega Mall, which is kind of a building that instead of having like your arcade here and your tech store there and your this there, the Mega Mall kind of puts it together. So it's a nice building that covers a lot of stuff. We occasionally will get more money thrown at us. And yeah. Let's go ahead and get to the next step here. Now, we can get our initial setup. So, I might make a couple minor changes to this, having done this. It's one thing, they give us the advanced satellites, which are 400 million each for 1,000. I'm half tempted to get... I was going to say, I'm half tempted to try and see if I can't make the moisture evaporator happen. Because that would mean I can build anywhere at the start at least a little bit. But I don't know what I can get away with reducing the amount of. So you're 1,000 each. Let's give up 2 machine... Oh, it's 1 stack. Oh, it's 5 machine parts for 2,000? Alright. I'm going to give up an advanced probe. I need to give up... Well, actually, I don't need to do it that way. Get the advanced probe. So we'll have the first rocket just be the way it is. And then... Oh, wait, I need water to get fuel. We're just gonna go with the default. It knows what its thing. And, there's our first one. Our first rocket is Charon. Helping bring our people to the land of the damned. Ah, I chose a random site. It's like, you know where you want to go? Exactly on the South Pole. You want to be as precisely on the South Pole as humanly possible. Yeah, so choose the first one we see that's at like 170 or less. I'm coming to the realization that most of the planet, not great to live on. I may have to change our strategy. Okay, we'll just try it this way. Oh, why was that one 360? I guess weather events? Alright, Basay, you have a good one. Oh, am I just not remembering this right? Oh, hey. I guess the world has some random generation stuff to it. Last time when we looked at the one, there was one for like 135. Well, the pre-picked ones, my understanding is those are like actual places on Mars that they won't be the same type of random generation. Huh. Oh, you know what? Our percentage difficulty is going to potentially be higher because of the random one, and that's why it is. I'm starting... It's not the percentage difficulty of the tile, it is my overall percentage difficulty on the map, or on the world. Right. Yeah, so we got a bunch of bad weather stuff here. Not choosing like a perfect tile. Yeah, so those are like 175. Then 190, something like that. I think 190 is acceptable. You can find, there we go. Yeah, so go for this one. Yeah, well the 175 is the pre like fab locations. My understanding is all of the rest of it's like randomly generated, but like these locations try to fit like an actual place on Mars's surface. Okay, so with this tile, we've got okay metals, relatively good water and concrete, very low on all the disasters except for meteors where we actually have a moderate amount of them. So I'm gonna go with that. I have no idea if this is a good place to go or not. But yeah, no, the 175 was, I think it's a preset location that is, the easiest every single time. I like the idea of using the world random generation and having the map be different each time.
Welcome to Mars.
Alright, everyone at Mission Control is impatient to see the rocket touching down and unloading its precious cargo. Our remotely controlled eyes and hands at the red planet. The drones and rovers, our goal is to secure a foothold for humanity by building the first Martian dome. This daunting endeavor will allow brave pioneers, the founders, to settle Mars to prove that the colony is sustainable. But until then, we need to make sure the colony has enough resources, water, oxygen, power, etc. And we got Hydro Engineer of what we got assigned. Alright, so before we do any of that, so Hydro Engineer, we got Water Reclamation, which is a moderately pricey building that massively reduces the water consumption of a dome. So the Explorer will generate extra science, So that's going to be one to get early on to boost our science. And I want to get the terraforming in the underground, and we can worry about... Oh, right, we have, I did this last time. I didn't catch that engineering was already underway. To get that all started. Hey, Valix, it's going pretty good. So we got some initial stuff set up. So this time, it looks like okay, so it's not that I always get that corner there. So it's showing this area. It's saying that there's water up here. I'd hate to use that in the corner where I don't get the full use. I'm gonna do it, though. Okay, so that's probably worth it. We found metal, concrete, and water all in a close proximity. And I'll reveal that area as well. Then we're gonna fill in all the gaps for our earlier scans. So, when considering where to put ourselves down, we have a water source here and an anomaly in the middle of a really big hole that's not going to be usable for much. So let's not put up there. I've got water here, but the metal and the concrete are pretty far away. But if we go up here in this corner, I've got concrete here, I've got regular metal here, and I've got water right there. We also have an anomaly right in that spot. So I'm thinking that's where we're going to set up, is kind of in this quadrant right here. That should give me the basic stuff I need to stay alive. And then we'd end up spreading down this way as able and yada yada. It's also a thing that I could actually build the dome on the vista here, which gives a comfort boost. I don't know what its range is, though. Or give me my mouse back so I can actually see. There we go. So for right now, we're going to plunk it down right there. Oh, right. It doesn't like Dvorak, so... Okay.
A rocket has arrived.
Okay. We got our RC commander. You can just do your thing. We've got our explorer. So I want you to scan that. Then this. Then this. That's all the anomalies we see right now. You got the transport ship. You start gathering materials. Okay, so let's start here by going, and we are going to want a pad to just drop literally anything on. That'll be our first start. We are going to want to hook up a bunch of these things. Is this game difficult? I would say there's a certain amount of difficulty to it, yeah. I'm wondering if our people have to walk the whole way around here, and that's not as close as I'm thinking where the vista makes sense. We'll see. We can figure it out. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to put one power node over here. You put another power node. We'll figure out the other one in a minute. Right. So from here, the things I want to bring online is we're going to want to have the concrete extractor. And then we can put another power node over here. Because we learned our lesson last time to not bunch everything in one spot. Bunching everything in one spot got us absolutely demolished once a meteor shower happened. Okay, and once you've got that, we are going to want to pop over here. Because I will need... Oh, it's over here. I'll need the water extractor. That's the thing. In a lot of ways, in real life, weather is actually not extreme on Mars in a lot of cases. Like, the meteor showers are awful because there's no real protection. But, like, where you see in movies where it's like, oh no, this dust storm came through and destroyed everything. The reality is, Mars' atmosphere is negligible in strength that you don't really have to worry too much about that kind of thing. That tends to be very, very Hollywood, you know, ramping it up kind of thing. From what you remember, different landing sites have different difficulties, and your choice of country and company has difficulties. Yes, so there is a lot of things you choose that impact the difficulty. What's your range now? Okay, so your range does get over here. Alright. And we will need pipes. And then over here, I'm going to want a depot for fuel. And I don't know how big the explosion radius is, but we had one of those explode on us when it got struck by a meteor last time.
Anomaly found.
Okay, so get that all started. You can go ahead and shift about halfway over here. Oh, but I have a second one? There we go. We are in the same faction, but we are a different commander. I've been choosing randomize on the commander and all that. I've been choosing the US because it seems like the easiest one that doesn't disable mechanics. Oh, there was metal right there. It's fine. You can start building all that. So let's check out our other prefabs. Oh, right. Need a large dumping area as well.
Heavy drone workload.
That's all fine. Construction site requires to be cleared. All resources have to be delivered to the site and construction be performed for drones. So I'm curious about the cleared thing where you got all these rocks everywhere, if they'll clear them themselves. I'm assuming that just increases the labor involved. And I'm speaking out loud, I'm not actually looking for answers, just to clarify. I do like learning games for the first time, just as we go. Any other prefabs we got just in our inventory waiting to be placed? Oh, marks a surface to be cleared of waste rock by drones. Rock is turned into waste rock. I see. Small stylish composition made of native rocks. Oop, I'm seeing... Okay. I saw a disconnection from chat for a moment, so I thought I was getting disconnected. Mission first attempted. Are you playing the same faction? Oh, yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Makes flat surfaces there. Flatten. Preserves a piece of Mars in its original state.
Milestone completed.
The analysis tells us that we've found iridium-rich sulfides. That's a real rarity on Earth.
Mankind's ingenuity had found a myriad of applications for it, but we focused our plan on much simpler and more vital roles for the colony growing. RTGs. Free energy for everyone. Reduce the cost of physics tech by 10%. Cool, so reduce that. We have a logistics problem due to heavy workload. That's fine, because we have so many people. We received a milestone complete, so we got things. And then the water grid is not connected. Or we're not connected to the water grid yet, so that's the whole thing. You are low priority. Oh, do I have a drone hub? Okay, so this'll be where things get starting to get complicated. Oh, stop points for trains to board passengers and transfer resources. Interesting. And once the rocket leaves, I'm going to put a landing pad here. We'll also want a sensor tower. I'll put that down here as well. And a drone recharge station can be... I'll worry about the drone recharge station later. Okay, so I'm going to need to run a cable. Okay, so we got those two connected.
A building has stopped working.
Okay. So it looks like I'm gonna have problems running the cable down there. Try and get that figured out.
Heavy drone workload.
Okay. And we're definitely going to want to get like solar panels and all sorts of other stuff going on. And let's cancel that. Keep our focus on the other stuff. And you're over here collecting metal for me. You're analyzing stuff. Okay. Yeah, so you need metal and machine parts, and the little drones here are continuing to do their thing. Let's bump up the speed a little bit. We do have some metal resources right here that we nabbed. Yeah, it's letting me know you got more rockets and all I could send if I need to.
Research complete.
Okay, so we got a research finished. So the first research we got was fuel compression. That basically gives me more space cargo. We could do advanced Martian engineering, so that'll reduce our fuel costs. So that's probably something to get on the queue. All fungi are edible. Some fungi are only edible once. Terry Pratchett. So that's a thing where I can produce food outside of domes. Yeah, we'll get that in the queue as well. Yeah, so it's going to take our time for us to build all these things. Let's make you a slightly higher priority. Just need to make sure I'm able to get those materials. Okay, so you got that. So let's go ahead and have you drop off all that metal you just mined. Make sure we get our concrete production online and all that. That's main menu. Mission profile, command center. Okay, we got more materials we can gather down here in the meantime. Because with all that in range of the drone controller, once we get that built, we should just be good to go. I need you to support over here.
Complete.
Here we got another research already. Self-sufficient lighting. Building a light tripod. These lights function without being connected to the power grid. Perfect for lighting hard-to-reach places. I don't know how important lighting is yet. These ones increase the power productivity of our wind turbines. Transport optimization. Harvest resources faster and increases the storage of rovers. So we'll get that on the list. Just it's a straight upgrade kind of thing. Okay, we got that power online now.
Heavy drone workload.
Where were you? Oh, fuel, yeah, that's fair. So we got our drones up, we got our sensor up, we got concrete going, and you produce 10 power. You got 5 to spare right now. Put 3 solar panels there. Put 1 power accumulator over there.
Heavy drone workload. Sector scanned.
You got a new sector scanned. I have no idea which one it was. Oh, it's that one over there. Add that to that anomaly onto the queue to be dealt with. Safekeeping. The message screen is dark and only a vague silhouette of a bald man can be seen. The man speaks in a modulated voice. Commander, we have an offer for you. Recently, our organization has run into severe problems with one of our more delicate projects. We want you to take care of it. All in all, the mysterious man wants you to shelter a number of cloned people in your colony. No questions asked. No answers given. We get $100 million, or $1,000 million, and 10 officer clone applicants. Or we can have a doctor or inventor intervene, and, you know, we get the technology and we get security clone applicants. Sure. I don't know. That's weird. They're applicants, so I don't ever have to actually bring them in. Okay, so we're getting some solar power up. Let's go ahead and have you drop off more metal over here. And we're waiting on concrete over here. Oh, I need storage over here. So you go over here and have a depot there. This will be our concrete depot. We'll just move it a couple tiles over. That'll be fine. Okay, so our rocket is fully unloaded. We just gotta wait till we get fuel production online, and we can start fueling up the rocket again. Meanwhile, got polymers on the surface, so go over there and grab the polymers for me. And then with that, that'll bring the bring all that in line. And you take 5 power. So we're literally at our power production at night. So if we want to add anything more onto this, I'm gonna need more power production. Right now I got these accumulators and this battery, which should keep us going for a little bit.
Council session open.
Take me there. I don't really care to enact any laws yet. Let's see. Sponsor research is increased. That's fine. Go away. Sponsor research is increased. Allows outsourcing of research. Sponsors could temporarily provide additional research. That's fine. Additional positive effects from sensor towers. Extra scanning. Navigation. Research station. Soil improvement. Rocket speed regulations. Rocket travel time is reduced. Let's see. Residential building have increased capacity. Permits and efficiency. Unlocks settings for higher birth rates. Skip the founder stage. I actually don't really care about any of those. Extractors don't ask questions, they provide. Okay. Cool. Who's saying that why? Alright. Micro G landers. New asteroid landers can be ordered from Earth. They land on asteroids and ferry resources and colonists between them and our main colony. That'll be a later thing. Dozer rover. Unlocks construction of RC Dozer, a vehicle that is used for landscaping projects. Can also be ordered from Earth. So we can get that. I assume that's going to be in line for terraforming stuff. The next thing we're going to need is for our dome stuff is I need the Moxie. So where's my controller here? My controller could reach over here. Yeah, it could reach all the way over there. I'm going to go ahead and plunk down the Moxie over here. It should be a far enough part we don't have to worry about a bunch of issues. We've got that all wired up. And I know I can wire through the buildings. I'm deliberately choosing to wire around them, so that way there's a slightly better chance that if things break, we'll be okay on that. I also got to check with the storage here. Okay, it looks like it doesn't have meaningful upkeep. Okay. And then with that, we could go ahead and chuck a pipe between those. Alright. Let's see. Living space for a small amount of colonists. The colonists live here will not suffer the penalties of working outside. This habitat houses its own life support and does not need to be connected to water and oxygen. Okay, so that's just a place there. And then you've got Capital City, which requires a breathable atmosphere. So right now we got a basic dome. Okay, so Vista is very sparing what it considers a Vista. I do think I'm going to tuck you right around there. And that's in the drone controller? Yeah, so we're solidly in the drone controller range. And then the big thing here is going to be piping this around and piping some electricity around as well. And we're going to want to make multiple places.
Sector scanned.
Multiple places that we can have that. But this is not a priority project.
Workload.
I mean, it could sit there, but it's not a priority. Other stuff's first. Then when we get the oxygen online, we get the next thing. And how are you doing down here? So you grabbed all the polymer down here. So if you drop that down. There's more metals. Okay. Right, so building a bunch of batteries will create a dependence on polymer production, which we're definitely going to want to do eventually, but I'm not ready to go and jump on that yet. Alright, so we've got you set up, you've got the 10 polymer, the other stuff is being brought around. So the next major project we got going on here is I am going to go and try and bring a pipe Okay.
Heavy drone workload.
Okay, so that's not going to be a convenient pipe at all. And then we can go over this way. That's fine. Okay. So that'll get the basics I need to have it functional. Now, obviously, this would be extremely vulnerable to meteor strikes and all that, because I have this one cable that goes the entire length here. My intention is, once we get it set up, I'm going to put, like, an air storage here, a water storage here, then start making some redundant power along the route, that kind of nonsense. Can I set you, like, gather mode? It's kind of almost be nice to be able to be like, hey, Rover, just start gathering whatever's nearby. So build a dome. Okay. You're now a higher priority. You don't have to power it, you just gotta build it.
Heavy drone workload.
That's fine. Okay. Yeah, power-wise, we have power that lasts for 10 in-game hours. We do have the fuel where if anything shuts down power-wise, the fuel turns off first. Would you live in a biodome? Probably not. I made the comment the last time we were playing. It's
Sector
like,
scanned.
even if you could verify that that dome was like super duper strong and sturdy, it'd still be like, hey, do you want to live in that? It's like, nah, man. Very, very no. We're like, you know, the outside world is just, you get exposed to it and you just die. Like, it's not even you have a bad time. You just straight up die. And you're like, nah, it doesn't matter if the dome's super secure. There's a whole lot of things that can go wrong. Earthquake, someone holding the door. There's just way too much room for bad stuff. So we are consuming slightly more power than we're producing during the night. Which is gradually draining this battery. You're scanning another anomaly. You get yourself full inventory. I'm gonna drop over there.
Mission goal completed.
Okay, so we finished our first mission goal, which was to scan 5 anomalies. The next is to research a bunch more tech. Okay, so we have new asteroid landers, underground dome construction, research and expansion. Allows you to, domes optimize sustain colonists in subsurface environments, allows certain other subsurface buildings to be built underground. Cool. That should be basically all the metals we need to build the dome over there. And everything else is doing its work. Rocket's about half fueled to send back.
Heavy drone workload.
Okay. Okay, so you no longer have drones. Go take a nap over in the corner, I guess. But I reassigned all the drones to this because they've got the larger area, so I can get these art projects done. Versus the commander wasn't really doing a whole lot of good for us where it was. Looking for more materials that I can grab with the rover off the surface. Sure, there's a bunch more that I'm just not seeing. But being fairly new to the game, I kind of have to, like, just watch for stuff that, like, stands out to me. There we go, there's metals way down there. There's probably ones closer, but at least that's the rover doing something. Okay. So we're getting that built. We only need a tiny bit more metal in there. We need more concrete, which we are pulling up now. But then that'll give us our oxygen production, our water production, all that stuff going down here. We'll definitely need to supplement that at some stage, but we can worry about that when we get there.
Research complete. A building has stopped working.
Okay, building has stopped working. A building has malfunctioned. And you have malfunctioned because you need repaired with metal, which we're a bit short on. We did finish Martian vegetation research. Topography AI. Work faster in landscaping projects. I'm going to queue that up because the faction we went with so far is like... I don't remember what the term was. It was not the people who like paid the mission, but our alignment or whatever was around terraforming. So you can get seeds to spread resources. We got Martian vegetation. Congratulations, you have successfully made your first steps toward turning Mars into a lush green haven. You have unlocked seeds or resources that can be imported from Earth. Seeds are stored in specialized storage used for the forestation, plants, and open farms for planting vegetation outside of domes. Most plants require some terraforming progress to be made. Check out the atmosphere, temperature, surface water, and vegetation coverage in the planetary view. Improving these terraforming parameters will improve the productivity of some buildings and decrease the severity of some disasters. Ultimately, may render Mars lush, breathable, and covered with liquid water. And terraforming hint, that basically you can improve the vegetation through the forestry plants and special projects. But yeah, so the idea is we'll be able to slowly grow stuff on Mars' surface. Yeah, so build a dome is what you want.
Council session open.
Yes, everyone's content right now. Oh, it looks like this time, well, hard to tell. Get ourselves extra funding. Net scan's right about to finish.
Sector scanned.
Nothing new there. You're still collecting metals, which is fine. We need 0.4 more metals, and then concrete. Everything else is all hooked up. We also have a little bit more power cable to do there. Terraforming buildings are now available. Construct them to consume seeds to affect local soil quality and vegetation, and to increase the 4 global terraforming parameters: atmosphere, temperature, water, and vegetation. Check on the terraforming building menu. Yes, we got the forest thing. Let's see. Increases the consume seeds to plant wild vegetation. Increases the soil quality. Plants will wither or grow according to local soil quality. The global temperature and water improves global vegetation.
Heavy drone workload.
If it's less than 40%, doesn't work during dust storms. Yeah, so basically it'll give us 0.01 towards terraforming per sol. We'll wait on doing that for right now. But generally, it seems like the more we terraform the planet, the easier it comes to just survive. So once it's full with its metal, we'll bring that back, and it should be enough to repair our stuff and put the dome online. And then, like I said, we're going to make ourselves a secondary storage for air and water, probably really close to the dome, without being directly on top of it. Just that way, you know, if this big pipeline gets hit, or any of that gets hit, you know, or the power gets knocked out, that we should, in that case, still have some buffer before people start dying. Alright, so you're on your way up here. So you're going to unload, and then when you're done with that, you're going to go get more. Because we're doing fine on all the fancy parts. But as far as, like, concrete and metal and stuff like that, we're not doing as good. I don't think we're going to manage to get the dome made in time for this. I just didn't pull up the concrete fast enough, which is fine. Let's make sure you are a high priority on the drone controller. I'm hoping that's close enough for this dome. I think it will be. If not, maybe we could see about putting like a little hab up here or something. I don't know. Okay, so they should get those repaired.
Heavy drone workload.
Then get our dome online. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I'm also partly curious if you can put like some kind of, and don't answer this, between like the passageways and all that, if there is things where I can build transportation between the domes, because I saw there was allows traverse of vehicles and drones over passageways. The passageways there. Because I saw mention of stuff like trains and that. A tunnel entrance and exit that can connect power life support grids at different locations at different elevations. Rovers can travel along these tunnels. Oh, you are way bigger than I thought you were. Okay, never mind.
Heavy drone workload.
You are also bigger than I thought you were. Okay, so we got our relay back online. You should have enough metal here to finish that project. And we're going to miss the faction bonus thing by a bit because I just knock it out of the concrete up fast enough. Okay, so you did not automatically, when I did the shift click, did not queue up the next step. But to keep grabbing parts or
Sector
stuff.
scanned.
And our sector scanned. No new anomalies. Alright. And how are we doing on our research? Getting pretty close to getting our advanced Martian fuel. And we are one fuel away from getting a rocket back out of here. Okay. It's time for you to go.
Research complete. Heavy drone workload.
Okay. So the next one is a low G high rise. Creates apartment buildings that can house many colonists. Alright. So that compared to the basic housing, it does allow us to put more people in less space. I'll queue it up. That one might be one I switch out later. So now I do have that set up there. And what we can do... Oh wait, there's the up arrow. Trade land pad. Offers resources for export to other colonies on Mars. Rival colonies will send trade offers only if the import and export resources are set. Accessible only for rockets that belong to other colonies. Nearby buildings and vehicles are protected from the dust from landing and takeoff. Train tunnel. So I don't really need to land up here. Let's have the rocket land down there. As the game looks nice, your stream is quite inspiring when it comes to new games for you. Yeah, no, as a variety streamer, I do tend to bounce around a decent amount between games. Like usually what I'll end up doing is I'll hop into a game and I'll probably binge the game for a week or 2 weeks, depending. There's some games that we pop in and go, that was fun, but you know, maybe there's just not an interest in the audience or whatever, so it's, you know, move on. But yeah, I do hop between quite a few games. It's a deliberate decision, because in content you kind of either get yourself situated where you have the game you play, or you bounce between a bunch. And I will say, if I ever get stuck playing just one game regularly as the game that's my channel, I will burn out so fast. Variety is the spice of life. Alright, so let's go in here. And like I said, I want to put a water container down here somewhere. Put the water container there. An oxygen container there. And that's just so we have some redundancy. We still have the single point of failure of this pipe, but that way if all this other stuff fails, we at least get a buffer. We will need more power someplace, but we'll get there. Right now I need them to finish that, and then one of the next moves we're going to want to do is I am going to need to put an extractor up here. So we can put a metals extractor up there and have them start
Sector
doing that.
Scan.
What we can do here is go to you, depot, metals depot, and again just tuck it away so it's not right there. Got a new sector, and it's got an anomaly.
Heavy drone workload.
Unload the metal up there. Then we can go for, I saw there's more polymer over here we can grab. What am I looking at right there? That seems not amazing. Can you crank up the construction on your concrete building? It's already running. I could build another concrete building down here. Last time I didn't really have a problem with concrete. But that's why I was aiming for this thing. Relaunched? Yeah, so there was Surviving Mars that came out, had a bunch of DLC. Is that like a remaster? Sort of. Long story short, the game came out, and then eventually the original developers passed it off to a different team. And the game kind of, under the new team, started to languish, had bugs, had issues, and then eventually went back to the first team, and when they went back to the first team, they did Relaunched. The relaunched version comes with the base game from the first game with an engine rework and everything, all of the DLC that came with it, as well as additional content. But it is a separate product, which is one of the reasons why the game has bad reviews. Is it doesn't feel great. My assumption is the reason it went that way was probably because of contracts and licensing and everything, but with that middle developer. But yeah, so the relaunch, it's effectively a re-release of the game. Like, you're making angry noise, and I'm not sure what to make of that.
Research complete.
It also seems like it's important considering I can see it on the bigger map. Like, it seems like that's geothermically active, like it'll be a volcano or a geyser of some kind, or could also be a cave-in kind of situation. I'm gonna choose to ignore it for right now, because I can't click on it, I don't know what it means, and don't spoil it. It's a thing. It's gonna impact something. We'll figure it out when we get there. Put a universal storage over here for the rocket. Desired amount, none. Start moving all that junk down here. So here we got the polymer. I can tell you to unload that over there. You could start a cult or religion around the scary hole, just an option. Yeah, it's the scary hole cult. Just be like, the Earth's angry. Well, I mean, not Earth. The Mars is angry. Listen to the Mars. Okay, so one more and our dome comes online. We can send another rocket, potentially. Gonna wait on that, though. What I'll likely do is, once I'm comfortable our power isn't just going to immediately fail, I am going to send the founders. Okay, so with that... Ah.
Heavy drone workload.
Well... So, we're too far
Planetary
away.
anomaly found.
I could cancel it now. We're too far away for the dome to be able to mine there. And I was afraid of that, and that's... I think it's because there's this big mountain in between that I have to go the whole way around. So I got a decision. I think if I cancel this now, I get everything back. Like, the pipeline and all could stay where it is. If I could try to wedge it in up here somewhere... The other thing you could potentially do... That requires a lot. An alternative small dome configuration providing more space but lacks the spire. Yeah. Like, what I could do is squeeze it around here. And that would be able to operate that. I think we move it now before I'm overcommitted. So we cancel this. I shouldn't lose any of my resources. They're all stacked right there. Yeah, I think we got everything back. So what needs to happen now is I need that to go away, and I need that to go away. Because I'd rather do this where I'm not immediately going to regret my life decisions. So I've got you. You got the universal storage up here. That's fine. We can leave the rocket pad over there. Don't worry, you'll always regret your decisions. Yeah, no, there's gonna be stuff. So I need them to get all of this junk out of here as fast as possible.
Heavy drone workload.
And you keep grabbing materials for right now. Okay. The connection point there. It runs right over that power cable. I'm also suddenly wondering... Okay.
Heavy drone workload.
And you're low priority. That space seems a tad small. Yeah, nah, the point is there's resources there. We can branch out. The idea is you don't build like one big city and sprawl it out. My understanding is you'll have like a dome here, and then maybe have 2 or 3 domes down there, and you have like a dome over here. Because again, most of the Martian planet is pretty inhospitable. We got all our drones who are quickly getting everything set up here, which is good news.
Sector scan.
Okay, we got a new anomaly over here. So let's get our explorer to check that out. Okay. Yeah, so goals, let's get this dome online. Working on that. Oh, right, we're trying to do the vista. Yeah, so this is the range on it. So, like, this here is even on the very edge of the range from the looks of it. So, maybe if we make... Maybe later if we make, like, a research place that's just everything it needs is internal to itself, so far as, like... You know, we're just doing the research, that kind of nonsense. They're not going to be running out to do work outside of the area. I could see putting it down here, or we could do the same thing where we have this. We have, like, the outside the dome food production kind of stuff here. But the first dome, I want to actually start producing some of our base materials to be able to sustain us, at least a little bit. Okay, so with this, we have plenty of that. So what we're going to go ahead and do...
New special project available.
Drop a handful of those. And another battery. Alright, so we got a new special project available. Why is my brain not sure what to do for research? Build a new sensor tower. So they build another sensor tower. That'll be... Oh, that was breakthrough is what I'm thinking is the thing over there. Biotech. New building. Farm. Produces food. Large. In-dome building with more efficient... more efficient and requires no power. So we'll add that into the queue. Underground dome construction. Rovers move faster. And drones, that'll be a good one. I don't know what that was trying to tell me. Let's see, an area registered off-chart reading. So I'd have to send 7 crew and all that. So yeah, so the expeditions I gotta send people to do. That's good to know. We're not ready for that. We've got all this stuff going. We got all that being built. So my first thought is the basic thing. You didn't think they needed to be close to domes? You had the original, not sure on what platform. Yeah, no, these are operated by the people who actually live in the dome. Okay. They keep sending me money. It feels weird. Decommission protocol. We'll eventually want that. So there's like salvage and then there's remove the wreckage kind of thing.
Heavy drone workload.
All right. Yeah, and that's in range of the drones, that's fine. About to get that built. They're getting all that sorted. Yeah, so we're not gonna get the first dome. That's fine. I haven't figured out because they have this whole thing around like your milestones and all that. It wasn't there, it was here. Like you have your overall goals. But then there was also like the milestones. Yeah, here, milestones thing here. So you get ones for accomplishing certain things, and it looks like that's just a bonus to research. Which certainly is not nothing. But yeah, I haven't gotten a feel for how significant the rivals are. So we can get a cargo rocket and get that brought in. So one of the things I want to do, I'm gonna have a polymer plant, parts of the factory. I want all those in the long run. They might sit there. We'll toss in a drone hub so we could expand later. Do we not? I thought we got the rover. Let's check. See if we got the rover. No, the rover is currently the technology being worked on. Let's wait till the rover's done, because then we'll get a rover and we can use the rover to start working on projects to, you know, change the terrain, that kind of thing. And we can see how important or meaningful or whatever that ends up being. Yeah, we'll leave all this infrastructure here with the intent that, that'll go over here eventually. Okay, and you've got more metal in your inventory. Okay, and they're working on getting all that concrete set up for the next thing. Because the other thing is we'll eventually need more mechanical parts. And I just want to slowly work through trying to get the whole thing fully self-sustaining. Get rid of our dependence on shipping things in from Earth.
Milestone failed.
Yeah, and that was someone else built their dome first. Okay, you just weirdly suddenly chilled. Cool. Yeah, so now they're bringing all the concrete to build that. Okay, we got our second battery going here. So right now we're doing pretty good on polymers. We're doing okay on mechanical parts. We're doing okay on metal and concrete. The power during the day is fine. I am deliberately trying to avoid the wind turbines a little bit. And the reason I'm avoiding the wind turbines is they take those mechanical parts. So repairing the solar panels is dirt cheap.
Heavy drone workload.
And then the battery accumulator's not as dirt cheap. But it is one of those things that I think I'd rather lean that way than having the consumption of mechanical parts as a regular thing in more than I need to. Because there's an extra factory
Cancel
required for
session
mechanical
open.
parts. Yes, everyone's pretty neutral. Ah, there's only so much water in there. So even the water is a limited resource. We'll eventually have to find water in other other areas and move it. And it might be worth getting the water vaporator and putting one over here, just again to have a redundancy in the water as well. Or,
Heavy drone workload.
you know, down here or wherever, just not in that area.
Sector scan.
Okay, new sector scan. Nothing too exciting. Alright. You're just sitting around here. Let's see if we can't find more for you to pick up.
Research complete.
Okay, so with that, we got the rovers. Greenhouse Mars. Building Greenhouse Mars burns fuel to increase the temperature of Mars using greenhouse gases. You could warm Mars up over time with greenhouse gases. Sure. The big problem is Mars still has an issue with gravity being able to retain its atmosphere. You're playing for a day. I mean, I've got about 2 hours, well, more like 1 hour in today, and then like 3 hours yesterday. Expert might be stretching it. Okay, so you're almost done. But with that, what we can go ahead and do is get our rocket ready. So cargo rocket. So what we're going to go ahead and bring over is the polymer. Like the various factories, we're going to want those. I will bring a moisture evaporator. We'll bring one dozer. I'll bring 20 mechanical parts. 20 polymer. And 20 of those. You have fuel refinery. Bring a second one of the hubs. Bring a couple Stirling generators just as backups. Bring some seeds. Okay, bring an extra stack of mechanical parts. And I guess I will bring one probe. Fully decked out rocket. Okay. And you want me to build another sensor tower? Sure.
Milestone failed.
Never mind. Oh, that was the milestone, not the opportunity. That's fine. Yep. It says like faction opportunity, but it doesn't really tell me what I get for it, so we'll just figure this out. Okay, and we're right about to get the basic dome online. Then we're gonna need to put in some basic housing and all that. Ah, we failed to have the first humans on Mars. Yeah, it makes sense that the Russians finished building a dome and then put people in their dome before I got all that. I'm not too worried about rushing the milestones. Those seem useful for like getting bonuses and research. But when I did the last playthrough, I found the research wasn't what was holding me up that much. So rushing the
workload.
Rushing the milestones didn't feel like that urgent. Okay. I built the sensor tower. Build a new sensor tower. I did. It's right there. Right there. I'm looking at it right now. Sensor tower, it's new. Okay, there, it just went away. How much do those things take? Because I know they, you only take 2 power. That's fine. Alright. So we should have the dome here built in just a minute. So we're a little bit behind everyone else because of the delay with that. We do have a rocket on the way to us. That we can then drop off all the junk out of it. And meanwhile, our drones are trying their absolute best to move basically everything for a full dome from down here to up here. That'll also give us the dozer that we can then use to clear up areas. I am curious to what level of capability it's got. But it seems like I'll be able to build ramps and that kind of stuff. So right now, the next thing we're working on is topography AI. Drones work faster on landscaping projects. And I'm basically just trying to work my way down the terraforming side. Since it's not the faction that found, like,
Heavy
sponsored
drone
us.
workload.
But, like, the one we're kind of, like, aligned with or whatever. And that one wanted to terraform the planet. Because there's, like, one about, like, harmony. There's another about terraforming the planet. I chose the terraforming planet this time because last time I chose the harmony one. Like I said, I don't think it makes a difference, but it is a decision, so it's kind of like, alright, let's see what this decision does. Okay, now they're working on getting the metals extractor. So that would mean we could have this be at least somewhat of a mining operation. Okay, so got our dome. So for the dome stuff inside of it. How close am I to having that? Not that close. Okay. So we could start here. We'll build the apartments complex. Not enough power. So we'll need to fix that. So that'd be the apartments. Dome services. So there's the Mega Mall here. It has a maintenance of 5 polymer. Ooh. Otherwise, I would need, you can handle 30. Okay, so you'd provide drinking, relaxation, and social. The Mega Mall provides social, relaxation, exercising, gaming, shopping, luxury, drinking, gambling, food playing, and okay, I see why that's popular. When it says it does almost everything, and okay, so the Mega Mall here does handle pretty close to literally everything. It's got a pretty high cost to it, is my only hesitation, but that basically takes over almost everything here. The big thing is it takes polymers instead of other stuff. I think I'm gonna go after it. I'm probably gonna regret that. We'll want the research building eventually. I'm not gonna worry about that. They have water reclamation. Recycle 70% of water. Earth Embassy generates funding and other rewards if diplomacy laws are enacted. Martian Assembly requires more colonists. This is tough to make our area nicer. I do need to have botanists. Alright. I'm going to choose to actually build 2 of those. I was being a little ambitious. I am going to need to ship stuff in. And 2 connection points to that. So we could survive a wire break a little bit easier. Alright, there's my rocket. Meanwhile, you're down here.
A rocket has arrived.
With more metals to drop off.
Warning, insufficient resources.
Breaks wire, half the base power goes down. Yep.
Heavy drone workload.
Okay. So let's see over here. Landscaping. So we can flatten ramp, change surface, mark the top layer of soil to be rearranged by drones. The marked ground will gradually change to the desired texture. Mars preservation. Consumes waste rock to raise terrain. Excess soil and rocks are turned into waste rock. Interesting. Okay. So areas like this, once I took anything worthwhile out of it, I could fill it in to flatten it and all that. Degrades local soil quality. I just want to see what it does even. So you go do your
Warning,
thing.
insufficient resources.
Alright, power is holding up okay during the night. You're getting that built. I do have 41 polymer. And you are still being unloaded and waiting for fuel.
Sector scan. Heavy drone workload.
Okay. We got a new anomaly spotted, so let's go check that out. We can go ahead and have you take care of this. Once that drops off, we can grab more materials. And pretty soon we're going to get that underway. And then the reason I'm building 2 of these, I want one of them to do like the really crappy fast growing stuff they default you on. And I want to pivot the second one to growing something much slower but higher yield, with the intent of like bootstrapping it up for higher population. But the idea that you can like make the surface look a certain way, but it degrades the soil, that you then have to like slowly fix it.
Has stopped working.
Okay, so you just need materials. There's metal down there, and there's polymer over here. And as soon as this rocket's ready to get out of here, then we will launch it out of here and get everyone back. It's just gonna take time because I gotta unload it all. But once I get it refueled, then we bring in our first colonist, because by then I should have the basics here set up. I'm probably going to need more power.
Heavy drone workload.
So yeah, we're only plus 10. Oh, right, I got 2 more of the Sterlings. We put 1 Sterling right next to that dome. And 1 Sterling's gonna be down here for whenever we go put dome down here. But even with that, go ahead and do 3 of these. And pretty much I've been trying to do is put a battery, like one of the power accumulators. I've been trying to like spread them out along kind of some of these intersections here, so that again, if any wire gets snapped, there'll be some lag between the power running out in that area and not.
Heavy drone workload.
And they're still cleaning all that junk up. Okay. So we've almost got what we need for the Mega Mall. Interesting, so there's an atmospheric effect on the solar panel. My guess is as the atmosphere improves, the solar panels get worse. Because there'd be interference from the atmosphere. How did you get a drone back?
Heavy drone workload.
Okay.
Council session open.
Yeah, and all the drones are
A
doing their...
building has stopped working.
We can actually take your drone service area and we can shrink it down. Because my hope is then... No. It's fine. If automated, the rocket will repeatedly travel to Earth and back, and it will land on the same spot, and it won't carry imports or passengers from Earth. The rocket will launch to Earth with the cargo as full and the rocket is refueled. Yeah, so I just need him to keep emptying the rocket and then get the fuel back in here. I should have... Yeah, I got a decent amount of fuel just sitting here. All right. We got... Oh, the waste rock is getting close to full. So let's go ahead and get ourselves another waste rock storage. You look worried? No. Just thinking. Just trying to figure out what we got next, because... Okay, so we got our first one here. Like I said, it's got wheatgrass going. This one, I would tell it to have... Let's see what the most efficient is. So low yield and slow growth, but requires less water. And low yield grows very fast, will generate seeds on harvest. Yeah, so every day we get 2.5. Every 4 day we get that. So leafy crop, or leaf crop, has a much better yield. You blame Night Dweller? Oh. And then I do want to actually get the seed crops. Yeah, so let's set the leaf crops to that one. We don't have workers yet, but we are ready for workers. What'd you do? Nothing that I'm aware of. Apparently Luxray, though, thinks otherwise. Don't you hate when the mods bully chat? It's almost as freaking as when mods bully the streamer.
Sector scan.
Okay. Yeah, no, I think you just caught me, like, trying to think through its thing. It's okay, you bully the mods back when they least expect it. At least it's a mutual bullying. You do that without needing to? Yep. Oh, let me see, because I know Tomb said she was going to be on her way home a little bit late today, so I'm just trying to keep an eye on when she's actually on her way home so I can know when to toss food in the oven or whatever. Yeah, so we're finally getting all that fuel moved over, and it's getting moved over to the rocket now. There's
Funding
still more
received.
stuff in the
A
rocket.
building has stopped working.
Oh, so you need to drop off the junk. Yeah, so it cleaned up all the random little rocks off of that, which is kind of cool. But yeah, at least we have the dozer for when we just... How much should we eat for Thanksgiving? Usually, if you don't regret Thanksgiving the day after Thanksgiving, you didn't meaningfully participate in Thanksgiving. Now, obviously, do what makes the most sense for you. This is memeing. But, it's definitely one of those things when you have a good Thanksgiving dinner. Usually, a couple of hours the next day after your Thanksgiving dinner, you definitely feel the, I should not have eaten nearly that much. So I'm getting a little confused why you're still have your advanced stuff in here. Okay, and you're getting the last of that picked up. Because according to this, they still have 20 polymers, 20 circuit boards, 25 mechanical parts, and 30 seeds on the rocket. And they have not been refueled yet. But we're just catching up on just the drones doing their best. I do have the research going for drones to go faster. Let's see here. So, planetary survey. Discover 6 new planetary anomalies until you cross the bridge. Okay, so let's wait to do that one. Recon Center. Discovering new asteroids. Earth-Mars Initiative Social. Increases your provide sponsor research. Geologists and engineers just perform better. Botanists and scientists just perform better. Magnetic filtering, Moxie upgrade. Oxygen production is increased by 50%. Probes are cheaper and can DEET scan. Drone swarm. Drone hubs are constructed with 2 additional drones and a maximum number of drones increased by 80. Decommission protocols. Low G hydrosynthesis, which is where we can build the polymer thing. Produces fuel from water. Okay, so that allows me to make the prefabs. So get the one... Oh, I don't have the ability to do it yet. We're still working on research. I was gonna say, we can go ahead and get some of those other things. Alright. Yeah, so once we get this off... Oh, actually... Oh, right. I have an advanced probe I bought.
Sector scanned.
Okay, we can grab the Explorer. And have you go scan the anomaly on the other side of everything. Yep, I mean, well, we got the fuel collecting. So that'll be good. What I could probably do... You filled up on the metal down here. I'm gonna go heavy and have that collect that polymer as well. Okay. Yeah, no, the drones are just doing their best. I just have stuff that I need to drag way too far away. So that's definitely a bummer in design decision here. I mean, very clearly, obviously it's going to add stuff, because originally when I built this, the plan was for the dome to be there, and then I couldn't build the dome close enough to that, so we moved the dome, and I'm still leaving the hookups here for a later dome to be like a science dome, or something that I don't have to worry about what resources are as plentiful nearby. Hey, you're starting to actually unload... Did you unload things? Yeah, you unloaded a single box of polymer. We'll get there eventually. It's fine. They're getting the work done, it's just taking a while.
A building has stopped working.
And all those are waiting on our workers, which is waiting on this. I technically could send the workers over here now and just launch, you know, just set them someplace and let them walk. The only concern about sending the rocket now is if it ends up being a problematic thing. I want to dust all my equipment if I don't have to. Okay, so you're done with your stuff. Gonna have you go over here and drop it all there. Now we could do is I could see if I'm able to tell it to pick up stuff out of the rocket itself with my rover. Okay, so we're queuing up. Yeah, so once the rover drops off its stuff, we can go and check the next thing. Alright. Another research got... No, actually, not another research done. No research available. New building, drone hub. So I can make my own drone hubs. Underground trains. So rumor is a colony of International Mars mission is going to hit the thing to produce food in 3 sols. Well, that's probably not what I'm going to beat them to, because I am still waiting to land people. So as far as firsts, we're definitely way behind the competition. So load all your resources.
Sector scan.
Cool. You load all the resources from the rocket, get it going. Oh, I should have brought fuel with me. It's fine. So we're loading up everything we can. Okay. So you can go drop that over there. Yeah, how much should you eat? Yes. Yeah, no, it's definitely a holiday about overindulgence. About being like, all of this is delicious, I'm gonna eat it all. Am I going to regret it later? Yes. Is it going to probably make my stomach really angry? Probably also yes. Is it gonna be fun? All that kind of stuff? Most likely yes. Okay, so you are almost emptied out. I'll have you load the fuel. Now you can dump the fuel into the rocket. Okay, I only got one more fuel than I needed. I don't know if that
Council
worked.
session open.
Okay. Today we give thanks for all of the muskets and forebears had on hand, so that we might call the land ours, and not just because invaders failed to establish a colony in Southlands. Yeah, no, it's a whole thing. It's good to know. We're invited to a friend's Thanksgiving dinner. We weren't sure what eating behavior is appropriate. Good to know you can stop yourself. Oh yeah, no, normally with like Thanksgiving and all that kind of stuff, it is just like 100% overindulgence. Now, obviously everyone can have their own stuff, but usually there's entirely too much food that you'll usually have people being like, no, eat more. We don't want all the leftovers. So it didn't look like I was able to directly put the fuel into the rocket using the rover, but I was able to bring it and sit it right next to it.
Research complete.
Okay, what research did we just finish? I don't remember, it's fine. So we have decommission protocol, we can get that next. We finished faster working on the stuff where we change the world. Okay, and we can go over here and drop you off. Okay, so there's only 5 seeds left in the rocket. And then to refuel it, and then we can get this out of here. I'm going to assume that's going to be resolved by the time we get there. So we're just going to go ahead and grab whoever wants to show up. Okay. Alright. Let's grab the last of the seeds. Alright, Nitro, you take it easy. You have good sleep and all that good stuff. Alright. So you have 4 drones assigned to you. No, you don't have 4 drones assigned to you. Hey you, drone down here. You're assigned to that thing. Start loading it up. I must have accidentally unassigned the drones
Heavy
because
drone workload.
I've been going like, why is this not getting done? Okay. You can go ahead and be reassigned to that one. No orders, carrying nothing. You're assigned. Okay, and you're assigned. So I gave it its 4 drones back, because that's what it's supposed to have. So that should get it fueled up pretty quick. We've already got the fuel laying there right next to it. And then we got our other rockets on our way here. So we should probably have this thing loaded up about the time that the other rocket arrives, so we can launch this. I'm a little worried about landing this too far away that maybe they can't get to the dome. We can figure that out when the passengers get here. I'm sure it'll have some type of radius it'll show me. That's like, hey, this is how far the people can run. Make it happen, Captain.
A building has stopped working.
I know, I need to get the workers here. I'm actively working on that problem. Yeah, because we got you for the really good food, you for food in general, and then you've got this here. I'm going to plan to not have many people working there. Because I'll have 12 people, so that'd be 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 11, 12. So yeah, so we send everyone. That should be exactly the right number of jobs. Okay. For right now, you can have them back.
Sector scan.
Alright, rockets out of here. I don't have that much concrete. Did we get another anomaly? We did not. It seems you scan the map pretty quick. I'm assuming there'll be, as we get underground, a lot more scanning and figuring stuff out and all that kind of nonsense to deal with. Yeah, so we've researched 10 things. We're not generating the technology you're looking for the next objective. The passenger rocket is on its way. Which I forgot to name. We should definitely do that. Alright, let's do just as a quick thing, let's save real fast. That's fine. And the reason I'm doing that is I don't know what the range is on these rockets. So, I'm going to land the passenger rocket on the pad unless it tells me otherwise. Okay, so it does say there's a dome in walkable distance.
A rocket has arrived.
Alright.
Full of hope and determination, the first founders have set foot on the Red Planet.
The next 10 souls will be full of difficulties and dangers, but also great promises and opportunities. It is now up to us to prove Mars can be the doorway to greater riches and the future of human civilization. Even the most epic adventure begins with a single step. So basically, we're now in a stage where
crop failure. New colonists have arrived.
You can stop interrupting me. Basically, that I must keep those colonists alive for 10 days. If they die between now and then, it's game over.
Warning, insufficient resources.
Okay, so looking at it, I got room for 2 more people to live here, and otherwise everyone's in good shape. Are you looking for name suggestions for the rocket? Sure. We've got our first rocket is Charon, which probably could have been this one, you know, because that's one of the actual people on it. Yeah, so pulling up our own metal now.
Insufficient resources.
I'm also noticing at nighttime, so we're minus 10. I got 10 hours worth of battery. So feeling pretty okay with that. We're not desperately low on anything. We do have a bunch of prefabs. Oh, right, we got the moisture hub. I think you know why that got grabbed, Pelicossi. Zero question on why that got grabbed. Your thing is that you're playing as USA. The Mayflower may be fitting. Bring colonists to new lands. I mean, no, it's definitely thematically fitting. You're like zero questions asked. That thematically is absolutely like perfectly in line.
Warning. Insufficient resources.
So plug you in. Yeah, we got all our polymer stuff and all that. We don't want to set that up yet.
A building has stopped working.
That's fine. We'll get you connected to power, and that's going to make a little bit of water redundancy. Normally end up giving names like you caught them. My first rocket is Charon, who is the person who transports souls across the river Styx to Hades. So not exactly a very optimistic thing. To be fair, the people on the Mayflower had a really rough go of it. Great. Celebrity founder party animal. Okay. I mean, don't get me wrong. I could see naming it that if I could figure out where I name it. I thought it was going to be right there. Open reward overview. Oh, there's tourists. Automated mode. An expedition. Do I name it here? I saw I could rename stuff, but I don't see where... Wait, is it down there? There we go. Rename Zeus Rocket on the bottom. Right now, with the lack of a better suggestion, Mayflower it is. Oh.
Milestone failed.
Oh wait, what was it was White Star, but what was their because you have like SS and all that. It doesn't matter. We'll ferry them over using the Titanic. It's definitely not a thing you have to worry about. Yeah, so we failed another milestone. Build a new dome. It's not happening. RMS, thank you. That's right. RMS. So we've got Charon and we've got the RMS Titanic. So with that, we've got our basic stuff set up for our people here.
Insufficient resources.
I've got a rocket name for you, Will Not Explode 2. Where everyone asks about Will Not Explode 1 and no one wants to answer. Green View increases the sanity of colonists traveling through green areas. Planetary survey we're not worried about. Yeah, so I look forward to getting the greenhouse building so we can slowly start fixing Mars. We'll want to unlock the drone hub. We can increase oxygen production. I'm gonna grab these two probably next because those are just flat boosts. They make my workers work better.
Milestone failed.
And that's something. Nude freight route. Russia's offering lots and lots and lots of concrete.
Warning.
For mechanical parts.
Resources.
Russia's also offering lots of food for basically offering very base tech for more advanced tech. Which is what everyone's pretty much doing. Okay. The next thing to do would be to check on the housing. So I don't have the apartments quite yet. That's what we're researching now. Because that'd be my next move, is to move...
Council session open.
Move from the lower stuff to the higher level stuff. Yeah, so far, no one seems to want to do everything. Have populated domes, build a Martian university. It's fine. And so far, all of our production is looking good. We're basically even on our water production. And we have a slight positive on our air production. As you produce 1 water. And you produce 2. And you could produce more if needed. The power, we've got a nice bonus and all that. And then for metal, we are producing 3.5 metal per soul. And we are consuming about 3. So we will want to ramp that up, which is going to be more people. And how are the comfort of our people?
Research complete.
Service buildings are not working. 1 social. Oh, do you not do social? You do social. Okay. When we get more people, I can just put more people in there. Alright, so with that, we can go in here. So apartments are 6 polymer. As an upfront cost, but don't have anything else there. Alright. And you have playing in here? You do have playing. Okay. Yeah, that thing takes almost everything we can need. And what we'll eventually want to do is we'll probably decommission this household. Why is that one blue?
Warning. Food shortage.
You shouldn't have food shortage.
Warning. Insufficient resources.
I've literally got the base number of people. I got 2 hydroponic farms going. Can they access the food? They should be able to. This has dining inside of it. Yeah, it's got dining in there. I'm surprised. Last time we had no issues at all. Let alone, like I said, I've doubled up my food production.
Warning.
Our colonists are starving.
Yeah, so just basically saying we need a constant supply of food or people will die. Okay, so the starving went away and it's saying food shortage. In the meantime, just as a thing here, I will put some food storage right there. Well, that's the thing. I'm literally building more food than should be at all necessary. So that's the reason I'm confused. Because last time we had one of these making the wheatgrass, and I've got the wheatgrass and the leafy greens. So I'm surprised it's struggling. You still have food here. We can make this... We can make this better. I can grab that food. So we don't have the food that's the buffer is the problem. We can go over here and drop the food off on that pad. All right. And grab the food there. Look how tiny he is on screen. I know, right? Okay, so that's a temporary fix for that. All it was, they didn't empty out the rocket, so they're all starving because they couldn't get the food that was available. Okay. Reassigning you there.
Heavy drone workload.
Cool. So now let's check average sanity. Buildings were not supplied with resources. What resources are you missing? You need your polymers. I have polymers.
Warning. Insufficient resources. Sector scan.
Okay, 2 new anomalies. So let's have you check out those. And go out to our map. Keep those scanning. No, it's in range. It's just not doing a great job of it. Okay, so that takes care of that.
Warning. Insufficient resources.
Start getting those metals. Okay. Yeah, no, it's not out of range of the logistics hub. It's just... It's way over here, so the bots are all getting prioritized onto other things. But that should be fine, because now I got the leafy greens going. We've got the hydroponic farm going. We should start to properly get ahead. I do want to, once we get more people in here, I do want to go out of our way to set this whole thing up so that we have the seed production in here as well. Because then we can start doing what we can to terraform the planet. Because I'm producing a lot of fuel over here, and I can just put like the terraforming thing up here somewhere as well. And in theory, that should slowly make our lives easier. Alright. You don't want to ship off more stuff. We're stable with what we got. Okay, and you're refueling it. That's fine. Okay, so comfort's not super high. So let's see what we can do to help with comfort. So all these appear to be comfort 40. Every single one of them. Have ourselves a little pond. A stone garden. Second stone garden. And a little forested spot in the middle.
Research complete.
We're going to massively boost the comfort. That way we start having babies on Mars. Alright, so we finished some research. Let's see, hydroscopic evaporators. Moisture evaporator upgrade coating increases the water production by 50%. Yeah, these are things I can use to temporarily boost, well, not temporary, I can boost the production of some of my buildings. We'll get where we can actually make the drone hub. Oh, right, these. Take that off. Get those things that just boost our workers' skill set. Okay, so we're doing okay on polymer. We're doing fine on gears, or machine parts. We're doing good on electronics. All that stuff we're doing fine for right now. You are about halfway to fueled. That's fine for the moment. You are doing your research. You're on your way
Heavy
to where that
drone
ore is.
workload.
We got another one of these filling up real quick. The large dumping area over here as well. Okay. Alright. So I got a bunch of stuff to make this place nicer.
Planetary anomaly analyzed.
I'm assuming we put a couple more people in it.
Building a new home on an alien world? That takes guts, to say the least.
Alright. So, since arriving at Mars, Martha Trenton's enthusiasm has proven above average, even by founder norms. And the prestigious productivity displayed is boiled down to one simple explanation. Martha Trenton loves doing what she's doing on Mars. That's the spirit. Okay. Yeah, so we've got people here, and I'll boost the comfort.
Warning. Insufficient resources.
Missing service building medical checks. You don't do medical checks. I see. So the number of employees determines how effective that is.
Research complete.
We can leave those for now, but it means I need more people working these to get the comfort higher, and if we boost the comfort high enough, they'll start having kids and all that. Alright, and you're almost ready to take off. And we finished research that makes our drones move faster. Safe transport, tracks are easier to repair, and trains are safer for passengers. That's fine. We'll get the drone hub listed on there. so that we can build our own drone
Planetary
hubs.
anomaly analyzed.
Okay.
Warning, insufficient resources.
Build a research lab. Okay, they want me to build a research lab. I'm holding off on that, even though that speeds up my research one, because like I said, the research trucking along, there's a lot here, but we haven't even had a chance to build half of it. I'm not too fussed.
Council session open.
Okay. Because I'm curious if they try to propose laws at any point. Okay, so you can drop off your metal. Okay, 3 more fuel and then this thing's ready to go. The dude thing I'm going to be shipping in a second group of people. How is this compared to the original? I only briefly played the original, so I can't really compare it myself, unfortunately. Kind of I just don't know. Let's go ahead and get some more power built. Yeah, generally my understanding is basically if you take the original game with all the DLC, it's that, but they've reworked the engine to be a bit, a bit better graphics, that kind of stuff. And then on top of that, they also went through and added politics as a new mechanic. I haven't really done much with the politics. Let's see. Several colonists have gathered to watch the rocket launch, their anticipation quickly replaced by concern, as the engines remain silent and the rocket remains firmly on the ground. We had to suspend the rocket launch due to suspicious atmospheric patterns. There is nothing wrong with the rocket, and it is now ready to launch again. However, people are concerned. After all, rockets are our only way back home. Alright, because I turned up the scale and all that stuff. What's suspicious about the atmosphere? They didn't say. So we could have a politician that we'd have no negative effects, that we can reassure people are going fine. If we were rocket science, we can explain that that's, routine and that's a whole normal thing. We can give up 5 rocket stuff for maintenance that's unnecessary. And that, or because we're none of those things, we could say if the experts say it's satisfied, it's good enough for me.
Orphan drones.
Explodes on the pad immediately. You said orphaned drones. But I don't even see how I can find the orphaned drone. It's fine. Ish, maybe. So basically we hurt their overall morale. I assume that'll improve in time. Alright. So when that rocket gets home, we want to, well actually, sorry, when we get out of the founder stage, we want to send that rocket back with a few more people on it. 12 more people on it.
Sector scan.
Okay, we got another anomaly to check out. Okay, you're still on your way back. But we can go ahead and check all that stuff out, and that'll be good. Because right now we're just proving that we can live on Mars. Okay. So let's see if we can't find some polymer.
Warning, insufficient resources.
Assuming the materials don't show up unless I've already scanned it, maybe? That's certainly interesting. Alright. So got two things that are gonna need to happen. First of all, cargo rocket. For right now, bring me the polymer. Bring me the materials. Just bring me materials for right now. I'm pretty content with all that. And I'm gonna have you throw a bunch of drones in here as well. Is this the best use of this rocket? Almost certainly not. Sure, you got enough space for that. Oh, it was money. That's a lot of money for one rocket. I'm noticing this. My thought of why I'm doing this is just the fact that these are all the materials I'm running out of. All these other things I've already got. Like, I've already got the polymer factory and everything. I'm going to do it. It's probably a terrible idea. We got all that? Alright, bear with me, chat. I need to step away to use the restroom and all that. We already have, like, an ad about to roll anyway, so it's a good time for me to do that. So I'm going to quickly step away, use the restroom, all that nonsense, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes. I'm going to see if Tomb's home, and if she is, going to throw some dinner in the oven. Otherwise, I'll be back in just a minute, and thank you again so much for tuning in. Okay, and we are back. Alright, so Toon was downstairs. She's just really tired from waking up really early.
Warning, insufficient resources.
Because for people here who were here yesterday, she had a crown pop off. Like, I was in the middle of the stream and she's like, hey, I need to show you some. And, you know, she had the crown from her tooth just in her hand. And we're all like, oh, crap, you know, it's
Research
Thanksgiving
complete.
week and everything. You know, she's not going to get that taken care of for a while. And they were fortunately able to catch her, like, first thing in the morning today, so that was good. Alright. So then we have interplanetary projects terraforming. Unlocks import greenhouse gases. Improves atmospheric. Capture ice asteroids. Improves water. Special projects. Accessible by planetary view. Okay. So that's interesting. Hey, your neck. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's a big thing. If she hadn't managed to get that squeezed in this morning, it was going to be probably like Tuesday, Wednesday next week or something. Right. So what do we want to get built next here? We can get the thing with more drones. Not worry about that. Earth-Mars Initiative. So what I'm actually looking for is discover new asteroids and other discoveries. We'll probably grab that with the intention of going after some of this stuff over here. But with that, I should have the very first building I can genuinely do some terraforming with. It's going pretty good. Okay, so you cost a lot of parts. Let's double check before we actually build that. So it says it's going to be 2 mechanical parts, and it will increase the temperature globally a little bit per thing. And then you are another one we would like to get going. So you're 10 power, and you're 10 power. So let's also plan to get ourselves another accumulator in here. And let's see when the solar panels come on how the power is.
Insufficient resources.
Temperature parameter represents the global surface temperature of Mars. Increased temperatures is required for liquid water, rains, and local vegetation growth. Temperature is increased by building, terraforming menu buildings, and special projects. Alright. You're getting tortured by migraines again? That's no fun. And the camera on your phone stopped working and you can't figure it out. Gotcha. None of that is fun. I do hope it gets resolved, like whatever is going on there. Okay. Keep those all going. Alright, so we're getting pretty close to when we'll be able to send our next group of people. But yeah, so the plan here is to start working on trying to make this planet a little bit nicer. So during the day when I have the solar panels up, I get a surplus of about 28 power. That's probably not enough. So let's go ahead and build a little bit more, because I'm also just paranoid and want to keep adding more and more power to this because it's relatively inexpensive to do. and I want to do the thing. I tried multiple camera apps. All of them launch into a black screen. The UI works. Nothing crashes. You think it might be a hardware issue? Yeah, and I didn't want to say anything, but that was kind of my fears. If it's not something just rebooting your phone resolves, you know, cameras get, or phones I should say, get banged around a lot.
A building has stopped working.
It just ends up being one of those things that could very frequently be a problem. Alright. You're a low priority building. So power gets dodgy. You shut it back off. Also have it turn off at night when the solar goes off, just as a precaution. Okay.
Warning, insufficient resources.
Okay, so this building, we have lichen. Yeah, so lichen improves soil quality. They don't require soil quality to grow, but do not spread on their own. And then grass improves soil quality, but doesn't work unless you got more terraforming. So we can basically get lichen. And also low priority it. So we are officially
Warning,
doing multiple
insufficient
types of
resources.
terraforming of Mars. It's not the end of the world. You only use it when it's convenient to take a photo of something, then to make a note of it. And we should have our rocket ready to rock and roll. And it's full of polymers and all sorts of goodies. Yeah, so at night we're at minus 37 power.
Funding received. A rocket has arrived. Heavy drone workload.
Yep, and we tossed a bunch of drones to leave here. So they should do a good job of emptying everything out, getting all that stuff going. And they'll take all those drones and reassign them. And how is this going? So we burned through a lot of that concrete. We're going to need to get a new concrete source soon.
Sector scan.
Okay. Oh, hey. More metal for someone to grab. Yep, and we're also slowly improving the soil. And would you look at that? We have... Okay, 1 second. Alright, from core heat conventions and from GHG factories. So we have sustainable grasses at 20%, toxic rains at 25%, liquid water is at 25%, sustainable bushes 30%, sustainable pine trees 35%, clear water rains 40%, breathable atmosphere 50%, cold waves stop 50%, toxic rains end 55%, sustainable mixed trees. I see. I see. So We would need magnetic shields. And... oh, from huge lakes, toxic rains. Let's see what else we have to get going for that. Alright. As far as terraforming, we only got the 2 buildings there.
Insufficient resources.
Let's go look at our research stuff again. So I want to go for the interplanetary projects. So that's where we can import greenhouse gases and capture ice asteroids. So the assumption is once I unlock this, I can start capturing asteroids and bringing them back. That mentions that I'm going to need a local rocket. Which that's what I'm assuming is what I do is with a rocket like this one. Here, we got a whole bunch of drones on there. Grab all of you. You belong to the controller now. And one more. At capacity. Okay.
Heavy drone workload. Warning, insufficient resources.
Yeah, so all of this is fine. Okay. Gotcha. So that's how it
Council
works.
session open.
Is we would have a second harvest. It's almost like a crop rotation. So we try and get that going, because we're about to get our first yield of the leafy greens that are going to be much higher produce. So I want to go ahead and boost to have the food production just kind of overzealous. Basically keep the stuff to keep people alive. What are your drones even doing? They're kind of just chilling over there. Alright. Endure full up. Alright, so we've got that. We'll have to go and get some more goods over here. We're probably going to branch out and connect to this other one. We're sitting pretty okay. We're definitely going to need to expand to being able to get like the polymer and all that stuff being produced. For right now, we do have our prefab buildings. I think our power grid is fine as it is right now. We got 38 surplus, and we've got 9 hours of power storage at night, so that covers us pretty well there. I do want to get a second dome down here that'll be dedicated for like research, that kind of thing. Okay, and we're starting to get our forest or vegetation ready. So the big thing is going to be able to getting to the point of doing the interplanetary projects, because it seems like what we're going to do with that is we'll get our rockets. And our rockets to be able to recover stuff. So let's look here. So we have the recon center. I'm going to go ahead and assign that there. That boosts our people. That's fine. Building the drone hubs will be important. The decommissioning will be important. Alright, chat. Bear with me. Tomb is usually pretty good about stuff like bringing the food up and everything. But she was half asleep when I got down there. So I'm just going to run down there, make sure, like, make sure the food gets out of the oven and everything. I'll be right back. So I do apologize about the double break, but like she is spent. So I'll be back in just a minute. Thank you again for tuning in. Okay, and I'm back. All right, cool. Just making sure she was up, but she was just chilling. Timer like had a couple more seconds left. Just didn't want it to get through mixed. So an expedition to Anomaly. Let's see.
It's a rough life here on Mars. You can't prepare for addiction.
Let's see. Despite the great lengths we go through to make it seem safe and as close as possible to home, one's mind is never too far from the dangers that the privilege of being an interplanetary pioneer carries. We all find our own ways to cope with that pressure, and Carlene Trenton finds hers in a bottle. Alcohol is not the answer. I don't know what the implications are. Let's see. Hard Space Shipbreaker is full of those situations. Why did I die? No, so there are two clips where I got caught by surprise. That one was beat with a bug that used to be in the game, that when you disassembled that specific engine and you pulled that lever, just sometimes the way it moved stuff,
Warning.
it crushed you.
Insufficient
That's
resources.
mostly been fixed. The other one I had turned to turn off the atmosphere system in the ship. Like we
Research
found out looking
complete.
at the clip after the fact. And where I meant to click on it, I ended up clicking on the the door control or the airlock control. So I thought I had let the air pressure out, but I had misclicked. And so, you know. Oh, in-dome buildings require less maintenance. That's a fun one. So I think we need the recon center, because I'm assuming I need that for the asteroid stuff. But yeah, so that one was from a bug, and then the other clip was I just hit the wrong thing. Like that was player error. But the first one was a bug that plagued the game for a pretty long time.
Warning. Insufficient resources.
Once you realize how little value some of the parts inside have, you just start explosively popping ships. Yeah, no, it's like, when you really look at it, the reactor is like a third of the value of the entire ship. Then there's a whole bunch of the computers in that has some pretty decent value. Otherwise, yeah, like, half of the other stuff doesn't matter. There's like a handful of high-value parts, and the rest is basically...
Sector scan.
Basically pocket change. Alright. So we're 1 day away from when we get to, when we get to get the air stuff set up. Alright.
Heavy drone workload.
Yeah, as fast as they're pulling up that metal, we're running around. New reactor, some cardboard tape, we're ready to go. Pretty much. It's you grab, like, if there's a fuel tank, you just chuck the fuel tank out. The reactor's the big one. Like, the reactor genuinely is anywhere from a fourth to half the value of the entire ship. Okay. And we're doing this quick research to improve productivity of people. And you'll probably be out of here the next day. It's honestly low enough I can grab you. Okay, grab all this stuff. Alright. Where's food up here? Oh. Food production 9, food consumption 2, stored food in service buildings. I'm assuming that's basically telling me how many souls we have worth of food. Okay. Why do I... There we go. Hey, Cynic. We are surviving. Still learning the game. Still figuring it out. So you got 3 more seeds in there, and then you're fully emptied.
Warning. Insufficient resources.
Yeah, because that's why I'm getting switched over to that. Because if we get them both making the leafy greens... Yeah, so we can launch it when it's ready. That sends you home. Okay.
Warning, insufficient resources.
Alright, the founder stage is about to be over when we can finally send more people. Alright. Complete high speed. Yeah, so like you can see all these things are going along. All right. So what we're gonna do in preparation for more people. Then I'm gonna go here. So I find the right place again. Put down another one of those. Put a little tree in the middle there for right now. This park is going to go away and become something else as this becomes better as we put more people in it.
A building has stopped working.
Not enough workers, that's fine. Okay, so with all those things, let's check out our production. So water, we're producing 3.6, of which all is stored. Production capacity is 1. And then your production capacity is 3. So we don't have a lot to spare production capacity on that one. So we do have another place with water down here I could hook up a pipe to. Start getting that on the grid. We probably also need to get the next concrete area going here not too long. One of the challenges we'll run into is moving the drones between here. We'll end up needing the command drone, that thing. So let's go ahead and plan for that. So we can go build menu, here. You're under here, aren't you? Water extractor. We'll have that.
Sector scanned. Warning, insufficient resources.
Okay, we'll have that pipe built.
Research complete.
Okay. So with that, we got you hovering around here. The door towards the
This will
stars.
go down in history.
Let's see, the long time dream of human civilization as a whole is to settle another planet has come true, to be among the people who made this happen and to feel enthusiastic. We are already swarmed with applications for relocation on Mars, and the wanderlust and enthusiasm of these people makes me proud to be a human being. The red planet continues to be inhospitable and even dangerous, but we as a species had always displayed the ability to adapt and improve. The adverse conditions will make us try harder. So I say bring it on. Okay, so we got that. Research-wise, we just got one that gave us a little boost in how well our people perform. So the next thing to consider is probably getting things where in a pinch I can boost the output of a bunch of stuff. Yeah, so where you could boost the output of things. So in the meantime...
Insufficient resources.
Well, if you move on over here... And you take metal... Both those just take metal. So what I'm going to go ahead and do here... is I know I've got some metal down here somewhere. We have to grab a full inventory of metal, and we're just going to plunk it down along that route. The catch is going to be on this end here, getting that thing serviced.
Council session open.
Have you tried the crust? Yes. It's been long enough I don't remember much about it. Like, I remember it was a colony builder that a big aspect was going underneath the ground and everything. But, I don't remember. I can't remember released, like, early access or what. This has been a hot minute. Okay, so passenger rocket. And we're not going to be picky. Bring him on over. There was a lot of city/colony builders that kind of came out that a bunch of them were just okay. Or, like, they were very early access, that kind of thing. It kind of feels like the crust may have been in with that batch. Not saying that it was bad, but I think it kind of dropped when a whole bunch of stuff was dropping. Because we had, like, the crust surviving the abyss, end zone. And then there's a bunch of other ones in there that I don't remember. We had, Ixion. Which is not to say they're bad games, to be clear. Like, I really enjoyed Ixion, but Ixions were definitely one of those ones that, you know, there was a lot of people who were pretty underwhelmed with it. I think Ixion, it was more, it was you were doing a city builder that was a story. So you played through the chapters of the story, and for a lot of people in that genre, that ended up being a bit off-putting. Don't spill the invisibility juice. Don't worry. The music, though? Oh, the music's great. We're talking about Ixion's music. I vaguely think Ixion had some really amazing music. I enjoyed Ixion. It's one, it's like, I kind of wanted to go back to see where it was. Like how much it's changed. Both Ixion and this? Yeah. For those who don't know Ixion, it's another city builder, but the idea is you are in what's effectively a space station / spaceship, whatever you want to call it. It's like it's like a generation ship, but it's going to be doing fast and light travel, that kind of thing. And there's a tragic accident, which I won't spoil. So you are trying to survive in what's effectively a wrecked space station and just making it work.
Warning. Insufficient resources.
You think like a city builder in a shoebox? You love the restriction and hate it? Yeah, and that's the thing.
Planetary
Because you're
anomaly.
inside the space station, you're kind of boxed in a little bit. I should definitely see about... Ooh. Increase sponsor research in exchange for construction and launching an advanced communication satellite. That is some cost. Trigger a meteor shower that will yield some valuable resources, metals, rare metals, and anomalies. The meteor showers falls over a random location and may threaten the colony. Yeah, so we could send people out and that.
Warning. Insufficient resources.
If you hear, it actually occurred in the Tycoon again. Yeah. Independence Assembly. Build a Martian assembly spire in one of your colony domes. The Martian assembly requires at least 30 colonists. Only certain domes, like Basic Dome, can build aspire buildings, and they only built inside certain spots in the dome. I mean, there is the terraforming part of this, but this one's more about, like, colonization than necessarily specifically terraforming. Terraforming is absolutely a mechanic.
Funding received. Warning. Insufficient resources.
Now I think about it, I do have another drone controller, or drone hub.
Heavy drone workload.
I don't know if it makes sense to do something like that, and don't spoil it, because I could see having storage in between them, and letting the drones cover that. Even if this one doesn't end up having that many drones assigned to it, it would allow me to do the maintenance on that water pump, as well as the other stuff here. I think I'm gonna do it. It might end up being a bad decision, but I'm doing it anyways. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to use it also for a redundant power situation. So I can go ahead and plug you in.
A building has stopped working.
I'm going to snap down some more solar panels. And our battery. Am I liking it so far? I'm enjoying it quite a bit. Alright, and our
Sector
passenger rocket
scan.
has arrived. Mysterious rocket, your attention is required. A mysterious rocket has entered orbit and is signaling readiness to make touchdown. Communications with the rockets are purely on a machine level, as attempts to establish contact with the potential crew have so far gone unanswered. As no one is making the claim for ownership over the rocket, and there's no visible insignia to identify its origin, we are in a position to do as we wish. Just a word of caution, in these competitive times, trickery and acts of sabotage are not above anyone, even here on Mars. There may be helpless crew on board. Land the rocket immediately, observe the rocket for a sol or two, then land it afterwards. Remember Homer's Iliad? We're not falling for this old trick. I'm going to say land it immediately because it's a rocket. I'm not aware of there being combat mechanics in the game, and that's my rocket with my brand new people. And that's
A rocket has arrived.
the sus rocket. So what do you have inside? You have 100 food. You guide the rocket's landing system and send cautious investigators. There's lots of food inside, prepared and packaged to use for some Martian colony. Experts examined the food and concluded everything to be in order. With no one contacting us with claims over the rocket and no way to identify its owners, we'll just keep the supplies. Meanwhile, another colony has starved to death. It's not our fault, nor our responsibility since we don't know what to do with it. But you know. Okay, so meanwhile, I am gonna need... You need mechanical parts to service you, I assume? Oh no, you're also only metal. Okay, so you're just metal. So what we're gonna go ahead and do is build a storage.
Heavy drone workload.
for metal. And I wish I could have it where I could see the drones. Yeah, so right here. So I'm going to do here. You put a metal storage right there.
Insufficient resources.
That way it's between the two, so we can make sure that the metal ends up over there. And that'll be good. Do you start with your own drones? You have 4. So you've got your own drones. I'm going to grab all of your drones. They belong to you now. And you go back over there in your corner.
Meteor shower approaching.
Oh, here we go. Okay. So we have mild redundancies in a lot of our stuff. There's
Warning.
not
Insufficient resources.
gambling.
The first colonists are all gamblers coming to Mars. It's the ultimate roll of the dice.
They have to travel through 50 million miles into a rocky, inhospitable world to try to bend it to humanity's will. Colby Bruno, on the other hand, seems to also be a gambler of more traditional sense. We must not judge, on the contrary, we must be supportive and help our dear comrade, with whom we've traversed the void, spearheaded humanity's expansion of our world, only to find that we are no safer from the vices of Earth. It's as if we never left. Cool, so one of my founders is a gambler. Okay, so everyone's zipping around doing their stuff.
Insufficient resources.
Now, I don't believe there's anything else I could do to prep for the meteor shower other than stockpile some resources, and we've already added some redundancies, so I've got water production here. They've got water production over there. Oh, I do need mechanical parts. Alright, this is gonna be a problem. So I'll get you. There we go. And mechanical part 1 down there. Alright, so basically I got power production here, got power production there, I got power production here. I've got air production here and water production here. I don't have a second set of air production, but I do have a second storage of air down here as well. So I got 2 separate storages of air. So that's a little bit of like buffer. So we're gonna see how things go. So what effect do those traits have? My understanding is they have kind of extra needs and all that can be difficult. So when we look at this situation here, we do have gambling offered here, and that's an extra need I need to provide for that person that other ones wouldn't have. Okay, so right now I got 6 people looking for work. So I'm going to go ahead and add a second shift onto the mines. And put 2 more people onto the shopping center. And that should fill up every job. So we're about to have... Alright, mental breakdown.
Colonist just snapped.
The colonist just Jeff. Grover Jefferson, as every other colonist, went through psychological conditioning before they arrived in Mars to guarantee their most basic ability to cope with the adverse environment. Indeed, the people live on a barren, dead-cold world with a toxic, almost non-existent atmosphere, protected only by a fragile-looking dome relying on machines to keep them alive. The unparalleled everyday stress levels slowly drain the people of their resolve. Thus, even the slightest shock or frustration can send them over the edge. On Earth, entertainment and recreation are just for fun, but here it is a tool for basic survival. So we're looking at Grover here. Grover's issue is Grover is stressed out. Working during the dark hours. Grover, where do you work, man? I mean, you only have a couple places for you to work. Let's... Ah, that's what happened. Okay. One of my hydroponics got set to nighttime. So they were gradually getting stressed out from working nights. Because in this game, working nights is a real rough one. I guess for now we'll also go and put a depot over here for fuel. How are you doing? Get play space. That way we can eventually... Well, actually, no, we don't. Get rid of that. So, I don't feel like I really want or need another Zeus rocket. Oh, no, send on expedition? Yeah, no, we'll keep that for expeditions. So don't salvage that. If you get extra fuel, dump some fuel over there so we can get it into this rocket. You don't have any drones. I will lend you... So you have no drones to you. That drone is yours. And this drone is yours. So both of them get one drone.
Heavy drone workload.
Okay, so got a meteor shower coming in, and those could be extremely dangerous. So I'm trying to get the fuel on this rocket so I can get it out of here. Then this rocket can be able to do expeditions, potentially. Okay, so our power will last for 12 hours. And no research done. Let's see, sustainability on the structures inside. That's just a broad upgrade. Oh, here's the next thing. So we got luxury train. Let's go ahead and go for the sustainability of the domes to reduce the costs of everything there. They got one spot.
Insufficient resources.
One spot that's not filled in. We got a couple prefab buildings we'll want to build eventually. Okay. So then the next moves would be potentially to try and get polymer and to get mechanical parts going. So we've got the people here. So probably want to build another apartment building there, then get rid of the regular housing there. And then we can see about trying to make the polymer
Warning. Insufficient
and mechanical
resources.
parts. Either way, we've got resources this time. So we're just basically getting
Council
ourselves
session open.
ready to like ride out this this disaster. Okay. It could also be a thing here.
Sector scanned.
Nah, I was gonna say, well, what we could probably do is move you. Then for future consideration, have a rocket pad there. So we can drop one rocket here for this dome, and when we get a second dome down this area, wherever we put the next one. There. Okay, cool. So we got you handled. That gives me another source of water. And let's go ahead and down here, put a water tower on this. Produces food, consumes oxygen and water depending on the animal type. Takes 6 workers, produces food. Apparently make an outside food production as well, which will be interesting to get that all set up. Right now, they're all producing leafy greens. In playing News Tower and wanted to hire only people with good natural traits as early as possible, you're getting only slow and cheap candidates most of the time. And when you get someone with a gold trait, they're usually like Cool Cat, which counters heat, and you don't really need that. Yeah, and that's kind of things like when you get lucky and you see the one person that's like, this person makes people around them more comfortable. It's like, yes, give it to me. Versus like when you get the one that's like,
Heavy
I don't
drone workload.
care about any problems. Alright, so we got meteor strikes happening down here.
Warning, insufficient resources.
If you just want to hammer away in that corner of the map, I am happy to let you do it. Because the last time, we were in a very tenuous starting places, I didn't have redundancy, and that crap landed directly on my head and just started hammering the crap out of my entire setup. Which is why we start a new colony today, because the other one died. Okay, so you only need 4 more fuel and then you're ready. You have your one drone who doesn't have much to do.
Warning, insufficient resources.
We can only learn from experience? Yep. You gotta make mistakes to learn from them. Yeah, so it does seem like it might be moving north? Really hard to tell. You have 2 typesetters that are stinky. They work 35%, which helps a lot.
Milestone failed.
One of the traits I've got that's become one of my favorites is I have a trait on one of my people that when there's over 4 items on their desk, they work 50% faster. And yeah, I put that on my assembler, and I just really enjoy that because you just keep hammering stuff through, and they just keep working real fast. So this is the Zeus rocket. This is gonna be our local one. I think that one's only like it's either a bronze or a silver too. I know it's not a gold. It's like, oh wow, this is amazing. So we got another Zeus rocket here to name. This one I'm gonna have like be our expedition rocket. Anyone got a name of a tragically failed expedition? Keep our theme going. Or otherwise, something along that. Closed trade routes. Russia is no longer offering food. Do you have the Donner rocket? It's just Donner. People can do the math. Yep. Okay, so it looks like we're doing good on everything there. I'm also going to need a thing over here for polymer. One thing for polymer over here. And for mechanical parts over here. And how goes... Alright, so it seems like wherever it shows up, it just hammers that spot.
Warning, insufficient resources.
Food grown in the very strictly controlled environment on Mars. That's why everyone is so surprised to see blight affecting the crops. The damage is extensive and has seriously lowered the performance of food-producing facilities until removed entirely. After many hours of researching the nature of the mysterious plant disease, its artificial nature became evidence. This was nothing less than an act of sabotage against our colony. Sadly, no clues pinpointing whom is to blame were found. We suspect some connection with the mysterious rocket. All farms will have lowered performance for 10 sols. I mean, it still gave me 100 food. Like, all things considered,
Warning,
it still gave me 100 food.
resources.
So if we consider that the greens give 2 food per sol with a 10% reduced efficiency, I'm still going to get, 1.6 per sol. Sorry, no, 1.8 per sol. I still won. Like, I still gained more than I lost. Because you know what's still there? 100 food.
Sector scan.
Alright, we got another anomaly to check out. It's not even 2.
Warning,
Yeah, no, if it's over 10 days, yeah, you're right. So over the course of 10 days per each of these, I'm losing about 2. So I'm losing about 6 total food. For a gain of 100. I imagine it's one of those things, if I took that, and you were up to like 4, 5, 6 domes and you're producing a large amount of food, it could be pretty devastating. But, not to mention, you know what else I got? I got a freaking rocket. As a player would have assumed, the game also takes away 100 food, but... No, that's the thing. Supposedly it was like a blight on the crops, so the food was fine. They just laced it with something that, would compromise our farms. I mean, if you're gonna do that, they might as well just have poisoned the food in the first place.
Heavy drone workload.
Yeah, no, we get to keep the rocket too, so I'm like, okay. Let's see, the subsurface anomaly yielded a trove of new scientific data. Choose one breakthrough technology. Let's see, hull polarization. Buildings require maintenance less often. Sustained workload. Double the performance bonus when colonists are working on a heavy workload. Vacation-oriented society. Colonists gain 10 bonus performance when all their stats are in the green. Hull polarization.
Breakthrough discovered.
Okay, so... Okay. We're dropping everything, we're getting on that immediately. Is that breakthrough reducing repairs on everything? What does it tell me the amount? It just says left often. But even if it's only like a 5-10%, that means a 5-10% reduction on my entire maintenance cost. Yes, please, and thank you. So we're gonna get you out of here when we can. And the intent with this one is that I'm gonna use that for expeditions. If the food were poisoned, in the game lore, our experts doing the first inspection probably have said, "This is poison. Let's just get rid of it and put it up for quarantine and investigate it." Yeah. Still, you'd assume that, like, with it as well, something like blight or whatever, they would handle as well. But, you know, it could be it's contaminated with some type of disease or something else. Basically, my thought is if they're going to sabotage where they try and wipe out our food, you would think it's like, okay, you know, you just open a package, it's just a high-yield explosive. What do you have? You have one polymer. It is kind of cool how those, like, random meteor crashes, those random meteor crashes do give you materials that are usable.
Warning, insufficient resources.
Okay. So you'll probably be bringing the fuel over here. We can start getting the other rocket pad filled up. Yeah, because they have another fuel depot here. Okay, so let's check on your comfort. So that's got us up to comfort 50.
Warning, insufficient resources.
Yeah, so we're missing all these other objectives. Sponsored goals. Make more research on the planet. Research breakthrough technologies. Deep scans. That's fine. Is there anything else?
Session open.
Because the other thing I also want to do is get stuff going. Yep, so we're at 1% of the temperature raised. We are slowly getting the forest vegetation up. And our food production is going well. I do wonder if I should be offsetting that with our stuff. It also looks like eventually I want to move a bunch of these things outside of the building. Now, I'm hesitant to get a second dome going right now. Okay, so you got 14. So we have 24 people, which is enough for that one apartment building. If I go to build the second apartment building inside that area, it's 6 polymer, which is not that bad. We'll get that built, then we'll get rid of the crappy little houses. And then we can potentially get ourselves some more workers. So average comfort is 46. Stress is low. We'll need healthcare stuff in there. I do think... Disassemble the random stuff here. The mall will take care of those needs. We have the nursery, which provides living space for children. School research. The recon station we can get later. Mentioned medical checks, which is not something the mall provides. So we have medical checks here. We have a security post. Counters crime, crime by renegades,
Scan.
reduces sanity losses from disasters for all residents. We have an open-air gym that's exercise and social. Then we have the water reclamation, which is an expensive project.
Warning. Insufficient resources.
Build an obelisk outside just because.
Heavy drone workload.
Okay. So I've got a couple people to help with the medical. So hopefully that'll start boosting. Yeah, so that doesn't work at night. And then meanwhile, we're gonna turn off this building, kicking everyone out, and making them move in the apartment buildings.
Warning. Insufficient resources.
Okay. Yep, so we got people doing medical checks, which is lovely. We got lots of food production, which is good. Alright. Yeah, so researching the hull polarization, which will reduce our maintenance costs. How are we doing in scanning? We're scanning away. No anomalies in a good while. So we got extra water hooked up down there. We can also go ahead and get the extra concrete going down here, I imagine. Because we know we're going to need to do that. That does remind me that I'm going to need to go over here. And put down some places for the junk ore.
Heavy drone workload.
And put down some concrete storage over there. There's a pretty good amount there. We do have an underground deposit of rare metals. You can have your people do, like, you can have your people live there to take care of that. Alright, so sanity is okay. And we do have these buildings going. You're gonna need 5 polymers soon. I'd like to get more people on this one. But we need more people in general. Okay. Provides living space for children. Cultivate perks in children through special nurturing programs. I don't know how important any of this is, but it's relatively cheap. Okay, the school's bigger. Sure. We can set up her basically like a little
Heavy
research,
drone workload.
you know, compound there. And our batteries last up to 12 hours, so that's fine.
Warning. Insufficient resources.
But I'm building that with the intent of hopefully getting kids to happen in here, and pretty soon we can get ourselves a
A
rocket.
building has stopped working.
More people. There's a faction that appreciates me continuing to build more extractors and all that. Alright, so we're pulling up water, we're pulling up stone. I can't do anything with that quite yet. Got more concrete over here. We have a research boost area way over there.
Heavy drone workload.
Yeah. Got to throw the kids in the
Warning.
kid zone.
Insufficient resources.
Wouldn't want the not kids in there. Alright. So we definitely want to bring in more people. Let's queue up our next passenger rocket. And we're not going to bother taking any consideration of what we're bringing over. We're just going to fill those seats and bring them on over.
Today was a tough one. We lost one of our founders.
Okay. We'll have all of our own special memories. It'll mark Ayanna Simpson, who left our hearts and in our lives. I am for certain that Ayanna Simpson would have wanted us all to be here today, filled out not with grief but with strength, vision, and hope for the future. This is what Ayanna Simpson lived for and was doing, otherwise would make it a cause pointless. Yeah, so basically she died of old age. We don't need to read like an entire obituary for a fictional person and give ourselves the big sag. She died of old age. Kid Zone, that's a good term. You haven't heard of that? There was playgrounds that were called Kid Zone way back. Yep, she landed, and she was a successful colonist to the very end. I'm hoping to encourage them to have babies. Service buildings are full. Relaxation. Yeah, so I need more workers to be able to work these shifts to keep the mega malling. And then we do have the medical post to help. Because supposedly we get the comfort high enough, they'll start having kids. I do like as these buildings operate, they go from like pristine and gorgeous to slowly getting a red hue to them from the dust.
Sector scan.
Oh, you've been sitting here waiting for your next thing. Okay. Let's see, there were kids zones in fast food places and such here. When it was popular to have a very low quality design things with a name with misspelled English names. Yeah, no, there was that time period where it's like all the fast food places would have a playground in them or something like that to get the parents to bring their kids there. Another thing that's going to need to happen relatively soon is I'm going to send a supply rocket. So let's get a... Oh, we actually get a free drop. You don't have that much funding. So let's go here. We're getting a supply of polymers because we're getting a little bit low on that. And we do go through them. Yeah, they got rid of the playground so the kids kept getting hurt and companies kept getting sued for it. Yeah, and then there was all sorts of problems with, like, a hygiene side of it, and then we had the entire movement going on for a while where it's like, hey, this is, like, a really underhanded way of getting kids used to eating, like, really, really unhealthy food. Like, there's a whole lot of things that factored into it. That was like, this is just, it's bad PR, it's bad everything. You know, it creates liability. Like... There was a big push when, you know, stuff like Super Size Me came out and all that. They're like, oh, hey, wait a second. This is just a gateway drug to getting kids, you know, used to a fast food diet.
Research complete.
So yeah, I know there's a lot of stuff went into that. But yeah, no, they definitely backed off of it on a big way. Alright, so we did get the breakthrough for hull polarization, which should reduce the amount of maintenance we have to do just in general. After that, we'll go ahead and get the stuff that makes it so I can boost our oxygen.
Warning, insufficient resources.
And we'll have it where we can make drone hubs. You always enjoy the music for the game? It's good music.
Heavy drone workload.
Okay, so this is our
Council session open.
passenger shuttle. Now it seems fine. Yep, so here's our next batch of colonists.
A rocket has arrived.
The fast food places are so sad. No more golden archers. Everything looks like a gray
colonists have
shoebox. Or like a bank. Yeah, no, that's not even just the, it's not even just the whole, like, fast food places. That's been going with a lot of stuff. That the idea about being able to, you know, not devalue the property so you can flip it to, like, sell it later, has just been a lot of just, oh, we gotta make everything stone, glass, and whatever, so that you can easily resell it to the next person, the next person, the next person. So it's kind of the same building design, but this one they highlight it yellow, that one they highlight it red, this one they highlight it this color, you know, purple. But otherwise they look kind of all the same. That's an entirely new thing for commercial real estates. It's essentially the work cubicle concept, but commercial real estate. Yeah, but it's like the whole idea of that, like when you had your buildings like the old Pizza Hut and the old Taco Bell and the old McDonald's where they had very distinct looks. You know, it's kind of one of those things where they're like, oh, but no one wants to buy our building afterwards because they have to like either overhaul it to make it not look like that, or just you could very clearly see it was that before. And so they decide to kind of just almost go like replaceable parts with the buildings. Onion article, you can tell the local bank used to be a Pizza Hut. Yep. Oh yeah, no, you see those buildings, you're like, I know exactly what that was previously in its life. Alright, so I got 2 more jobs still vacant. But we are boosting our comfort providing. And I'm really hoping they'll start having them babies. What 2 jobs are not filled?
A building has stopped working.
Yep, and you are done. You got all your
Warning,
concrete.
Insufficient resources.
And that's why I built the other one. Okay. So I could probably do here is to make this usable space again. Oh. Flattens a big area. Never mind. We'll deal with it later. Mars reservation. Don't worry. We will keep this spot, this hole we dug in the ground, natural to the state of Mars when we arrived. Don't you worry.
Research complete.
I see I goofed in that one. You already got a full inventory. You run over here and drop off your junk.
Warning. Insufficient resources.
Okay. So it says 35 out of 36 colonists. So buildings are full. They're not full, though.
Sector scan.
Alright, we got a new anomaly over here. I mean, at least McDonald's still offers kids' birthdays for free. Only the meal. The drinks still need to be paid for. Sometimes not even the latter. That's a very effective long-term kid strategy. Yeah. We seen her. Yeah, I mean, nowadays, though, I find, like, a lot of other places tend to be better about attracting people to them. Oh, hey. I'm starting to actually get some lichen on the surface. Why aren't you people having babies? Corporate demands that you have babies. Yeah, so the average comfort is at 53 and morale is that. I'm trying to see what we could do to help this. So it keeps saying that social is not work, medical checks are not working, and exercise is full. The building is not full. I've got the medical checks here. Now granted, yeah, could use room for more. We got our scientists. So that's why I'm not super sure, because it seems like... I mean, the issue is I need more people working there. What I could do, though, is I could bump you down to... And that will max out this. So now I got 2 vacant spots and 2 job openings in the same dome. Figured out. Okay. So hopefully, each Herbius building will accept a number of visitors during each work shift. Colonists seek to visit the building corresponding to one of their interests that chosen every soul at random. The visit will improve their comfort up to the surface comfort value.
Resources.
Okay, so it'll only go up to 50. What's... So only up to 50. So let's go ahead... Cultivates desired perks in children using modern... Oh, 1 second. The subsurface anomaly yielded a trove of new scientific data. Choose the... so let's choose the breakthrough. The solar panels and large solar panels production increase is 100%. Drones carry 2 resources at once. Resilient vegetation. Half the water and temperature requirements of vegetation. Every single one of those sounds amazing. I will say this one is more of a temporary thing, so I would lean towards these two. This one will massively improve the logistics side of things, and this would improve the power infrastructure. Now, it's entirely possible to have more power types than just solar. I'm going to go with the boosting my drones.
Breakthrough discovered.
So we're going to stop what we're doing right now. Okay. Because that will improve all of our logistics. I think that's going to be
Warning,
the most
insufficient
important
resources.
one. Because, like, the power, I can just build more power. The logistics, the other one, and then the reducing the requirements, like I said, is a temporary fix. Like, it solves the problem, but once you pass that point where you got the planet terraformed, it stops holding any more value at that point. Okay, and you are fully fueled. Eulogy for an everyday hero.
To bid a final farewell to one of our finest.
Okay, so we just had another person who died of old age. So we are running into problems with that. We are starting to churn through people
Funding received. Warning,
by the fact that,
insufficient resources.
you know, people do the whole getting old thing. So we've got 8 spots here. So I can actually take another full group of people. The food is holding up just fine. And you're fine over there. You're producing 10 metal at a time, so we're actually solidly good and all that. What we can do is I'm probably going to want to have even more jobs available for them. So the next one to consider is we would have the polymer factory and the small machinery. You can drop the polymer factory here. And the small machinery factory actually goes inside. We won't worry about the electronics one at all right now.
A building has stopped working.
Weird that wouldn't show me. There it goes. Okay, and then we can go here. And run the power through. You can actually run it across. I'm doing it that way so we have another redundant connection, so again, we can have power cables hitting a bunch of different places before it actually goes offline. Alright, so that would be for polymer, and that'd be for machine parts. I believe we have a polymer pad over here? We do. Yes, the whole point is, with those online, we have everything but electronics being produced locally. And we have the infrastructure to manage that. So the next move after that is we're going to get another round of people in here, and some of those people we're probably going to send on expeditions. Meanwhile, this is just the rocket that's just here for whatever.
Heavy drone workload.
Okay. Meanwhile, I'm curious if we went down to where that meteor shower was.
Warning, insufficient resources.
Okay. That's fine for right now.
Sector
Alright.
scanned.
Got our sector scanned. Keep working our way around. Alright. So, I want to get another rocket here of people. And that'll be one good thing. I'm trying to wait for this one to empty, but it needs a drone
Warning,
assigned to it.
Insufficient resources.
So I have one drone assigned to that rocket
Heavy
to deal with
drone
it.
workload.
Oh, you still have 100 food in you. This whole time we've been looking at all this food. We never did empty the food out of this thing.
Council session open.
Alright. Yeah, so the next thing we're going to do is bring in another load of people. That should pretty much top off this area for right now. And then I'm hoping with that we'll have what we need to have mechanical parts being produced regularly, have the polymer being produced regularly, having the metal being produced regularly. I actually probably could take that second shift off, I think. Let's take the second shift off for right now. Because we can upgrade it later. Because I still have 6 open spots. Is there anything else I want to put in this dome in the meantime? We got all the kid stuff, we got the research center. We got all the basic stuff there. We can put the Martian embassy, which unlocks new laws allowing you to set forms of government. It's a pretty expensive building. I don't know what I'd even get out of that right now. We can worry about that later. Okay. You wish you had more street food here in Europe, like it works in Japan, Asia in general. They have more freshly made street food, and we have an old rotisserie chickens that are spinning behind the window for days. Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, it's the same thing here where I'm at in the US, that generally, like, because of the whole suburbia-style housing and all that, even just having something outside your neighborhood ends up being a whole ordeal, because you have to drive. You know, to walk, it can be a whole mile just because, you know, you have to go, like, into the neighborhood, then back out because of suburbia, where they'll do, like, the whole cul-de-sacs and all that kind of thing. Okay. So we're getting our next mega project knocked out. And I do think the next move after that, like, just need to get these 2 rockets out of here. You don't know how it is for the rest of continental Europe, but in Germany, the food market is very hard fought and competitive. In the supermarket, discount market, Aldi, Lidl, etc., just as much. With a big overlap, food stores out on the street can't have particularly high prices compared to incomes.
Warning. Insufficient resources.
So you use that it doesn't pay much for sausage, dollar falafel, maybe chicken. Yeah, I can't speak for that. For us, it's more a whole complicated thing about being able to No, I get what you're talking about that, Belcosta. Keep in mind where I'm at, it's quite often 98 degrees Fahrenheit and 78% humidity. So it's like, sure, you can walk that distance, but the weather is not particularly amenable. It wouldn't be that much if, like, you are, you know, on a bit of like a walkable city kind of thing, where you can have, like, your little area for your food trucks, that kind of thing. Those would be great. Or like the cart where you roll around, like the bicycle carts like they have in New York.
Insufficient resources.
But when you're outside, like, the cities, there's not much of that. So we're getting the last of the stuff out of the rockets. Because you're about to head back. Because I'm kind of leaving it as this is like the passenger rocket pad, and this will just be the dump supplies. And once I get that done, we'll be building our second dome. I'm guessing we'll build the second dome here, because I'm assuming you have lots of resources down there. I mean, I've taken about a 5th or a 6th of it. We'll definitely want to spread from there. Yeah, you've got your fuel. I just need to get the last little bit of food out of it. And this needs a whole lot of food taken out of it. You got 2,500 concrete there. You've got 9,000 water over there. You live on the coast, right up against Canada and Washington State. The weather's extremely mild year-round. Cool summer, warmish winter, though ironically, we live in a county with the most snowfall in the country, all because of Mount Baker, and the rest of the county gets, like, maybe an inch per year, so yeah. Yeah, no, I'm familiar with that area up there. Like, very genuinely, like, Portland with, like, the whole food truck, like, the whole block of food trucks kind of thing. Really cool area. Okay. You do miss the crepes from Tokyo, accompany a Japanese student here before going to Japan yourself, and it was like around Christmas, thus crepes everywhere. They asked for one and looked pretty disappointed. After going to Japan, you understood. Yeah, no, Japan has been on the list of places I've wanted to go. We actually, me and my wife had planned for going to Japan right before the pandemic hit. You know, and that kind of scrapped that plan. Like, that was our, like, alright, next year we're going to Japan. We haven't bought our tickets yet. And then it's like everything shutting down and like, oh, maybe not. Because, like, Japan at a hard, we are not letting anyone in or out kind of thing when that kicked off. Not that I would want to travel, like, in the middle of all that anyways, but, you know, it wasn't even an eligible consideration. Alright, so you should be... Yes, I'm not leaving enough drones assigned to my stuff over there.
Warning, insufficient resources.
Okay. You toss you on that one. I wanna get those going faster. Let's use the bagels after going to New York. Bagels on the West Coast aren't just subpar, but some of them... West Coast Bagels Coast idea is how to prepare it is downright heretical. The bomb. Your attention is required. An unbelievable amount of unaccounted funds has suddenly appeared in our accounts, but are currently kept frozen. This comes shortly after we received a cryptic message. Seth requires permission to test the bomb at a safe distance from your Martian's colony. These funds could cover the inconvenience. Does Seth have permission? Was it some kind of joke? Disregard. Follow the message and identity. Follow the message and identity of the sender. Do it now. So we can disregard the joke. We can attempt to trace who they are, and we can answer yes. I'm going to try and see who they are. We tried to trace the message, but whoever was took extreme precautions to prevent this. The sum has been withdrawn from our account. It looks like the mysterious offer is now off the table. Yeah, I'm imagining getting a big sum of money to potentially severely worry our people.
Warning, insufficient
Probably
resources.
not going to be a thing. Okay, in the meantime, you're going to be out of here in a second. So let's go ahead and get our next rocket on the way. So you got the RMS Titanic is going to be bringing our next group of people over. A nice, you could say, cruise, if you will, from Earth to Mars, where certainly nothing's going to go wrong. Yeah. So we've got the initial one, which is Charon. We have the RMS Titanic, and we've got Donner for our expedition ones. You being a colonist in this colony would be like, I don't like the sense of humor here. This feels like this shouldn't be the sense of humor. You get most nearly yearly snowfall of the whole U.S. just through that mountain. Oh, there's some wild ones at that. Like, just how wildly different you can have for weather patterns in different area. I also realized we didn't name the dome. You would think being in, like, a little paradise place, you'd be like, ah, we should name it Eden, which historically is something I would do when I made my own saves outside of stuff.
Research complete.
Okay. I'm trying to think of the name of that glass they use for movie props. So, like, where you have the, it's like where you'll have, like, the person who grabs a glass bottle and they'll smash it on the counter kind of thing. Sugar glass. That's right. Yeah, so sugar glass heights. There we go. As in the place where Cain is supposed to suffer. Alright, so we just got two more fuel to get out of here. Then that'll be gone. This one, we've got that all set up. Ah, I see what's happening here. I'll keep one assigned to you just in case. Meanwhile, you're full. Let's have you drop off everything up here. And then I'm going to have them manually pick up all the junk that got thrown on the ground here because it's barely out of range of this. Oh, do you have any drones? I wouldn't be able to get it to the pad that way anyways. So that's fine. We'll just manually pick it up and move it. Meanwhile, I don't need
insufficient resources.
Nearly as many of you here. First child on Mars. It's about freaking time. So we have our nursery where little Luna gets to be entirely by themselves. All alone. Just little Luna. There's little Luna right now. All by herself. No friends. No other kids to play with. She'll be well adjusted, I'm sure.
Warning.
It'll probably be
Insufficient
fine.
resources.
There definitely won't be some weird, awkward social things, considering every single person in that dome has come from Earth and had a, you know, relatively normal Earth upbringing. And then there's Luna, who was born on Mars and
Council session open.
truly has no one to relate to. Alright, so Charon's out of here.
Orphan drones.
And the Titanic has arrived. Come on. Luna born on Mars. Oh, the irony. How do you like the game? Score out of 10? I usually don't go score out of 10. I'm enjoying it, but I'm also still relatively new.
A rocket has arrived.
So I would say I'm having a good time. I did purchase the game, and I do not regret the purchase.
New colonists have arrived.
That's kind of how I'll choose to phrase that.
Sector scanned.
Okay, and we're going to scan another one. And you're still on your way back. Okay, so with this, I got 2 people who don't have jobs. So I'm going to open those spots up. They have exactly enough people for jobs. And that should be good, because that means I should be running the machine factory making some stuff. We should be able to make polymer locally. That'll be good. We're growing plenty of food for everybody. I got 2 rockets here. So Donner here is going to be one that we're going to want to send on an expedition. So let's see what it'd take to do an expedition here. So I've got you. Project Mist. Multiple signals have detected over time can all be traced this area. We've nicknamed it the Zone. Send expedition. Donner. Send. Well, actually. Let's go our way. I need to get the food out of here. The drones are taking too long. We're going to take the food out of there. Because I have no concept of, like, how any of this works. So I want to get the extra junk out of here. It does look like I'm going to have to assign a bunch of drones to it. And start sending them out to scout stuff.
Warning, insufficient resources.
Okay, and with this, we can tell you to drop it off here. Chocolate's being rationed? What is this, World War II? There is none of that. The only thing we have here is lettuce. Not even good lettuce either. We have this regular old iceberg. You want your romaine or anything fancy? It's too bad. You're getting the icy berg.
Warning, insufficient
It's
resources.
why our morale is so low. Okay. So I've got you unloaded. Crunchy water, basically.
Funding received.
Alright, so with that, we can go here. So we've got Donner. So Donner's going to do her thing. We're going to check out Project Mist. So we need to send 9 drones over there. So right now you've got 2 drones assigned. So move, interact, reassign all. Yeah, so I'm not sure is how I make sure the drones actually go in there. Four. I think there's 5 drones assigned to it. And you'll need 1 more. Okay. So you have 10 drones assigned to you.
Heavy drone workload.
Okay, so Donner's gonna go over and check out on that that expedition. Take off in progress. I'm curious if we'll have like any type of anything to see one way or another. I'm guessing that screen pauses the game, judging by the fact we didn't see anything there. Okay, so how are we doing? You still have more than enough water down there. This has more enough here. The metal here, we are going through at a relatively decent rate, but that's okay for now. We will want to start approaching making our next dome, I think, because I'm pretty sure we've hit capacity on who can live here. So let's get our next dome started. There is one unemployed person in here that I could assign to something. Oh, did you already? No, you're not grown up yet. So you got all your spots filled. You get your spots filled. So I'm curious if toggle current work on and off. This building operates a single work shift. Gotcha. So there's no point in trying to get another one. So what I could do with that, I'm gonna go ahead and put one more hydroponic farm in here. And when it gets built, we're gonna set it for seeds. That way we're slowly making seeds to keep that forestation thing up and running. What's it say here? Oh, oh, it's returning from the...
Warning.
Okay.
Insufficient resources. Heavy.
Yeah, so all this is going great. So we're going to want to go after rare metals, because I can't make electronics without that. We've got a research location over here that's got potential. I've got the vistas for just a nice place to live. They already bumped up the price of natural gas by 8%, right when the heating season hit. Sounds about right. We do have the rare metals right there. Okay, so we'll have you land here.
A building has stopped working.
Okay, we have not enough power on several buildings. That's deeply concerning. Alright, so we'll probably be fine to get through the night tonight. But that's something we gotta deal with. So we'll go ahead and bump this up. I'm gonna overcompensate. So we're gonna add 12 solar panels and 2 batteries. Hey, look! A bunch of people arrived. Oh no, it's the drones coming back.
Heavy drone workload.
Meanwhile, we can take you.
Warning. Insufficient resources.
It's fine. We can just let it sit there for right now. Okay, so basically I need to expand my entire power setup.
Our colonists are suffering.
It's fine. Getting all dramatic and such. So you are going to be actually for seed crops. Yeah, and that's microgreens and all that. Okay, so that'll at least have some seeds coming in to keep our very, very slow vegetation buildup going. We keep the lichen happening. I am noticing the lichen is starting to build up farther away than... Oh, no, that's in the sprayed range.
Heavy drone workload.
Okay, so got that entire bank Alright, we got this whole bank almost built. We got the extra battery. So we should be good for the next one. Checking our batteries real fast. So they are storing up power gradually. So that's good news. At this stage, you are now a high priority. We could leave that alone. So you are good to get out of here. Go home.
Orphan drones.
Oh, I see. That's too far away to do anything. We can go here. Put some more place to dump stone. Alright. Yeah, so we didn't get much time to power thing up. It looks like we got 6 hours of battery storage.
Warning. Insufficient resources.
Okay. Everyone's having their discussion about, like, how much, you know, cream cheese and all that should be on a bagel. I definitely am of the camp that you could go way too heavy on it. Granted, I still will enjoy it because it's cream cheese. And, you know, too much is still pretty good. But there's definitely a point where you're like, you know what? We're just at the point I should get a spoon and go for the cream cheese, because that's what's going on here. All right. So there's launch the SETI. That requires a bunch of stuff. It's got the hinterlands, which is I just need to send 3 people. Project here requires 6, and all these are giving me resources. What I actually want to do is I want to figure out... Oh, right, we're still probably researching the thing to make the, what's the next one here? Growth stimulators. Vegetation grows 50% faster. Right, so we're going to go ahead and continue getting the interplanetary projects done.
Warning. Insufficient resources. Heavy.
Alright. I almost feel like this one at the Vistas should ultimately become like, this is where we raise the
Council session
population
open.
to then move them to other places. Yeah, so over here we've got research and metal. That's worth considering. Down here I've got 2 metal nodes. We got a rare metals. I don't want to just use this vista here because we already have the hookups. Let's go ahead and start working on that project. Another basic dome. You can see where this was supposed to be before. Like, I've already got all the hookups there. Yeah, it'd be in the outer edge kind of thing. Probably not gonna happen. Alright. You can imagine we'd actually send materials back and forth to Mars. It'd be easier to just get those sort of things from asteroids. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, you have to have a certain, for like stuff like this, there has to be a certain suspension of disbelief. very genuinely is extraordinarily costly on both resources and time and everything to do rocket missions and all that. So the idea of just like literally loading up a bunch of polymers into a rocket and launching it over for it to be used on the other side would be a pretty hard non-starter. Gotcha, Enoch. I hope it gets resolved. I've definitely dealt with ISPs dragging their feet before. That could be a whole frustrating thing. It's like, look, I would like to give you money. Let me give you money. Please. So, we've got more than enough stuff being produced here. Let's go ahead and speed up the terraforming. Because you're not too costly on power. Like I said, we're producing the fuel.
Insufficient resources.
Okay.
Sector scan.
And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yes, we got 10 hours of power storage. We are just constructing our second dome for everyone to live in. Which again adds a certain level of oxygen redundancy and all that. We'll definitely, in not too long, want to build another oxygen thing. Okay.
Warning. Insufficient resources.
So for this dome, first, we should disable its ability to accept colonists while I'm building it. They don't have any brave souls get themselves killed because they just beeline over here. So there's our first apartment. Okay. Can I set age groups? Right. So in theory, I could make this the place where children get sent to get them an education and get, you know, make them as good as we can before then exporting them out to other places. That is something I could do in theory. I don't think I'm ready to take that kind of a step.
A building has stopped working.
That's fine. We just built it, hasn't had a chance. Alright. So we'll have the recon center. That's being researched. Exporting the kids? Yeah, it's fine. Don't worry about it. I didn't look. Oh, a manual cutoff valve. We can build an actual farm. We can build a fungal farm. Interesting. So we look at that. We will want the Mega Mall in there. And I do think it's fair for us to... let's not get carried away, because that's already... it's already probably more than I should be building right now. Okay, so you're ready to rock and roll for the next mission. Okay, so let's see. You want 3 things. So send, Donner, send.
Orphan drones.
Okay, and we can go down here to power. Go over here to water and air. We'll see how that goes when we make the external farm. But we'll let that all get built. And how are you doing over here? Ah, we're at the edge of your drone range. And your drone range. So we're probably going to go and want to get another drone controller over here. That'll just let it overlap. Now those are prefab. But I do have the ability to build them. I'm going to chuck you here. Now, just because I've gotten to the point of utter paranoia about these things.
Warning. Insufficient resources.
There's the solar panels. And a battery down there. Okay. We received a bunch of metal from the anomaly. Cool. And then once this gets built in here, that'll be the point that we let the people in here and we start having them do stuff there.
Insufficient resources.
Okay, we're having more kids. Hey, look. Luna, you're not alone anymore. Mars... All their names are planets. So, Luna, last name Uranus. Mars, last name Sirius. I understand. I understand. So the first two children in our colony are named Luna and Mars. Okay. You'll not make the obvious childish joke. You'll not make the obvious childish joke. Yeah, when it's that obvious, though, it's just... It's not as satisfying when it's that obvious, where it practically hands it to yourself. It's like, come on, man. Make me work for just a little bit. I don't need to be a whole big thing. But just a little effort required. Okay, so next we'll get the Recon Center. And I do think the Recon Center is going to go in here. Okay, so meanwhile, metal-wise...
A building has stopped working.
We'll want to get more people on this. I'm assuming we're having people pass away from old age gradually. I need them to be born much faster. I need you to all accelerate the rate you're having your children. Yeah, that's the feel for Luna. One would think bullying would become improbable in a small enough group, but apparently Marzuin parents still make it happen. Martian parents still make it happen. Well, yeah, I mean, you have certain adults who just want to pick on people smaller than them, and when you're the only one smaller than the adults, it's just not fair.
Scan.
Okay. So we're gonna be waiting in that rocket. So you've got the house built, but we need to get the entertainment and all that stuff.
Warning, insufficient resources.
So we've got that. The other thing we're going to do is get over here
A
to...
building has stopped working.
It's fine. Go to the ranch. We had an outside ranch. Okay, so we're basically getting some food production set up on this side. And then once we get our food production set up down here, we're going to expand then to other things. But I need to stop
Insufficient
spending polymer for a
resources.
little bit. Okay, that's a little terrifying. Right. It's continuing to escalate because we are running entirely on solar. I'm not using wind at all because I don't want to deal with all the machinery.
Council session open.
Okay. I still have the prefab for the small electronics factory, and that's going to require the rare metals, so we're going to wait till we get over there to build it. Yeah, everyone's offering food for polymer. It's like, nah, man. I want the polymer. Okay. We got the drones online. So right now there's only 4 drones on that. We're definitely going to need to get to the point where we can manufacture our own drones. What would it take? Okay, we can afford that. We get a drop pod full of drones to supply that. Here's waiting for you to be topped off to go on to the next mission. What are you waiting on? You're still waiting on polymer as well. Oh, right. I still have all of this crap sitting over here that needs to be moved. Okay. Can roll on down here and plunk you all down there. And like I said, I need to probably stop doing more there until we up our production. Because I'm guessing I'm gonna need a second shift of people on the polymer building to keep that going. And when I do that, I'm gonna be a little concerned about how much of everything else I'm gonna need just to keep things up and running. Meanwhile, get that meteor shower down here. Might as well grab some more materials.
Warning, insufficient resources.
Okay. So I have that drop, and I believe was full of polymer as well. Seems something is bugged in News Tower. One of your stinky typesetters gets bothered by stink, but the trait should prevent that. What's even weirder is that you have a second person with a trait and they're not bothered by stinky surroundings. Weird. I don't know. Right, that was full of drones, not polymer. So they all got assigned to various places, I guess.
Warning. Insufficient resources.
I don't really care where they get assigned. Let's move. You have 7 drones under your command. You have 4 drones under your command. You have 20 drones under your command. And some of them are sitting around, so let's grab a bunch of you. Reassign you down there.
A building has stopped working.
Okay, yeah, those don't have enough workers. Alright, that should be enough to manage all
New
that.
special project available.
Grab you. You reassigned. Alright. New terraforming special projects are available on the planet view. They are marked in green. Completing them will advance the terraforming effort. Send a rocket on an expedition to complete the terraforming special project. Cool. The water parameter represents the quality and volume of water on the Martian surface. Large enough quantities of water will form planetary seas and oceans and affect vegetation. Water is increased by evaporation from lakes, as well as completing special projects. Alright, so those are waiting on people. We'll get that project going now. So passenger rocket, don't care, bring them all over. Everyone is welcome here on Mars. Okay, so crash ice asteroids into the surface to improve water levels on the planet. This action may cause Marsquake disaster. Send refurbished rocket to gather greenhouse gases from the Earth's atmosphere and then dump them on Mars, improving the atmosphere on the planet. This action may cause toxic rains that are harmful to soil quality and plant life on the planet. Ah, all of this sounds terrible. So you would need 15 machinery and 100 fuel to get me 5% water. I see no reason to not do this. Oh, Donner's refueling. Donner's got to wait. Alright, so the thing we need to check is our oxygen storage is full. So you are capable of producing 3 oxygen for whatever duration of time. And we're using just over half of it. So I'm going to assume I need more. So let's go over here to our oxygen production. And plunk it right there. And same deal. I'm just going to add another place where I got another storage spot for, again, to help out with various disasters. I just have it spread out everywhere. But yeah, so once we get fuel moved over here, we can see about getting more things set up. How's our water production? You are capable of producing 3 water. You're making 2.5.
Sector scan.
And you're capable, where are you? Of producing 3 water and 2.5. Alright, so it's looking like I'm going to need even more water production. Oh, and I also have you going here. You're producing an extra 1. Alright. The atmospheric parameters represent the density and composition of the Mars atmosphere. Above a certain density, the atmosphere will gradually be lost over time due to the natural magnetic field of Mars. Atmosphere is increased by building in the terraforming build menu and completing special projects. Yeah, so that's go to our research. So we got that. So, conservation landscaping. Raising the ground via landscaping costs less waste rock. Lowering the ground produces more. And then we have growth stimulators, which makes vegetation grow faster. We can get a micro auto extractor and a micro water extractor. And that allows us to gather materials from asteroids at no worker cost. Vegetation faster. We have 3D machining robotics. That lets me make the parts factory. Drone printing allows me to make a drone assembler. Safe transport. Low G engineering allows me to make fancier domes in an amusement park. Subsurface heating increases the low temperature in cold areas and protects nearby buildings from cold waves. Consumes water. Remote farming increases the productivity of farms out of dome ranges. I'm going to go with the trees growing faster. We've got plenty of fuel here. So let's see if it's happy now. So I've got you. How many mechanical parts? I've got 25. So I probably shouldn't do this because I don't have that many spare mechanical parts. But, you know, as they say, YOLO or some junk. So go have a good time. We have discovered a deep pit that connects to a network of caverns and lava tools. Lava tubes, yep. So we can build an elevator that goes underground. Oh, and we got stuff for our explorer to check out. Yeah, so we can go underground over there. So we're gonna start loading up the payload. We're just gonna take time because we're gonna move the fuel over. In the interim, you are still driving around collecting materials. That's fine. Polymer, we're basically out of. Let's go ahead and get ourselves a proper rocket delivery. Okay, so we're gonna get ourselves a pretty expensive rocket. Hello, Mystery Pit. Exactly. Is there anything else we want to chuck on here? Alright. It's already expensive rocket. It's fine. It also reminds me that you're going to need to be sent over soon.
Warning, insufficient resources.
Yeah, we need to send more people. You're supposedly, in theory, being loaded with fuel. I'm gonna need to get the transport and all that to move. Yeah, so you've got your machine parts and you're waiting on your fuel, which is being brought over slowly. I have the fuel, it's just not here. Oh, gotcha. I already have passengers on their way. That's good. So we can drop the passengers here. Meanwhile, you are open to accepting colonists.
Warning, insufficient resources.
One thing we will do is specialization. If you are a geologist, I would prefer you be here. If you're a scientist, I'd prefer you be here for right now. Not that you can't be other places, but we do have a science lab, and we do have a mine up there. And then this one, once we get things up and running, if you're a botanist, I'll want you to be down here.
We've got bad news. The RC Explorer investigating the anomaly accidentally released a pocket of high-pressure gas.
Okay. The carbon dioxide erupted, damaging the rover and lifting tons of fine dust into the atmosphere, forming a dust devil. The red planet remind us how dangerous alien life could be. Experience a fierce dust devil to form at the form of the anomaly location.
Warning. Insufficient resources. A building has stopped working.
Okay, that was slightly alarming for just a moment. Okay. Okay, the stored power is continuing to go up. Okay, we've got our new colonists arriving.
A rocket has arrived.
And you are accepting colonists.
We've analyzed material from the anomaly, and it completely validates our hypothesis on abiogenic petroleum.
The pocket of natural gas we discovered deep among the hydrocarbon rocks was nothing short of evidence of petroleum formation. The geologists here at Mission Control stare at the research data in disbelief. Mars, even in its alien nature, has proven once more a teacher in the mysteries so well veiled on our own home. This unique opportunity allows us to gain in the past of Mars and gather knowledge which would take months to simulate inside a laboratory. Let's see. So we can conduct site volatiles experiment, which improves physics, and we can do this one that improves engineering. I'm going to go with engineering for right now.
New colonists have arrived.
And we got a couple people work moving on down. All right. Okay, so we can have what? We can have goats. They consume a little bit of water. Actually, it's a pretty decent amount of water, a decent amount of oxygen, and then they give us 90 food per 6 days. What will this tell us? Goats don't need much sustenance and provide stable supply of food over a relatively short time. Pigs consume a lot of oxygen and a huge amount of water to provide a lot of food over a short time. Cattle consume a huge amount of oxygen and a lot of water over a long time, but provide food to enough to sustain things. Ostriches are a great alternative to cattle as they need less sustenance and fatten faster. I'm gonna leave it on goats. I may have goofed on that one because that is a lot of demand we're gonna have in that place. So we did expand our oxygen production. I feel like we're going to need to expand our water production again, which is going to be tricky because my next underwater spot's down there. What we might do is once we clear this pad, I might send another rocket that's got a bunch of the evaporators so that we can just use the evaporators to help in the meantime. Because these, I believe, will continue to give us water, you know, forever. And then they do gradually get better over time. So you still waiting on fuel. I've got my my explorer here that can go grab a stack of fuel and bring it over. Temperature-wise, we're starting to get to the next threshold of things. And we're continuing to keep the Lycan going. We got 8 hours of power storage. All right.
Warning, insufficient resources.
Yeah, the Titanic is ready, but both my landing pads are currently occupied. I don't think I'm in a position I'm ready to build the third one. You're assigned to start getting that food out of there. Alright. And you're
Heavy
almost
drone
back.
Workload.
Okay.
Warning, insufficient resources.
Let's see, morale is pretty good in both locations.
Sectors. Council session open.
Alright. And how goes this? It's still got almost 500 metal, so we're doing fine. And the water still has about 6,000 left in it. Yeah, so we're going to be pulling up that water, and we're definitely going to have to bring in new water. That's going to depend on having the water bonuses as well as the atmosphere bonuses. Okay, so you're getting properly refueled now. And you're about to drop off, so you can start massively dumping the fuel on this one to start building up the water level. It did warn me I might be causing Mars quakes, but you know, that sounds like a problem someone probably should consider before making decisions that may or may not affect things. Someone who would probably be someone like me in my role here, but you know, not me though. It sounds solidly like a problem I would want someone else to deal with. Okay, so you go grab the fuel. Okay. Yep, so that's got about 1/3 of the fuel that it needs. This has just shy of half. So we're getting there, and plus you can see that we are having them continuing to slowly fill it up one by one. Okay.
Heavy drone workload.
It's dropping all you off. Get that picked up.
Warning, insufficient resources.
And with that, we are just shy of 75% full. Actually, we're going to be over 75% full. You only need about 20, not even. That's basically full at this point. By the time we get you over here, I'll probably better serve dropping the fuel near this one. So we can get the other rocket out of here as well. Okay, so you can drop this fuel here for that rocket. And they're going over there to grab the fuel. Yeah, so I need 14 more fuel, and then our expedition's ready to go and crash ice asteroids down on top of us, and I'm sure that'll be fine.
Research complete.
Okay. You have multiple maps, visiting asteroids, so we'll deal with that. Commander, assigned to the detected an asteroid that will pass close to Mars. They have provided us with a time window in which it is possible to travel to and from the asteroids. Asteroids are rich with exotic minerals we cannot obtain here on Mars. We should take the opportunity to harvest resources and take our first steps into mining asteroids. We will need an asteroid lander in order to visit the asteroid. We can order them from Earth, similar to our rockets. We already have a single micro-G auto-extractor prefab, but we can order more from Earth if we wish. Let's see. C-type asteroids are the most common of all. They contain exotic minerals, rare metals, water, and polymers. So we can plan a visit. So remaining time, 10 souls. Okay. Visit asteroid. We have no available landers. Okay, we can't. We'll worry about that later. So you are not ready to go. You are waiting for your last little bit.
Insufficient resources.
And then you'll be good. So Donner is almost ready to go. Oh, and you're waiting above. Okay, so you just need 13 more fuel. Okay. So.
Warning, meteor incoming. A building has stopped working.
That's fine, we're working on it. Okay, we are not getting enough water. Relaunched. Basically what happened is they had the game under the previous developers. So there was one development team who started on the game. Eventually they passed it off to a second team. And the game had bugs that just didn't get fixed under the stewardship of the second team for a very long time and all that. And eventually it went back to the first team of the developers. And we don't know all the details, but I suspect it's probably something that was contractual with the second team, that they did like, you'd buy the game all over again kind of thing for the second one. At like, if you own the game, it's over 50% off and comes with what all the DLC was. But it is basically, they have a, like, they have re-put up the game thing. So it's not really a sequel so much as they have continued development. But it was one of those things that there was a kind of a weird delay situation. Like I said, it's probably a licensing thing. But yeah, so they basically took the game, not quite remastered it, but something in that order. But very understandably, a lot of people are pretty upset about it, just because if you bought the previous, like the original game with all the DLC, you kind of got stuck rebuying it, which of course is a very feels bad man kind of thing, a very legitimate complaint. But it's one of those things that most likely there was something contractually licensing or whatever with the second group of developers that was just the easiest way to navigate it, was to just, discontinue the first one and get a new one going. Alright, so one more fuel, and then Donner is going to go out on their expedition, where we're going to crash ice asteroids down to the planet. It'll be fine. Maybe. You just need 4 more fuel, then you can get out of the way here. Then we can bring in the RMS Titanic to drop off some stuff. We had that reference earlier. All right.
Insufficient resources.
So
Orphan
Donner's on its
drones.
way out to crash an asteroid down on our heads.
Sector scan.
And then we'll have RMS Titanic take over that pad as soon as it's Okay, here comes RMS Titanic to drop off our next round of goods.
A rocket has arrived. A building has stopped working. Heavy drone workload.
My power has failed. This is deeply upsetting. So I'm just gonna go ahead and chuck down another 6 solar. Let's find our place to shove another polymer battery, or another battery, right there. Because we will literally have people die if we don't keep those running. So you stay at max. We got both those at max power, so everything else out here is shutting down now. Desperately trying to keep everything up and running. But as soon as the sun comes back up and our solar redeploys, that should recover everything.
Funding received.
Okay, power's back online. So you're getting all your stuff processed. You're about to be out of here. Okay, so the next thing we're going to need to do, we're going to go ahead and... Oh, right. So let's get our next supply drop coming in. And what I'm going to go ahead and toss on here is 2 moisture evaporators. We're going to go ahead and launch that, because that one doesn't need a pad. Donner here is capturing an ice asteroid right above our heads. And capture meteors and all that to bring in rare metals. That's all good news. Are you full?
A building has stopped working.
Nope. Okay. And you're not working because you don't have enough workers. They don't have enough people living in the second dome. We'll need to be bringing in more people. Food is doing relatively okay. We are trying to get 2 more food stuff. Do you have a good spot for wind? Not particularly, really. Honestly, I'm not super worried about it. I don't want to kind of use... Like, I've been avoiding the wind because I don't want to consume all the mechanical parts and have to, like, really lean into my mechanical part production. Versus the solar panel is just metal and nothing else. Hey, could you, not drop asteroids right next to me? Thanks, man. What I'm trying to do is get back to where we had the asteroid view. It could be that the asteroid's no longer in range. Oh, no, there we go. Yeah, so there's an asteroid that'll be here for 9 days. 9 sols or whatever. I don't know what the one there means. Okay, that's fine. Okay. So once it's looking like these will be out of here soon, we can bring the next thing in. Yeah, so 4 more fuel, we can get Charon out of here. And we'll bring in another batch of colonists. And we expanded our power yet again. Okay, take that apart. And then it gave me 2 prefabbed water production buildings.
Warning, insufficient resources.
We put 1 over here. We put 1 over there.
A building has stopped working.
Okay, and now we got those powered into the pipeline. We got you plugged in there. And how much do those things cost power-wise? 5. Even though we should have more than enough for that, I'm feeling utterly paranoid right now.
Heavy
Good little
drone
flippy boy.
workload.
Yep.
Warning, insufficient resources.
So go ahead and plug those in over there. Alright, so get that one down
Council session open.
there. Okay. So we've got all that stuff.
Research complete.
I got the orphan drones back to work. We got another research done. So we got the sustainable architectures coming up. Low G engineering, we're not going to worry about that yet. We have utility crops biotechs unlocks new crops. Farms that provide oxygen and improve soil quality. From the salad you eat to the air you breathe, plants are the fundamental thing beyond Earth. Yep. Conservation landscaping, we won't worry about that. So that seems like a big one. Yeah, so grab the one for the better crops. Martian education allows you to build a Martian university. Trains a bunch of important things. Builds a new school spire. Teaches positive traits to children that give the genius trait after an upgrade. We have drone hub extenders. That increases their range. Then we have the micro G. So we'll want the micro G to mine asteroids. The magnetic filtering was to increase oxygen production. I missed what we actually unlocked. That's kind of one thing I do wish there's a little bit more clarity. Like when you finish it, there's a prompt, but I could go with it giving me a little bit more. I think we unlocked the recon center. I could go with it being a little bit more verbose, being like, you unlocked this, or like being able to kind of attrition the research screen and kind of see like the most recent research on that screen. There might be a way that I've just missed. This will drop material there. Okay, so let's look inside here. We got the recon center. Okay, so that's pretty
A building has
pricey
stopped working.
on its electronics. Oh, you need to be outside. Alright. You can work on that. You need 4 more fuel there. We do have the spare fuel, it just needs to be brought over. Alright, so we should be good here. I also didn't check, how much power do you need? 15. So it is a bit on the power greedy side. So we know we want to move down here to grab more metal. What I'm gonna go ahead and do here is your range is over there. Yeah, so let's go ahead and
Sector scanned.
just tuck a wire real fast, like along here. With the idea of doing more with it later. I see. That wasn't the best play I could ever had. That pump there is just producing a lot of garbage. There we go. And for the sector scan, nothing new there. Alright.
Warning. Insufficient resources.
Yeah, we still got a lot of people we need to have working. You need only 1 more fuel and then you're out of here. And you need 4 more fuel and then you're out of here. Alright, and you can get out of here.
Orphan drones.
Okay, get you reassigned. Alright, we can go ahead and grab another passenger rocket. I am not caring at all what we're bringing over. So get our next rocket on its way over here. We will have the rocket capturing stuff for us soon, which would be
Heavy
good
drone
because
workload.
Charon here should be about
Warning.
out of here
Insufficient resources.
in just a minute. We'll have that pad freed up by the time it gets here. At least on paper. Okay. Contributes to discovering new asteroids. Following stats are summer
A building has stopped working.
are predicted. Gotcha. So we've got all that. Research is fine. We have got a ton of waste rock. Continuing to get more. A bunch of water over there. Yeah, so we've increased our water production a bit. And our oxygen production is just barely ahead. So I actually think we might need another Moxie. Yeah, because you produce 3. And we're consuming, of the 6 I can produce max, we're consuming 5.6. So we're definitely going to need another
A building
Moxie.
has stopped working.
So I've got 1 down there, 1 up here. I'll go ahead and tuck 1 right here next to that oxygen canister. And that'll increase our water consumption, which I hate, because we get 3 from the moisture evaporators. That's fine. And then I get... Okay, so the water I've got a little bit of leeway. Because the Moxies take, what, 1? How much water are you consuming? You don't say. Okay, that's fine. So we got another Moxie built, so we should be good there. So we now have 3 spare air. So when I get my next batch of civilians here, or next batch of people, they should be good. We're continuing to warm up the planet. We're at about 7.5%. I'm assuming 100% is we've reached our goal. And we're at coming up not quite 0.5% to getting the ground all nice and growing plants and all that. So the soil quality around us is on average 17%, and the highest is at 88%.
Warning, insufficient resources.
Alright. Well, I hope the atmosphere would keep going to Venus levels. I doubt they did that. No. It would be an interesting thing if you could accidentally make the planet too hot and then have to turn around and, like, clean up what you've done kind of thing. Like, you know, you get to the point where you have to keep making it hotter, but eventually you need to, like, ease up off of it. And then, you know, as you build up industry and all that, then you have to kind of, like, bring it back the other way and be like, okay, we gotta manage this. You know, so it's initial setup, then a balancing act. Okay, you can land here.
Warning, insufficient resources.
All right.
A rocket has arrived.
And you're bringing our new colonists.
New colonists have arrived.
Alright, so we're going to start filling in those jobs. Getting to work and all that. Let's see here. And from the research front, we are currently working on making it so we have... Shifting focus away from fixing it to avoiding it is a natural step for the Martian habitat. Yeah, so it reduces the repair costs or repair frequency of indoor things. Definitely eventually want to get that going. So after that we have the thing where I can boost my oxygen production in a pinch. We'll have it where vegetation grows faster. And pretty soon we're going to run out of areas I can scan on my starting tile.
Heavy drone workload.
Alright, so we got 1 unemployed person and 8 job vacancies. You're getting yourself refueled.
Sector scan.
Oh, we got an anomaly we can check out. Cool. All right. So we're 95% away from the capturing the ice asteroid. Which then we get to see if we cause a Martian quake what happens. I assume it'll destroy random buildings. Or mess with the terrain. I could see it doing either or both. I'm also curious about these gas fountain areas. Alright, so we got our base in view. Because we're about to get an ice asteroid crashing into the planet to give us 5% water.
New special project available. Milestone completed.
Alright. The capturing of ice asteroid successfully completed. With the use of the special craft we pursued and deflected the asteroid off their trajectory with nothing more than slight bumps. Thus we managed to gracefully steer large amounts of soon easily accessible water towards the surface of Mars. In this game of space billiard, though, there is always a chance the ball will hit the wrong pocket. Be ready to deal with a Marsquake. So we got a Marsquake. It damaged a handful of buildings. Nothing serious. But we got a milestone for that. Oh, I completed the special project. I didn't think... Okay. So, planetary view. We get a bunch more fuel, we can go after another one. That one is a bunch of money and a little bit of fuel. So once Donner's ready, we'll send it. Oh, we got another rocket here, Pegasus 2. That's our third rocket. We'll have to come up with a name for that one. Gotta fill with some Soylent Green? Why would I do that? We are perfectly good on food. They have tons of battery power. Oh, the Donner. Yeah, no, I got you. Yes, the Donner rocket is our expedition rocket. We've just been giving them names, so we have like the RMS Titanic. We got Charon, who again, River Styx. It's a person who ferries souls over to the afterlife. We've got Donner for our expedition rocket. Very, very. Oh yeah, and we got Sugar Glass Heights for our glass dome over there. Alright, breakthroughs. A subsurface anomaly yielded a trove of scientific data. Choose one breakthrough. Mole people. Colonists gain sanity and morale when they are underground. Dome concrete costs reduced by 80%. All extractors continue to extract small amounts when their deposit is depleted. Ooh. That's okay. So, the middle one's a trap. The middle one's just a trap. We don't want the middle one. Because that's just, it's a resource reduction. It's fine. It's whatever. The mole people one means the primary negatives of going underground go away. Because my understanding is going underground slowly depletes their sanity, so you have to do that much more to manage it. Eliminating that and making it a boon suddenly makes going underground very easy. On the other hand, having it so extractors basically work forever, even at a very reduced capacity, does effectively mean finite resources become infinite. Again, it might be like 10% the production rate, 5% the production rate, so that is something that it'll be very wasteful from a power perspective. I don't know which, again, and the middle one's garbage. So, the nano refinement helps me now. The mole people helps me later, but I do not know if I will ever be offered. I'm gonna go with the mole people. I'm gonna go with the mole people.
Discovered.
Because that's one of those ones that I could see, depending on a number of circumstances, which is the recommended one, could vary wildly. I like the nano refinement for the same rationale you had. Yeah, no, that's one of those things. Like, both of those seem like they're very good. Like, I don't think there's a wrong choice.
Warning. Insufficient resources.
Hey, Belnar, we're surviving pretty good so far. We had our run yesterday, which is my very, very first run. It ended very tragically because I made lots and lots of mistakes, and then when an actual disaster showed up, I was already, in a very tenuous situation.
Council session open.
And had a meteor strike land directly on the base where it's just meteor shower. We're just clobbering us, so it made sure that we knew we were done. But check out Bellinar, a fellow member of the House Get Frequency stream team. Someone I highly, highly recommend checking out. Does like a lot of indie games, a lot of similar games to what we've been doing here. Been doing like Anno and all that. So very good times over there. Yeah, no, it was very much like I was already going to like at the end of the stream being like, hey, next time let's start up a new run to run with what we learned. And then like right at the difference when, you know, I got just smashed into the dirt by them. It was like, okay, the game just wanted to help that cause, being like, no, this one's done. Your solar panel setup is different than mine. You normally made fields. Yeah, so what I learned with the meteor shower is it covers a lot of, like, it's very focus fired all over the place, and I assume other disasters hit in areas. So the idea with this is to spread it out more, so that if I have this area gets impacted, I still have power and all that running over here, and up here. You know, it's just what gets smashed that stops working. And I'm sure I'll have balance problems where, like, too much of my power's on this side, not enough on that side. But it should be enough that at least the critical stuff over here can limp along until, you know, I connect it all back up again. That's the thought process, at least. I like how we have to research mole people. Could make loops? Yeah, you can make loops too. I mean, as we expand, we'll probably do a bunch of stuff like that. Like, later on, I'll probably have a colony up here, so I'll branch off that way. You know, as we go down here, I'll probably exploit that. You know, we'll end up bringing power out around. You know, I could also work it around this way, too. It's probably not a bad idea. Oh, I think I tried to do that, and I was being really snotty about this terrain over here, and I was just like, you know what, never mind, I'll go the other way. Because I think that was my original plan, was to take this down here over, and it wouldn't let me, so we went the long way around. Alright, so you just need a tiny bit more fuel here, and a tiny bit more fuel here. Okay. And can't do.
Warning. Insufficient resources.
We'll see how many people actually get that reference. Okay, so you're ready to leave. I may have misspelled Tantive 4, by the way. Yep, so we got Charon, we got the Tantive 4, we've got the RMS Titanic, and then we had Donner. I recognize it. Is it Star Wars? Yeah, it's Star Wars, the ship at the beginning of A New Hope, the one that Princess Leia's on that gets sacked. It's that one.
Warning. Insufficient resources.
Like I said, I
Sector
probably
scan.
misspelled it. So this is Donner coming back.
Some colonists are Earthsick.
Okay, so we can go here. That is Donner? Yeah, it's our expedition ship. You're leaving the colony because your comfort is minimal.
Funding received.
What? Everyone else's comfort seems to be fine. What's your problem? Yeah, I missed. Yeah, like everyone else mostly, like it says service building not working, and then yet they are. And there's capacity. That's what I'm not getting. Our kebab. Our expedition ship is under Imperial control now. Yeah. But not sure what that whole deal is. but that's okay. All we have to do is keep having babies, and eventually we don't have to worry about those things anymore. So we still got a decent number of vacancies and a couple of unemployed people. Yes, they're immigrating to the next dome over. Breakthroughs. The subsurface anomaly yielded a trove of scientific data. Choose a breakthrough. Overcharge amplifications. Amplify upgrades grant bigger boost to production. Construction nanite. Let's see. Building construct themselves slowly without drones. They still require some resources. Half the water and all that. Amplify upgrade grant a bigger boost to production. So I'm not sure what these are, and again, don't spoil it. I'm assuming that's an upgrade to, you know, stuff to just like boost the production. It goes even farther. Building construction make themselves slowly. This one feels like another one of those ones that's kind of a trap that you don't really need, because you still have to have the drones drop stuff off, so it just spares you a little bit of drone effort. Resilient vegetation. That's like a temporary one. I'm gonna go with the overcharge. I don't know if that's a good choice, but that seems to be like the only one that have a meaningful long-term perk. So we'll go ahead and do that. We do have a thing where we're supposed to get the breakthroughs and all that as soon as we can. So I'm going to uncheck you and check you. All right. So I'm focusing on the breakthroughs just because. And one of our big objectives is to get 5 breakthroughs. Yeah, we can just get rid of that. And your opportunity is to do stuff I don't care about. Alright, so Donner here is getting ready. So we need to wait for Donner to get all refueled. I might be able to tell it to target the next thing. Yeah, so we've got this. It's going to be gone soon. So for 30 energy and a bunch of money, I can increase the atmosphere, the temperature, a smidge. We will choose to do that. We'll basically queue it up. It's just going to take itself time. Oh, how are we doing on these? We can queue up the next zone. So basically just trying to keep the expeditions rolling. Alright. I might end up needing to add more fuel production. Make that redundant. Which will hit our water again. You consume 1 water. I should have water to spare now, if I'm not mistaken. Hey, look! Because of our terraforming boost, we got 0.3 more water in our entire setup. Oh, Donner was a docking ship named for Donner Pass in Sierra Nevada? Named Donner. Sure, it's definitely named Donner, and it had nothing to do with a party. Or mountains. Or I think Hindenburg.
Warning. Insufficient resources.
Ooh, that's a rough one. Okay, so would probably put a dome down here somewhere to take advantage of that. I'm thinking if I get over here, let me let's check. Yeah, so it's one of those things I can make it work with one or the other. This is definitely one that I'd want to build a dome here to take advantage of both of those.
Warning. Insufficient resources.
Alright, so let's go ahead and plan to get the next production thing. So I'm going to need Ah, I don't have the thing for that. Meanwhile, we have the small electronics thing. That, we still haven't built that because I don't have a source of the rare materials. Rare metals, that kind of nonsense. Not a reliable one. Now granted, with the rockets, that might be what handles that. Okay, so you're getting ready to get out of here. That's fine. You thought Donner was the ship that was seized from Leia A New Hope, hence your question? Oh no, the Tantive 4 was the one from Star Wars. You're wondering why you're getting hungry? As you can tell, I'm not hungry at all. Think of anything but food reading. Hey, Joe. Donner kebab and all that. I also have no concert at the time. Alright, so it's coming up on like 1:30 my time. Cool. We still have about 2/3 the metal there. Yeah, so let's start trying to try and branch to get down here for our next dome. I'm a little concerned about that one because of trying to get the materials between the domes. Now, one thing that I am curious about is there are trains that we can build. And the idea behind that being you can move stuff between there. And they do give those. Let's see, a tunnel entrance and exit to connect power and life support grids of different locations and different elevations. Rovers can travel along the tunnels to reach places otherwise they couldn't. That is... What is your issue? Okay. Log recently. Service building was full, -10. Unprepared meal, -3. Service building was full, -10. Had unprepared meal, -3. So you're looking for gaming and food. That, I guess we just have too many people here. So let's add some more support. So service. So the electronics store would consume that. It offers gaming. Do we have another one that offers gaming? A casino complex. A small grocer. We have a little diner. That'd give us prepared food. But I don't think I'm going to be making room for this. Alright. We'll go ahead and put a decoration in there. Now, one good thing is, while we're dealing with Earthsick people here from time to time, as people are born here on Mars, they can't get Earthsick. That said, I need my people to have way more babies.
A building has stopped working.
But hopefully having a dedicated diner will supplement that. No going home for you Martians. Yeah, no, the idea is they've already, like, they've lived here this whole time. Okay. So you're waiting for your payload. You have 2 Earthsick people on the rocket. That's fine.
Sector scanned. Warning, insufficient resources.
Because we're going to need to have a lot more babies. It means boosting the comfort. And we are hovering our comfort around that. Yeah, because we keep getting building is not working. Service buildings are full. And this thing handles 30. Oh, that makes sense. Well, I mean, they have different shifts. That might be what we actually need to do. Because you have your shift here. Gotcha. So what I probably need to do is move people's shifts around. So we're gonna shift you down. Yeah, so you all
Warning.
are on the first shift, so that's
Insufficient
12 people there. So we're gonna bump you all to the second shift. And that should help alleviate that a little bit.
Council session open.
That way I have about half the place trying to go there each scheduled time or whatever you want to go with. Alright, and you're going to be on that shift, so you're not competing with them, because that is a bunch of people. But you on the second shift as well. Okay, that should help things. Split out the shifts a bit more. Alright. You're still waiting on more fuel. Yeah, so we are at the point that we do seem to be on a fuel deficit. So what we're probably going to do is I probably still have another free supply pod. So let's do a fuel refinery. That's half that. You bring some electronics for some of the rest of this. Okay. So that'll give us another fuel refinery. And that'll be good, because maybe I can put it down here with the storage over there. So that we have fuel by the rocket. Okay. Yes, we got lots of concrete everywhere. The metal we're doing fine. The food's going relatively fine. We can certainly get a much more significant supply down here. Once we got more people. Evidence against dark matter. In our most recent observations, we found evidence against the existence of dark matter and in support of a different model of gravity. Our current model of gravity doesn't fully explain the speed at which we see galaxies rotate, indicating that there is a lot of mass missing, which is where dark matter comes in. Yet different models of gravity solve this differently. The recent observations confirmed one of these may be a better model for physics. Our community scientists are in disarray, unsure which model of gravity to keep using. What do we do, Commander? So, we can tell them to keep the old model, to keep using the new model. I'm going to tell them to figure it out themselves. They're quite literally our scientists. Me being like, no, you're just going to use the new model because it's new for no reason. Competition erupts in the scientific communities. Advocates for either side rush to find more evidence to prove their side of the argument. All scientists gain 10 morale for 10 souls. Yeah, you're letting them, like, do breaking science. This is something that would super duper be exciting if you're someone in the scientific community. Because it's challenging our current understanding. And so, you know, you gotta do your tests and research and all that to see what sticks. Do a long-term scientific decision that you're completely not qualified? Exactly. Alright, so our probe is about to be here. And it'll let us get some more fuel production online. They'll probably have to up our water production more. I remember what I'm sending you off to do, but I do have
Warning.
you being sent off.
Insufficient resources.
Alright, drop the probe again. I like the probe because it also gives me 5 metal as just like an extra bonus on it. Yeah, so we delivered some electronics, but the more important thing we delivered was I delivered a new fuel refinery. So connect that there.
Warning. Insufficient resources.
Connect you here.
A building has stopped working.
And then that should be close enough. I'm pretty sure one of these is for fuel. No, I don't actually have a dedicated pad here for fuel. So let's get a dedicated pad over here for fuel. Okay. And then you are a low priority. So we move that over there. You are a low priority. You are a low priority.
Research complete.
You are both low priority. Alright. So we now have mole people. As the world deserves. You have drone extenders. Ah, okay. So it's a thing that we can extend. We have to get crystals I don't have yet. We have conservation of land there. We have green viewing, which won't matter. Until you cross the bridge of your insecurities, you can't begin to explore possibilities. So that gives me more stuff on the planet to check out. It's under terraforming, so I probably should grab it. Robotic parts. Drone printing. All these are important. Right. Utility core unlocks new crops that basically give us oxygen and all that. So we'll get that. So we got our second breakthrough. I could send you down here to grab these. Okay. Alright, so you got all this going on. You're waiting on fuel. But now we are producing fuel right here. We're getting ready to hit 10% on our temperature for terraforming. And if we click on these, it does tell me, for example, one second, I'm going in all the wrong places. If I put my mouse over it, sorry, it will tell me that when you hit certain thresholds, certain things will happen, like sustainable grass, toxic rain, liquid water. Oh, liquid water is only at 25%. Interesting. You got a new anomaly down here. Cool. Then get that scanned. Maybe get ourselves another breakthrough. Yeah, so I think we're on a surplus on everything except electronics right now. Which I've got the building for making those, but I need a source of exotic metals. Or rare metals, or whatever they're called. That's the closest one I have. It's also a thing that we can mine asteroids. Okay, and you need 6 more fuel till you're ready. Yeah, it's also at a separate storage for fuel up here.
Warning. Insufficient resources.
So that fuel will go to that one, or this one, I don't care. There's a fuel right here to go to this one. We've got the fuel over here for continuing to terraform the planet. Alright. Then once we clear the pad, I'll probably bring more people in. Because I think we're at that kind of stage of just, I need to throw people at my problems.
Planetary anomaly analyzed.
Okay. So that one just gave me research points. That's fine.
Orphan drones.
Oh, you just finished your thing.
Insufficient resources.
Okay, so you're doing your thing. Let's go ahead and get the next passenger rocket ready. That's fine. There are 12 passengers, but there's only space. Wait, really? Alright, I mean, good problems to have and whatnot. So get more housing down here. Because apparently I don't have enough. And then we'll bring more people in. Meanwhile, you're collecting a bunch of that metal down there, which is fine by me. How are resources going? You still have plenty. You still are around 2/3, not quite half. Gone. We are getting all of these up and running. Yeah, there's a single shift at this one. There's a single shift at this one. Okay, so we got our second home built here. So now, it shouldn't whine about me trying to bring more people in. And then you are getting pretty close to getting out of here. And we're at 10% warmed up. I think it's at 25% is when it starts seeing liquid water as a possibility. You know, and then I'd need to actually bring in more water as well. But the idea is the water that's arriving is probably freezing immediately because it's so cold. I wonder if now, when we look at the plan, I didn't think about this. Oh, this is probably so when we get underground, we can do that. And then when we go to a asteroid, we can do that as well. So we go to planetary view. It doesn't show you the temperature anymore. I was genuinely kind of curious if it would have clicked on one of those, if it would have changed the temperature, be like, oh yeah, where this is minus 12 degrees Celsius, well now it's minus 8 degrees Celsius because I made it a little bit warmer. Okay. Yeah, so we got 10 hours of power storage there. $12. Right, so it looks like it's solar panels. I'm actually in an extremely good place. Yeah, actually, it looks like all of that I'm in a good place. Alright. So you are ready to go back home, so get out of here.
Orphan drones.
You're at full capacity. There you go. Alright. So you cover how much? They could also put another dome down here. Have it exploit that, and eventually maybe that dome goes away. It is a shame there's this mountain range in here, so I can't easily make the people go between
Warning,
there.
insufficient resources.
Alright, so you got out of range. We do have the micro expansion thing here. The micro gravity mining thing. Do I want to prioritize that? It's fine. The next thing to check. Production per soul predicted. So I can go to these. There could be a boost.
Council session open.
I'm trying to remember where the actual boost was. There was something you could do here. Yes, they're not producing at their full capacity because there's no demand. That's fine. And you have research crowdfunding. That's fine. I'm not worried about that. Okay, so we've got our passenger ship getting here soon. Charon's on its way back. Donner is going to be bringing some more gases that may or may not cause toxic rain, but will give us a little bit of atmosphere. We are going to need to get stuff to get the magnetic field going, so we're not just bleeding off atmosphere. We haven't had an opportunity to get that yet. Muzzle toxic rain among friends. My thought is, hey, you know, you're all out in your spacesuits. What does toxic rain matter at all? It's going to come down, it's going to freeze, and not be an issue. Maybe if we had, like maybe it'd kill some of the vegetation, which is, you know, it's certainly not great. So you got a food depot there. We should probably get one down here. So there's my next batch of passengers. We'll put some food there because we're producing food over here.
A rocket has arrived.
Alright. So with that, we should have a bunch more people.
Have arrived.
And they'll hopefully start filling out the schedules in the respective buildings here. It's got one person looking for work. We got 5 vacancies still. Okay. I'm honestly feeling like I'm going to need a second shift of people working at the polymer factory. I'm not ready to commit to it yet, but we only produce 3.5 per soul. Thank you, Darstrider. I really do appreciate the tier 1 sub. That's 22 months you've been subbed to the channel. And yeah, now the Tooth Fairy is all down with the selling of your body parts. Especially your luxury bones. Alright, so... Donner is going to be away for a little while. Kenny gets more than teeth, though? Yeah. So, it's a possibility we might be able to get Donner ready. Of course, it's also possible
Research
I just
complete.
send this one off on the next expedition. Okay, so we got ourselves the overcharge thing. Let's get you on for being able to mine asteroids. Because I want to get that set up and ready. Meanwhile, you can come back over here and drop your stuff there.
Warning. Insufficient resources.
Yeah, so I think the idea is we want to snipe the stuff before the other people can get to it. You're not a spot where you can make money with your village. Which game were you playing? I'm blanking on which game were you in the middle of working on. Okay, so you're waiting for your payloads, or I didn't even look what the requirement was for that. It's fine. Whatever the requirement was, it must not have been much. It was probably I just needed to have a couple of workers. Oh, Medieval Dynasty. Yeah. I gotcha. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, that's the thing is like, man, I remember you were playing something recently. It's sometimes hard to keep up. Alright, so... we can get extenders. So my assumption is I either build an extender from here, I'd be able to get a whole big area.
Research complete.
Alright, so there's another research done. That was the sustainable architecture. That gives me micro manufacturing, new building, electronics factory. So that lets me build an electronics factory. I already have one, so I'm going to wait on that. Now worry about the drone prefabs. Remote farming. Increase the productivity of out-of-dome ranges. Martian education. Drone hub extenders. I think that's what I'm going to grab next for right now. We'll probably swap that around. Haven't played that game in forever. How is it nowadays? Oh, Medieval Dynasty is pretty solid. We played that just over a month ago, I think. Maybe 2. I think it was just a little bit before TwitchCon was the last time we played. And yeah, no, it's come along. It's the same general idea of the game. Like, you're not going to be like, oh, it's just a different game now. But they have added a lot to the game so far as, like, there's more aesthetics, that kind of thing. It's not earth-shatteringly different. Like, it's not like an entirely new experience, but it's gotten polish. You definitely still get to the point when you're looking at, like, a large village, that kind of thing, that the game kind of gets repetitive at that stage. The planetary anomaly needed a trove of new scientific data. Okay, so we can upgrade our Stirling generators to have increased power production while opened. Drone prefabs are constructed using metals instead of electronics. Magnetic extraction. Extractor production is increased by 50%. So, all of these are good. This one has a reduced cost on something I'm going to be making a lot of. Extractors feels like the one I want the most. The Stirling generators, though, I wish it gave me a quantity. Because, like, this tells me I'm going to get 50% faster extraction with my miners, which is easy to quantify. It's 1.5. But this could be a 5% increased power. It could be a 10 times increased power. That one, unfortunately, doesn't give me enough information. I'm going to go with a magnetic extraction.
Breakthrough discovered.
Alright, so we'll go here. Turn you on. There we go. We're jumping on the breakthrough first. But that should give me 50% more from all of our extractors. I assume these count as extractors too? Yeah. So that'll be huge. 50% increase. This building needs maintenance. Look, you're all sitting right here. There's a big giant mountain of concrete. Don't tell me this building needs maintenance when there is an entire army of things that could do it. Yeah, my day, if you check out the Discord, I have like the exact timestamp. It's 11 p.m. EST on the 28th. I will also be, during my segment, I'm interviewing a Dr. Laurel Cassidy, who is a global disasters nursing specialist for Doctors Without Borders. Which rocket is this? Oh, you're already done with your mission. Okay. And so I'll be doing that. So for the record, I've already interviewed her. I've got the video edited, but I will be playing it during my segment for about half hour or so. And then the rest of it will be RimWorld. But yeah, no, I'm doing that on the 28th.
Warning. Insufficient resources.
Oh, it was literally... Oh, right. Okay, that makes sense. I was like, man, what did I scan that I got the breakthrough? I understand now. You out of the way. Yeah, for those who don't know, the RimWorld Hot Potato is going on. It's a charity event that the stream team I'm on organizes every year. It is a thing, I believe we have 44 different content creators participating this year. But basically we start with one save file in RimWorld, and every 3 to 4 hours we pass it on to the next person. And the idea is we're raising money for Doctors Without Borders, who's a wonderful charity and everything. But we're just having this chaotic passing it along. I will say I wish I was better prepared with the incentives, just with everything going on. I've got a bunch of stuff I've previously done, and I wanted to add more. I'm just kind of spreading myself too thin and not getting that kind of stuff done. It'll still be fun. But like last year I did the getting over with Bennett Foddy thing, and that ended up being a big old dud that people were not... It was fine. People had a little fun with it, but it definitely landed flat. Let's see, just a few more falling rocks delivered by autonomous crafts from Earth were visible to the naked eye, but a large-scale project has been completed today. Several hundred tons of rock used to suck out and store greenhouse gases from the atmosphere on Earth have been delivered to the surface of Mars. By crash landing them all over the planet, we have triggered a chemical reaction that dissolves rocks and contributes towards thickening the Martian atmosphere and releasing the stored gases. Yay! So we have 2% atmosphere. Okay. We're getting our next set of rockets ready. Alright. So we'll send you on this expedition when you're ready. I guess I'm just going to rotate out sending them on expeditions as fast as we can. Yeah, the highest quality soil is at 91%, the worst is at 22%. What do you need to keep running? Polymer. Okay, so Donner is ready to return. Considering Mars naturally has, what, 0.6 of Earth's atmosphere pressure, 2% is something, even if 2% is purely greenhouse gases. Well, right, the reason why they're specifically moving greenhouse gases is because of how cold Mars is. That the idea is we're trying to get it ready for, Okay, so I need a safari. We're trying to get it ready for people to be on it. Okay. Alright, so I've got Donner getting ready to pull in more asteroids for greenhouse gases and like atmosphere and temperature. And then we have the other one going for research. Okay, so what I might actually do here... Oh no, you're already out of here. I was gonna say, maybe I put down a third rocket pad. I think I might still do that, because it's only 10 concrete, and there's like no upkeep cost. So we might just have it where I've got 3 rocket pads going, that I can always keep the rockets moving as much as possible. We have 7 homeless people. There's more than 7 homes vacant there. There's 4 homes vacant here. Because they're unemployed. But there's jobs available here. And there's jobs... Unemployed, homeless, middle-aged...
Warning. Insufficient
Specialization
resources.
officer. Not looking for a job. What? What? Okay. That's a weird one. I was like, there's 7 open jobs. Or sorry, there's seven unemployed people and 14 jobs. I was like, oh, you get that. And the game lore, that makes sense. But you just felt something wrong direction of real life terms. But that's not the game's strength, it's fine. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely...
Warning.
If you actually look at the
Insufficient
science of
resources.
what they're doing for terraforming the planet here, there's a lot of sci-fi hand-waving going on that a lot of this, well, you know,
Council
fun for
session
game
open.
reasons, is not really practical. Alright, bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm going to do that, and I'll be back in just a minute, and thank you again for tuning in. Alright, and I am back. Let the game get back up here real quick. Okay. And I did notice I had left you all just getting blasted by this thing, and I apologize about that. I had my... These are wireless. So I stepped to the bathroom just hearing... The whole time, like, oh man, I should not have left it right there. It's fine. Or not. Who really knows? Oh! Okay, it's I had the 7 officers on the ship on the expedition. Okay, that feels nowhere near as bad. I was about to say, it's like, because we took officers at the beginning who were clones, and that was like super suspicious. And it was just one of those things you're like, oh, okay. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and send you down there. Okay, and Donner has arrived. Yeah, basically I'm just rotating these things out as fast as we can to take as much of the expedition stuff as we can, because they give me little bits of resources, which is awesome. So my hope is to, like, literally claim all of it. Leave nothing for the others. And then continuing to terraform the planet. Alright, so how are we doing on a bunch of that stuff? So milestone-wise, we haven't done all of our things here. Scan all sectors, we're working on that. Have 100 colonists, 500 with 1,000. Construct a mega dome, construct a wonder. 40% workers in workshops. Plant a tree. Research adapted vegetation and have the forestation plant with plant tree set type. You have to have the required high temperature and all that. Yep. How are you doing towards moving towards grass? Grass is what percentage? So I need 10% water, 20% heat. We're actually, if we crash one more water asteroid down, then we'll be good, doing pretty good. Yeah, so you're continuing to boost the quality here. How are we doing on seeds? So I have a lot of seeds. So what I might do here to help things out a little bit more, let's grab terraforming. Let's grab you. I'm gonna plunk you down there. Okay, so we've discovered a new asteroid. Alright, so if we want to visit the asteroid, I would need to get the lander. We have not gotten the lander yet. Because that's what I'm guessing we do, is I'm guessing we go to the asteroid, we get a bunch of materials, and we bring it back down. And it's just, the idea is it's a place like this, but you only get 10 days to work on it or whatever. And then whatever's still there, I assume you just lose. It's probably one of those things that you send stuff up and very quickly try to extract as much as you can.
Scanned.
Alright. How are you doing in your metal?
A building has stopped working. Warning, insufficient resources.
Oh, we should probably go down here. And depot. And plunk down some seeds. Oh yeah, no, we died yesterday. We were still in that rough situation I was there on yesterday's stream. And then what ended up happening is during that time, we got hit with a meteor shower directly on top of the base. And it, like, systematically took out everything important. So, it was very much, we saw a game over screen and everything. Alright. So we still have more housing available. Let's get in our passenger rocket. Food is still
Warning,
doing more than fine.
insufficient resources.
If we toss more people over here, it should help out. Alright. Yeah, so electronics are the only thing that are lagging. We need to get the
Research
rare
complete.
earth material. Alright, so we got our 5 things for the stuff there. That's money for a one-time influx. Right, and that would be the hub was the next one I was going to grab. Yep, and that means I've got my 5 breakthroughs. So that's good news. So that means I've got just to boost our science, and then do deep scan sectors. And that gave me... Right. The thing that I extract stuff at 50% faster. And then we're going to have it where vegetation goes up faster, which will be good. You are preparing for your next mission. You're on your next mission. And Karen's bringing me more people. After this batch of people will probably be good for what I'm going to do there until we go and get our next dome. Which maybe it's fine that I literally have the next dome just deal with the rare earth metals for right now. Because transportation between those... let's see, stop points. So the stop points are relatively inexpensive. So my assumption of what we would do is I would have, like, a train station here, and then it could run over to a train station over, say, like here, for example. And then even if these domes are too far for them to walk between, they could take the train and ride through there. And also bring the materials, because I believe it said you could bring materials along the train. Yeah, and transfer resources. Because the other option is the tunnels. And the tunnels have a far more significant cost to build. Yeah, so I think that would make sense to get that set up. It'd be nice to hook it up to that one as well, but I don't think that's going to happen. So we could have the train station that could come over here, drop off there, and then later we could bring it down here to drop off there. And I think that'd be good, because that would hook up our
Warning, insufficient resources.
our exotic metals and our regular metals.
Planetary anomaly found.
Okay, the Titanic is ready here. Alright. Did I ever name you? No, we didn't. Okay.
Warning, insufficient resources.
Wait to see what's going on with that. I can drop you off.
Funding received.
Cool. So let's check on the next one. So that'd be research. New technologies, resources, breakthrough. So send... Oh, that's... Oh, we can do that one. So send an expedition, you're refueling, you get out of here. Alright.
A rocket has arrived.
Okay, and that'll be our new people. And this rocket just goes back home to Earth. We've only got
New
4
colonists
rockets.
have arrived.
I got the 3 I started with, plus the 1 we had picked up later. Okay, so with that, we have officially reached the point where I have more people I could have working. We have 6 people without jobs. So, what am I building in here for you to work on? Now, oh, you need a medical place. That's one thing that needs to happen. Okay. Now, we could build a school in theory. That has an electronics requirement. We could build research. That's got electronics requirement. We could build the Martian embassy.
Sector scan.
Doesn't seem to have an upkeep cost, it just has a significant initial cost. I'm down. We got the Earth Embassy as well. Generates funding or other rewards if diplomacy laws are enacted. We have the water reclamation. That has machinery cost. Recycles up to 70% of water used in the dome. That feels like when you just put in your dome when you have a lot of people in general. And so we do diplomacy laws. We have a school spire, which requires a Martian education building, which I don't have. And more research would be
Warning.
nice.
Insufficient resources.
But that's a whole thing. I can build small electronics, but that's what we're going to need for other stuff. I'm not sure what I want to do for the other jobs in this location. Now, granted, I could lean in and be like, just keep building farms. Okay, so you're going to get out of here as soon as you can. Right now, I've only got 4 unemployed. You know what? Don't build this here. And the reason we're not going to build it there is there's not really the vacancy in jobs there. But I can put on this one.
Warning. Insufficient resources.
And thank you, Paracaro, for the tier 1 sub. That's 40 months you've been subbed to the channel, and I really do appreciate that. It means a heck of a lot. Do appreciate you've been supporting the channel this long and all that. It was fun lurking over there earlier today and all that stuff. You were doing your videos and all that. But thank you again. It's always good to have you. And reducing the cost of winning Twitch. We had a winner for Twitch yesterday.
Council session open.
Okay, who was the most recent winner? It was Allison. That's right. Allison Adventures won. So the list is slowly growing in people. Little by little. Alright. So I got another one of our rockets out there. So Charon will get back out of here. Okay, breakthroughs. The planetary anomaly yielded a trove of scientific data. Choose one breakthrough. Instantly gain 20% in all terraforming parameters. Nocturnal adaptation. All colonists gains 20% or 20 plus performance during night shift. Forever young. Seniors can still work and have children. Okay. So, two of these are really good. The instantly gaining 20%, that's good for like skipping progress. Like we'll get there regardless, so that's the whole thing. All colonists regain performance when during working night shift. So that doesn't make them happy, but it does make them perform better. So we could definitely encourage people to never be allowed to sleep and enjoy their lives. I mean, what? And then Forever Young means we can make people in their twilight years, instead of having a nice relaxing retirement, we could just make them work forever and still have children. Well, Forever Young.
Discovered.
More children, more growth. That's basically what I'm thinking, is it's like, okay, that means the amount of kids per colonist I get should go up, so the population should go up better. And then that plus also means the only people who live here who aren't, contributing immediately are the children, because they got to do that whole growing up thing. Alright. So we are continuing to grow lichen on the surface of the planet to slowly make our little patch of it mildly green. Okay, so you're waiting to leave. You're just being loaded up with fuel to go back home. We have our other rocket is getting back. And we're building our assembly. And so then we're going to guess where the RMS, or we're going to decide where the RMS Titanic is going next. So that's new technologies. So we'll send an expedition with the RMS Titanic over there. Charon is going to go back to go ferry more people over. Donner will be going on an expedition soon. That's what you chose too, and it paid off big time. You didn't have the other two choices, though. They were just regular tech breaks, so it was easy. Yeah, no, I felt like that was...
Assembly session open.
With the new Mars Assembly, people have their chance to make their voice heard, to have a political system not forced by Earth, but unique to Martian society. This brings an important question. What type of government does your colony want? We can be a scientific commune. We can be an anarchist commune. We can be a patriotic federation, or we can be a neoliberal republic. I mean, with the group we aligned with, their whole big thing was about terraforming Mars. It's like, it's the Green Party of Mars, of making the, a wonderful paradise. And none of these give me any real information beyond the vast, so anarchistic means you don't have, a central power. Not usually. Is this worth buying? I can't answer that question just because of the fact that if you are a multi-billion-dollar person, $20 means nothing. If you're not sure where your next meal is coming from, $20 could be everything. But I will say I bought it and I did not regret it. Or I have not regretted it. So far, though, I'm fairly new to the game. But, because I owned the original one and I had barely played it, just too many games came out kind of thing, I managed to pick this up for $20. But, generally speaking, you're a $20 billion person, you guessed. But I don't like to waste money. Yeah, well, I mean, that's the whole thing. Is it worth it? That's like leaning over and picking up a penny. But yeah, no, it seems to be a good game. From what I've experienced, I've been enjoying it so far. So I'm going to go with Scientific Commune. Alright. The Assembly will offer new laws, changes to the political system itself, and even an opportunity to secede from Earth. Factions part of the Assembly Enlightened Initiative, 50 seats. New Sol, 21 seats. It's more like not rewarding nonsense. Yeah, no, I gotcha. No, very much I'm enjoying it. I wouldn't say it's like a bad game or anything like that. Green Mars Coalition, 18 seats. Martian First, 11 seats. Initial laws, assembly role approving, appointment of seats representative, political opponents tolerate, culture, liberal, education, research. Yeah. Oh, to be clear, this isn't a sequel. This is basically the first game, but they have reworked the engine. All DLC are included from the first one, like every last bit of it are just built in. And they have added an entire political system. That'd be kind of the equivalent of another reasonably large DLC. But it isn't like a full brand new game. It is an expansion on the previous game. And there's, like I've said to a lot of situations, I do think that happened because it went back into the hands of the original developers. And my guess is the developers that were kind of running things in the middle there, they probably had some contract or something that limited their ability to... The Mars First? Yeah, no, they showed that earlier on, and the Mars First seemed like it was an exclusionary society. Like, I was like, we, like, Mars First, Mars Only kind of thing. Versus there was another one about being independent, but, like, cooperatively. So regardless, that's just showing the whole thing. So I'm assuming this button got more complicated. Right, so we're no longer looking at the stuff we got there. The seats are more complicated. So far, everyone is happy except Mars First. And so, let's see. To increase our proposal, I would need to proclaim independence, enact welfare laws, have domes with the majority of Martian-born specialists, have domes with the Martian... Basically, they want Martian, and if you're not Martian, get out. They do not want us to tolerate political opponents. They do not want us to have the majority Earthborn in our colonies. They wanted, yeah, a portion of seats. They don't want us to be liberal. Yeah, so basically they hate everything. Yeah, and meanwhile the Greens are the ones who are really behind. Can you imprison political rivals? I would assume something like that. If your one choice is tolerate, one would assume the other is do not tolerate. Let's see, interestingly, they don't like assembly role. They don't like me having domes without parks. They really, really don't like me capturing ice asteroids. Interesting. I would think they would like the ice asteroids. Meanwhile, New Soul just likes me taking care of my people. And the Enlightened Initiative likes me doing science-y stuff. And they don't like me having that. So if we were to open floor, so what we would be allowed to do is we could enact independence as a declaration of independence policy. Declaring independence means we will no longer be connected to our sponsor. Such an act of defiance of our sponsor will have consequences, but will also offer us new opportunities. You can enact crowded living as a policy, which allows you to ram more people and less housing. You can enact birth restrictions as restrictions policy. No. I think I'm good. I think I'll let this session go without me enacting any laws right now, thank you, actually. Because unfortunately I am fairly dependent on Earth still. We have not motivated our people to have more babies. So they have some babies, but I need them to have lots of babies. So we do have to depend on people immigrating from Earth here. Otherwise, we all die. And that, I'm led to believe, would be suboptimal.
Insufficient resources.
Like, literally, that's the reason Charon isn't going out on an expedition, is I need to send Charon back home to get more people. Okay, so I've got 2 people who are out of work, and I've got 7 jobs available. And that's likely, like, the jobs are probably at one dome and they are in the other dome or whatever. Over time, they'll kind of sort that stuff out. It could also be specialists kind of thing. You're no doctor, but you believe death is bad for your health? Correct. Alright. Ooh. Forever Young. Oh, right, we got that breakthrough. So, let's go... Alright. What type of government choose? Or did it even make a difference at all in the end? It was, I believe, a representative republic, and it's just what it chose. You're going to this one? Project Lyric? I already have someone on their way to Project Lyric. Excellent. So we need to get there before they get there. Who is going to Project Lyric? I don't know. You're waiting on fuel. You're waiting on fuel. Do you have a bunch of fuel laying over here? No. No, you do not. I'm launching fast enough that we don't have the rockets ready. So, you go home. How's our metal doing? We're not quite halfway through.
Sector scanned.
You can escape Earth, but you can't escape politics, it seems. No, I mean, it's just the reality that everyone's going to... What are you... To be able to proclaim independence, have 250 colonists. You need a large functioning colony before the assembly can secure enough to declare independence. You always pick Japan for the flying drones. Can you still pick the flying drones? I'm very new to the game. This is literally only my second stream. So, unfortunately, I can't answer that question for you. I do know Japan is one of the factions you can choose. But past that, you know, this is literally the farthest I've been in the game. Because we did one playthrough yesterday where I had just started and only got about 3.5 hours in. That, you know, being a new player, I made a lot of mistakes with the setup and all that. And so we didn't ultimately survive because things were stable but not great. Why do I suddenly have no workers here? Oh, I'm willing to bet I sent all my workers... No, we don't have an expedition out quite yet. Okay, how much housing do I have left over? I have 14 housing to spare. That's right. Wait, we have a dog? Someone's best friend. That's fair. Yeah, so we only got about, like, 2 kids there. This dome technically has parks. This one does not, which is what that one group was complaining about. And they're the group kind of aligned with us. So... we can drop that there. Okay. Started playing that bit back months ago, but you haven't gone back. You like it so far, but not very far into it. How are you liking it? I'm enjoying it a lot. I think it is quite good. So you got 2 souls before they reach it. But we are...
Warning. Insufficient resources.
We are working again that stuff. You love these types of games? Yeah. We got 9 power. Let's see, do you just do random sets of people, or can you select what type? You can influence it, but, like when I go to actually choose my people, I can go here and be like, hey, I want people who have this and don't want that. I left it on what the default was, and I'm just enduring it. Because as you can see, like, they don't have any negatives. It's just like genius and celebrity, the only two that it bumps up on its own. That screen, you never liked it? Yeah, no, it's a weird way of formatting it. It works.
Meteor
so
shower approaching.
Food were in absolutely wonderful shape.
Warning, insufficient resources.
And you're producing the seeds, you're consuming, or you're producing 2 per cycle. How many are you consuming? I don't know. It's fine. Okay, we got a meteor shower coming soon. Alright, I am going to hit a quick save on that. Let's call us on stream. Just in the off chance that that absolutely murders us.
Anomaly found.
I want to get an idea of what we got going on there. Okay, so we got you. It's interesting I found the anomaly there when I'm scanning all the way over here. Huh. I need that fuel going. It's about a day and a half until if I don't have that sorted, then they beat me there. Which if they beat me here, there, I just go to the next one. Still have another supply. How are we doing? So, I could use more circuit boards. I can use more polymer. I'm going to go ahead and bring in a supply pod. Because we got a couple of those free. So I am going to go here and say, give me some electronics. And give me some polymer. Because we need to be expanding down here to get the dome down here to take advantage of those rare metals. Because then I'll be able to start producing my own electronics. We're getting pretty close to the point where that makes sense. Oh, cool. We're starting to see the lichen showing up down here. Alright, so pretty soon we get to see how bad of a situation we're in. We're getting a proper meteor shower showing up. The last one hit down here, and luckily it wasn't too bad. But it is one of those things, if it hits up here, it's not a whole lot I can do about it. I just gotta ride through it. So you're about to get out of here. You're still waiting on more fuel. You're getting that scanned, and then it'll be time for you to go back. Oh, I forgot. My explorers contribute to my my research. I got that technology earlier. Okay, I'm guessing my rocket just left. Minor discovery. That's fine. Then once that finishes scanning, we'll bring it back.
Warning, insufficient resources.
And we got more research. So you go ahead and run up here. You plunk in the same spot I've been plunking them. Okay. so you're in range of this. Let's go ahead.
Sector scanned.
We got a new anomaly for the Explorer to go check out. Baby Volcano, your attention is required. We have discovered a rare tectonic activity that may lead to a volcanic eruption, with a little help from us. If we send an expedition to place some explosive, we can rig a small eruption that would benefit our terraforming effort. Titanic activity is extremely rare on Mars. We should expect trouble. Send geologists to blow it up to gain 2 atmosphere and a little water that triggers a Marsquake. If we were an astrologist or a rocket scientist, we could do it remotely for cash. I don't want to set the world on fire. Do nothing. Blow it up.
Warning, insufficient resources.
What resources in the crater? This one is water, that one is water as well, and that one's also water. All of them are water. Alright, now we get to see how bad this is gonna get. We're about to get smacked by a bunch of space rocks. The question is, does it land on our head or land someplace else? Someplace else is nice, because it gives me materials. On my head...
Research complete.
Not so much. Alright, so... Seniors can now work and have children. Congratulations. Terraforming subsidies. Get one $100 million subsidy. Conservation landscaping. Mineral applications. Solar panel upgrade, improve photovoltaics. Improves them by 100%. Infirmary and medical outpost upgrade medical or exotic mineral treatment. Health and recovery insanity is increased. We have general training. Colonists with no specialization suffer a lower work penalty. That's actually going to be pretty strong. Martian born adaptability. Colonists graduate faster in universities and sanatoriums and have a higher chance to gain perks from schools. It's a large nursery and all that. Automated storage, new building, storages. Set storages that can store large amount of resources but have to be constructed and require power. Micromanufacturing, storage compression. Water, oxygen, and power storage capacity expanded by 50%. Okay, I think the drone's my next big one, but that increased storage in general is good. Alright, where's the meteor shower? Down here. Okay. So we live this time. There's you back. Oh, and salvage that for a little bit of metal. Alright, so the next one I think we're going to work on is get ourselves the next dome. Yeah, so put that there. We're going to run a power cable over. Get a water cable over. So that'll make that functional. And then the next thing we want to do from here is we want to make the rare earth mine. which will also require power. So get all that going. I'll put a polymer battery down here. And I'll want another storage down here.
Assembly session open.
Okay. I was wondering why I could get to see it. Alright, and so we'll have the rare metals stored here. The electronics depot. We'll have one there. We'll have one there. We'll have one there. Okay, so we got
Warning. Insufficient resources.
more law stuff we can do. I'm curious if we'll see them try to pass laws. Oh, here we go. So we can declare independence. We can post independence. Yeah, so appointment of seats, representative. Political opponents, tolerant. Assembly role, approving. Our sponsor relations are fine. Heavy mining. Additional sponsor research. All that good stuff. Living in crowded areas. Mars appreciation. Dome bonuses from research sites and vistas are included. Culture is liberal. Birth restrictions. Education. And the education is set to that. Yeah, so I'm not going to mess with all that right now. When this does get built, I'm going to
Insufficient resources.
want to like leave it unset. But we're going to expand down here with the intent of getting that rare metals going. And then I'm going to also want to put the electronics production in that building. And that should be good. Because at this point we have no vacant anything.
Anomaly found.
I am going to go and add another shift onto the mine. So new anomalies. So we can go down to our Explorer. Start scanning that. Okay, so we don't need the resupply stuff. Now worry about the politics. Let's see for our rockets. So you're on your way out still.
Insufficient resources.
You're already being hopped off again.
Funding
'cause
received.
Yeah, because this is getting gobbled up, all the fuel doing the terraforming. And I'll probably end up needing a second shift here, too. Alright. Yeah, you're getting refueled before you are. Okay. So we can go ahead and set you to do something. We have the Rig Baby Volcano. That'll give us a little bit of water and a little bit of gas. And cause a Marsquake. We can do this one, gives a little bit of atmosphere and all, but costs a whole lot of money. We can get rare metals and all that. Yeah, so send us, you know, an expedition over there. Alright. So I'm gonna go pop a little volcano. Get all that going. And how are we doing on materials? So we definitely need more polymers. We're doing good on metal. We did just expand that We only have one job vacancy up there.
A building has stopped working.
Okay. So you opened up more jobs up here. Alright, but the problem we're running in with that is they don't have enough housing for that many workers. So then comes up the question, is it better that I split shift them at a reduced performance, or do I only have it run part of the day? I'm guessing it's probably only have it run part of the day. Honestly, in this case, let's avoid stacking their shifts. We'll have one shift on each, it's fine. We'll have some people out of work. That's going to change here in a minute. Alright, so do not allow new colonists there yet. I need more polymers before we get more going. So this might be a case where we go and purchase more from Earth. Let's get an actual cargo rocket coming. So... get a bunch of polymers. Yeah, so I can't get that. And don't worry about the transport. We could certainly get another moisture evaporator. It's probably the right move. We get 2 of those. And that's going to be about what I can afford. And that's fine. We're getting a bunch of polymers, a bit of electronics, and a whole lot of, and some moisture evaporators and all that. Because we're going to be adding another dome onto the system, I expect that to strain our water again.
Sector scanned.
We got another new anomaly. Okay, I do wonder when we finish scanning all that, how much value these have after that. Oh, these give me disaster warnings. Okay, so these are important that you have a bunch of them and they give you early warning of trouble. That's got value. Alright, so we got a rocket on its way with supplies.
Insufficient resources.
We're gonna want to put down an apartment in here, which is 6 polymer, and we'll wait till that's done. I'm also going to want another mega mall, and I'll have to do all that. I guess for all these places, I should have a universal storage near each and every one of the domes for whatever garbage gets chucked over here. Okay. And then we'll give the polymer a chance to recover. And by that I mean we'll have it shipped in and I won't let it recover at all.
Warning. Insufficient resources.
Alright. And the soil's getting better and better. What's the faction opportunity? Research Martian adaptability tech. I think I have that on the list here. Microgravity medicine. That lets you make a medical center. Emergency training. Lake crafting unlocks the creation of artificial lakes via landscaping. Evaporating water improves local soil quality and water of Mars. Interesting. We'll keep everything running.
A building has stopped working.
What's your problem? Not enough workers. That's totally fine. You are a low priority building. You will be a high priority building. And hey, Astaka. How's it going? Alright. We will want to make sure our power's in good shape. So right now it's plus 54. With everything hooked up. Then we produce 340 and we drain. Okay, we have a problem. We're not producing enough power. So we are producing a surplus now, but we are solar. So when nighttime rolls in, it's going to be a problem. So we're going to need to add more onto our grid. Alright, so what I'm going to do here... is add some more panels. Okay, we'll let that go. But now you're curious, if you research the Martian-born adaptation thing faster, do you get new faction quests faster too? Oh, I have no idea. Yeah, no, I got no idea on that one. So we need them to get the power expanded, because we do have a surplus of power here, but it's not enough to charge our batteries during the day to last the night. We should be okay in the sense that as the power starts to fail, a whole bunch of the buildings will shut down. We also have some buildings that I have turn off at night. Okay, so you need a little bit more fuel and some geologists, and you just need fuel. And we got all of our polymers arriving, at which point we'll build another mega mall. We require more Vespian gas. You need additional pylons. More overlords required. There is so much food being produced. Oh, that also reminds me, that's why I have that there, so they can start shipping food all over the place. We're also low on metals. Our metal production is not keeping up. That is a concern. As a temporary solution for that concern, I can have you go...
insufficient resources.
...on a trip to grab some.
Though initially fruitless, we recalibrated the operating spectrum for our scans and voila!
The unusual chemical composition of the regolith near the anomaly site effectively shielded it from our data gathering. As we repurposed and improved our scanning technology based on these new findings, we were rewarded with an unexpected surprise. A large water deposit has been discovered.
A rocket has arrived.
Okay. So you're going to go and grab a bunch of metal to supplement. We might have power problems tonight. I do think that we're going to need more people mining.
A building has stopped working.
Not enough power. And the night just started. Oh, that's more buildings going offline. The important thing is we're trying to keep the domes online. If we keep the domes online, everything is fine and people get to wake up tomorrow. If the domes go offline, hypothermia starts to set in. And the power's back up. So luckily we managed to get it like right on the fence. Meanwhile, we can go over here. Back into this stuff. So you will need a mega mall. And it'll need a second place for housing. And it'll need a medical center. And then to keep them from getting all whiny at me, I have a little park over here. We'll leave it at that for right now. But then we'll end up getting a lot more jobs for you down here. Meanwhile, I can go down here. I have 2 botanist places to add in there as well. And that should be enough for right now. You take a little time to build all that. Once I get the basics in there, we could turn on the dome and people start moving all over the place.
Sector scan.
Okay, we got another sector cleared. And you're collecting the metal you can. I'm gonna have to go there. We have delivered a baby. A small volcano erupted on Mars. The rocket returned after successful rigging of the tectonic activity into a volcanic eruption. We're congratulating ourselves with another step towards a more habitable planet. When a distant growl indicated the eruption, the Marsquake has started.
A building has stopped working. Warning, Marsquake. Research complete.
Cool. That's good news. And we finished our research. We've long since lost track. Domeless farming terraforming. Fully grown outside food by drones. Lake crafting terraforming. There's so much good stuff here. So let's see. So you graduate faster and all that stuff. Microgravity. Automated storage. Rover command AI. Gives them additional range and drones. We have the storage compression. Compact passenger module. Passenger rockets can carry more people. Yeah, so we're gonna get the expanded, just regular old storage. I think that's gonna be way more important for our purposes. And you're waiting to be refueled to be sent home. Okay, so you depleted those.
Assembly session open.
We are at a negative on our balance for that. But I did just remember that we sent 2 more moisture things over. So what I'll do is I'll put one of them down here. And the other one...
Heavy drone workload.
The other one can be down here.
Warning, insufficient resources.
Let's see. Pipe. And not plan this out. Okay, so we got you set up over there. And meanwhile, same idea over here. I just need to get its power and all that online. Oh, it's already got... No, that's not the one. Power is over here. So power's all set up. So that'll increase our water production, so let's stabilize again. Your housing decision favors volume over mental health. This is not a sustainable strategy, is what the faction stance is.
Warning, insufficient resources.
That's really bad. Okay. We need more power. We need way more power. We very much went from everything is fine to, you know what? It might not be fine. We got 4 more solar panels over there. We can go over here. Let's see, where else do we have a spot we can run some power? Do you have a wind farm? I do not. I don't have a really good place for it, and we are not producing enough mechanical parts. I understand they do run 24/7, but metal is easy. Mechanical parts are a little bit more involved. And even the metal we're struggling with now. Not struggling. We are not really in a place where we're bringing a lot of it. Alright, so let's go ahead and we can bring back the metal you got. I'm going to drop that off because that'll help boost everything up for a minute. Rumor is you are working on this one. Project Spring. Let's see. Queue you up to go there. Not because I want wherever it is, it's because someone else does, and that means I want it more. Yes, you don't have enough workers. So you can go back to Earth. Alright. You've got your polymer. You got metal on the way. So we're definitely going to need to get some of this out of here and working on other things. Oh, I didn't put the electronics place in here. Let's go ahead and do that as well. That's kind of one of the whole points of me setting up here. Alright, but with that, you are open to people. We could ship food over. In fact, I'll have you do that in your return trip as you grab a stack of food and drop it. Because I'm hoping those are in range of each other to have citizens walk between them. We talked about building a train between here, which I think we will do.
Warning, insufficient resources.
Yeah, you're getting back. The Martian First faction is very unhappy and may cause trouble soon. Increase the approval with the faction. I don't want to deal with that. They're very regressionist people. I don't want to deal with them. Okay, so bringing in a lot of metal to get more solar built up, get more batteries activated. Meanwhile, you're going to go over here and grab food. Because this place has an incredible surplus. You're going to drop it over here for once we get people moving in here. Okay, power's back online. So it's just dropping for a second or two. So once we get these next, like, 11 solar panels going, and the extra batteries and all that, we should be more than ready. I just don't have enough surplus power to charge up the batteries right now, so the number of batteries kind of is irrelevant for the moment.
Sector scanned.
Okay, we got our sector scanned. Get that one. Okay, so you've got that. In the meantime, you can continue to supplement the metal and all that. No, likely be more than you can hold. Okay. So, Then the next question that comes up is if we want to set up our first train. So trains cost 5 power. My intention here is to have you here. That should be in plenty of range for the people to get there. Pause that construction. And then we're going to go down here and get our next train station. And pause that construction. Okay, so that's where we're looking at building that. I'm going to want to probably put another drone port down here. Keep that getting stocked up, all that stuff. Which we can actually do. Because they build you there. Yeah, you're in range of these pads here where we got... I believe there's a metal drop off everything there. I think that's in range of you. Yeah, so anything that's in that common one should be able to reach that. So then all we need to do is go and get power down to you, which will be fine because we can use that power line as a place to run a bunch more solar.
Warning, insufficient resources.
So you're connected to that dome. And it also gives me an alternate path for the power. And then you don't need water. Okay. So that should help give us a second route. So this is a big loop. You
Heavy
consume
drone workload.
a decent amount of power.
Research complete. A building has stopped working.
Alright. Add a bunch more.
Funding received.
Also put a battery over here. And a battery over there. Okay. So keep working on that. We're getting plenty of solar set up. It's just a matter of that. We can go down to our rover. Here, continue to extract materials. Yeah, that should connect everything up, so it'll be all good there.
Heavy drone workload.
That's fine. Yeah, so our food is great, our concrete's great, our metal is tenuous. The polymer is technically in a plus, barely. Mechanical parts, we are technically at a deficit. Fuel, we're just using it as we use it. And electronics we're not yet producing, but we're about to. I'll put you on second shift. And in the interim, you are going to do leafy greens. We can do algae. Very low yield, but produces oxygen. Ah. Okay, I'm not as excited about that. Okay, so everything's coming online. Yeah, so once we get all this built, we'll have 3 hours of power per night. Obviously, that's not enough. That's a matter of I need to increase the power production, which we're working on, and that's just what's eating up all my metals right now. Just driving around building all solar panels. Go ahead and you will allow those constructions. They are going to take time. Alright. We're not going to be dealing with a lot of money. We don't want
session open.
Don't think we want to throw more people at this right now. At the breaking point. Let's see. I'm assuming what'll end up happening is occasionally they'll cause violence to us. And I'll need to start having security people and stuff like that. Which will be annoying, but probably an inevitability. Like, unless I'm myself going very exclusionary, that's just gonna be what happens. Okay. Can't spare that. We got unemployed people.
Warning. Insufficient resources.
So let's increase our metal production. That should free up some spots there. Alright. So by the time we get the next round through... stored power output, and then we have stored power is about 700. Okay, so we're
scanned.
gonna go get ourselves another passenger rocket. We got a new anomaly to check out. Okay. Yeah, just telling me the asteroid
has stopped working.
Okay, power just dropped. Alright. It only drops for a brief second. You do not have enough power. It came right back online. I need that power online. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and run on up here. There's all of this. And you're gonna drop this right smack in the middle of it. You can hopefully get that all online. And then the next move here is going to be related to just getting all this built. Now we should be able to get our train tracks online, which will be good. Oh, you don't have a job set. So we have the Titanic. We can get new technologies. We can get a bunch of money. We can get research progress. We can get resources. We can also give ourselves some water. So that's a bunch of fuel. It's more than I can really afford. We'll send that one. It'll take 6 people, and I'll run off and do that. Okay, you're getting full, so I'm gonna need another to storage for just the junk rock. The subsurface anomaly yielded a trove of scientific data. Choose a breakthrough. All extractors continue to extract small amounts when their deposit is depleted. Construction nanites, building construction slowly build themselves. Newly grown forges have a chance to spawn Vista and research sites. I'm going to go with the nano refinement.
Breakthrough discovered.
We looked at that one earlier, and it looked really tempting. The spawning the Vistas is cool and all. If I want to live at that spot, that's probably really nice. But in this particular case, let's get that. So, you finished. What you can do is click on you. And then we'll have the nano refinement. Let's put that... That's fine. We'll leave it Leave it right there. We'll let them finish the magnetic filtering because it's mostly done. And then it'll be the next thing after that. They're basically trying to very aggressively get things moving. I wonder if realistically I can have the dozer just start filling in this hole as a way of just deleting all of this junk earth. I think I might even queue it up to do so. Yeah, sure, let's make great decisions. Flatten. Martian adaptability. Which again, Martian adaptability is this one for 3,000. Okay. That's rover command and all that. Okay, so here comes the mineral delivery. So we haven't improved our solar situation again tonight. So I do anticipate we will likely have power outages again tonight. But on the upside, I'm dumping a big old pile of metal right here by these solar panels we've been waiting on getting built.
Warning, insufficient resources.
And that should help out. And if you pop back down here. See the warning for the faction trouble. I'll deal with that in just a second. It's still going. The Martian First faction is very unhappy it has reached the breaking point. This may trigger political crisis and revoke some laws that have already passed. Faction supporters will slowly turn into renegades. Okay, and you're bringing back polymers. Okay, so that's going to be a tricky thing. So
Warning,
with...
insufficient resources.
So we got tree here. So get rid of that tree. And we're just gonna be...
Stop working.
Don't worry about it. Yeah, so counters crime, reduces sanity loss from disasters and all that. So you go ahead and just plan to need security at all of the domes.
Research complete.
Alright, so we got the last one there. Compact passenger module. The domeless farming, we're not to the point where we're likely to be able to do that outside reasonably. I'll grab so lake crafting is promising. Low G excavation permits allows clearing collapsed tunnels. We have all this stuff. We have emergency training. Dome bioscaping. Residents' basic domes have improved comfort. Done. Improved comfort means babies. Because also on top of that, if we get more Martians as opposed to Earthborn people, that will slowly make that faction that hates us like us a little bit more, because that's one of their major grievances. Alright, so we're starting to get more and more power built, so that'll be good. So we're producing about 25% more power than we're consuming. I probably need to keep expanding from there, but we'll wait on that. We got our next batch of people arriving. Well, we're going to figure out if you're ready. We're dropping them here to get that done. Now we got... Titanic is ready for a mission. Okay, get you out of here. And now when I'm just chucking on the ground, I don't have the ability to get fuel to you.
A rocket has arrived.
Do you have a drone?
Milestone completed.
What milestone did we just hit? 100 colonists. Oh, no one else has 100 colonists. Okay.
New colonists have arrived.
You can grab one of these drones. You now belong to that.
Heavy drone workload.
Let's see, luxury and few. Well, the few doesn't uplift the many, it separates them. Okay. Look, man. I'm just gonna need you to deal, alright? Yeah, so the big thing I've messed up here is just we're really on our edge so far as iron. Or steel or metal or whatever. I need you to have way more battery charge than that. I think that might be enough to get us through the night. Hey, Lilypad, how's it going? Are you surviving Mars? We are.
Resources.
So you work on that. Keep the drones mostly out of it. If morale in the dome is too low, renegades will appear. Renegades have reduced work performance and will cause trouble. Yeah, and the security stations will help deal with it. Yeah, that's what we're working on. Is we're gonna get security stations up and running. I've already got our
Warning. Insufficient resources.
2 shifts going for producing metals. And you are ready to come back already. Don't have 2 shifts of that. 1 shift is fine for right now. Okay. Train's been good. I've been having a good time. I don't know how we're going to get fuel over there because we're consuming the fuel way too fast. It's okay, I've got spare rockets, so that literally could just sit there on the ground for however long it takes. The big thing I want to do is get this railway online. If we can get the railway online, we have mobility of resources between these 2 places, which will be a really big thing. Meanwhile, you're just continuing to gobble up that waste rock to slowly fill in that hole. Mostly because I got so much waste rock, I just want to get rid of it. Oh no, I still haven't named these. Trying to think of like nah, it's fine. What do we go with you? Oh yeah, Sugar Glass Heights. Yeah, so you just need a little bit more metal. We need a little bit along here. This is gonna just bonus there. That's going to not get done until that's sorted. Okay, we got our first train station online. They're getting the track built. They're getting some more solar panels online. They are slowly getting it done. I'm pretty concerned about the water being the way it is. You're at capacity. And we did get the other two online. We may have to ship in more evaporators. Meanwhile, get the Titanic on that queue. Alright. Do we have a thing? Breaking point. Faction disaster renegades. Faction supporters are slowly turning into renegades. That's fine. My assumption is eventually you could lower their numbers to a manageable level. Alright.
Warning, insufficient resources.
Logistic problem, heavy workload. Building has malfunctioned due to lack of metal. Well, the metal's produced right here. So I'm hoping you figure that one out. We're gonna have you drop off more metal. We got more research available. Gene adaptation. Unlock new crops for hydroponic farms with better food yields. Overall reputation of GMO food, grown food has increased dramatically when the only other alternative of food is red dirt. Magnetic field generator is a big one. So this is a ridiculously expensive research, but that would let us continue to build up the atmosphere easier. Okay. I need that online. Yeah, so next thing we need to do is get the dome down here. That's going to be mining both of these. That'll be our next big project. We can go ahead and put a storage. Actually, does the drone control reach down here? No, that's the big problem. So you have your drones can reach out this far. So if we do go down here, and while it might take them a long time to get it done, as in as fast as I'm using the material, probably never, but in theory, eventually they can get some fuel there, this rocket can grab it. So we finished Yeah, all extractors still continue to get minerals in at least a small amount. So extend cargo modules for the asteroid lander. Do we go for the magnetic field? It is a really, really large number of circuit boards. Battery optimization makes the drones have more batteries. Smart homes provides very comfortable living space. Residents recover sanity while resting. New building hotel relies luxurious hotel for guests. New crops with better yields. We're not really worried about that. Farms increase the comfort for all residents in the dome. Martian parents license Martian technology for use back on Earth. This tech is repeatable and can be used multiple times. So basically, we get a bump of money every single time we run it. All right, graduate faster from university and all that, and have a chance of gaining perks from school and a large nursery that contains more housing for children. We should definitely get that going. Autonomous centers no longer require power or maintenance. That could be potentially big. Faster trains. That could be beneficial. There's a lot in here to consider. Safe transport. Tracks are easy to repair and trains are safer for passengers. I didn't know they were dangerous, so I'm going to go ahead and choose that. Okay. And you're complaining about lack of resources, and you don't have workers. Hey, Italics! Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that good stuff. I also just realized my oxygen's in the negative. That is not what you want to see. But I'm gonna go ahead and get you a shout out real fast. Bear with me.
Sector scan.
Thank you, Treacle. I appreciate that. But check out Alex playing a Bannerlord. I assume you're doing the new boat Bannerlord. I hope that's been a lot of fun for you and all that. But definitely go check out Alex. Plays a lot of similar games to what we play here, and all that good stuff. We have the RMS Titanic is ready to land, so we'll go ahead and bring that back. Your boat battling? How was it, by the way? I've been hearing stuff all over the board. And it's always really hard to get good information these days, unfortunately. But anyways, with all that said, definitely go check out Alex. Really, really fantastic time. So thank you again so much for that raid. For everyone popping in, I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch, including a lot of like city builder, settlement builder, simulation, that kind of stuff. Tycoon.
Heavy drone workload.
All that kind of stuff. And today we're playing Surviving Mars. For the record, I'm pretty close to brand new to the game. I literally did 3.5 hours yesterday. Just ignore the blinking red we're seeing. It's fine, I'm sure. Okay, so there's another asteroid I can't quite go to. It's $25 and you're definitely a critic. Gotcha. Yeah, no, I saw just a little bit of it. I'm like, okay, this looks fine, but it doesn't feel like it adds that much. And then, like I said, I've been hearing stuff kind of all over the board. So since I didn't receive a key, I was kind of like, maybe I'll wait. But good to know. Yeah, it's Turkey Day for some of you. Yeah, so for those of us in the U.S., we are officially in Turkey Day. Let's see, the boats are a neat novelty, but the 4-5 hour tutorial about the boats was painful. And some chatter said bricked their progression and quest broke, but there isn't much beyond that. Gotcha. Yeah, and that's what it's kind of like. It's like, okay, so the boats, from what it seemed like to me, was just another way of moving your people, and then you could fight boat to boat. But otherwise, mechanically, the rest of the game remains the same. But now I heard a lot of problems with the getting soft locked on the tutorial, quest, story, campaign, whatever you call it. The boat specific content. Gotcha.
Warning. Insufficient resources.
The experiment, and attention is required. A scientist barges into your office and says they have an important climate experiment to make. Quick to assure you their experiment is perfectly safe, Jared Lincoln asked for permission to test within this vicinity of the dome, in the rare case that they might need to get to shelter really fast. Okay. Innovation is always welcome. Go ahead, test near the dome, gain research, something might happen. Sounds intriguing, but I'd rather play it safe. Test it somewhere far away, gain research, something might happen. Enough crazy for today, please leave my office. Hey, Jared. I have no idea who you are. Go and test near the dome.
Complete.
How do they turn boats?
Insufficient resources.
Boats of people. Well, I don't think it's a tutorial so much as I think it's like an actual campaign that includes like tutorial stuff. If that makes sense. Like they probably teach you the basics of boarding and all that, and then have you like scale up to more difficult things. Building support strut, reduce the risk of cave-ins. Oh, so with the underground stuff we haven't done yet, cave-ins are a thing. We do know we're going to need to do the magnetic terraforming, so we'll get that on the queue. Yeah, we got multiple things with the heavy drone work.
Funding received.
Heavy drone workload. We are officially out of metal entirely. That is really bad because that means a whole lot of machines are going to start shutting down. What I need to do. Okay, we got some metal over here. And that's because I'm not quite producing as much metal as I need to be. Alright, so I need to get people moved from working here someplace else. I could shut down one of these hydroponics. It's only 3 people that frees up, though. And the polymers I need to keep. I can't really afford to shove more people in this place. There's not really a place to shove them. I've got to get the second mine up and running down here, which is another dome. And we're still getting this dome online here. The good news is our food is way beyond covered. Alright. Okay, well with that we could start working on other stuff. So you're going to need a lot of fuel. I'm going to queue you up to do that. Even though it's probably not going to happen for a very long time. What are you trying to tell me? No trains connected to tracks. Oh. Oh, there's the actual train I gotta build. Well, you see, I kind of just assumed I would have a train, and I'm not entirely sure where the train comes from. So that is a little bit of a curiosity here. I hadn't realized this. And what are you complaining about?
Heavy drone workload.
Desired amount of drones and shells attempting to stockpile this. Available trains can be assigned to connected tracks. On connected tracks 2. Available trains 0. How is this feeling as far as a relaunch goes? So I only had the base game beforehand, not the DLC. I've been enjoying this, but I never had the chance to really get into the base game. Just too many games kind of thing. I have been enjoying it. So like that side of it's fine. But also I could understand people being very upset. You know, if they bought all the DLC and everything and then this came out. Granted, for me, like, getting this for $20 is cheaper than the DLC would have been, so I'm not sure what's happening here. It looks like almost like this track isn't really connected. No trains on this track. Yeah, so the problem is I don't see how we train. So what we could check is if I were to bring there, do we have train on the list here? We do not. So train is not a thing I could throw on a rocket and send over. So the next question is looking at these things. Yeah, that's a large station, so trains would need to be before that. Fast trains. Trains travel faster, so it need to be before fast trains. Can't imagine it's under biotech. Luxurious trains, which one would assume that would still be under trains. Underground trains. Trains would be before that. Greenview trains. So that leaves me confused that all these ones that clearly trains would be after. So I've got to have what I need to do to make these. So we don't have any things to build stuff here. That's the one thing that's really not clear here. Because it mentions 2 trains. And that there's no trains connected to it.
Resources.
But it's really unclear how I actually make the trains happen. Yeah, and I'll try to keep 10 of each resource on there.
Heavy drone workload.
This is the first time I've run into something that the game seems to, like, really, really not give me any kind of explanation. That I'm kind of scratching my head going, not really sure how to proceed. Because I didn't see anything under research that looked obvious. And that's separate research, so one would assume I cannot do this before the other one.
Warning. Insufficient resources.
Oh, there's political buildings? Increases the export costs and boosts heavy mining. Reduces the building resource costs of education. Okay, so this just kind of boosts and decreases. Gotcha. Alright. It's not gonna be anything in the dome stuff. Yeah, my expectation is that it would be
Sector
under
scan.
here. Travel time rolling average. Because I'm assuming we can have a train back and forth that doesn't need to be a full loop. Because otherwise I'd imagine the message would be... Oh, here we go. Construct train. There we go. Trains constructed here can be assigned to track. Right. I don't know if that did anything. It looks like a button I'd click on it. But, like, you know. I'm not getting a feedback that this is doing a thing. Oh, there are 3 trains under construction. Can I... Okay. Alright, let's make it 1 train for now. Okay, so it's a little hard to see on this UI. So in theory, that should give us our train, and then we should have a train just going back and forth, delivering goods between those 2 points. That should allow people to switch jobs, so people who get unemployed up here or don't want to live up here can go down there. You know, vice versa, all that stuff. We are having the problem that water is slowly depleting. We do have stuff that is slowly running into malfunctions, and that's all because of the metal situation here. So you got your full load of metal. Let's pop over here right now, and we can just dump it on the ground anywhere in here and let them fight over it. How are you doing? Okay. So once we get this dome a little bit better situated, I'm going to make another extension and get a thing down there. Alright, so you're at the breaking point. So far your renegades have just stolen a little food, which I can utterly ignore. So what we want to do is eventually start pressuring people into not being part of that faction. Yeah, so you've got 2 X's here. And like I said, the track looks funky here, and I'm not sure what to make of that. Because while there's a bouncing arrow here, it tells me there's no trains on the track. That makes me think, well, no, maybe it's fine. We'll wait and see. My assumption of what's going to happen is we'll build the train over here, and then once the train's built,
Warning.
it'll start going back
Insufficient
and forth.
resources.
I don't think I can weasel the train around back here to go serve the other dome. But at least with this, then I can take the train, bring it down here, and have a dome like in this area to take advantage of both of those. Because that'll help resolve this problem. Okay, you're about to get over here and drop off all the metal so we can start repairing everything. And also you get more. And if you're wondering why I'm flattening this, I just have too much stone. That's the only reason we're flattening this. Is I'm just having them continue to carry the stone over to get rid of it. And it's not getting better, we're just getting more stone.
Warning. Insufficient resources.
Oh, this is really bad. So, like, all the buildings are starting to shut down because the maintenance is kind of running out and all of them, like, one after the other. There's not much I could do out of it other than have you run, grab metal, and have you bring it back and hope the drones catch up.
Research complete.
Okay, so research complete. Let's see. Anti-gravity maneuvers reduces the time to travel to asteroids and from Mars. We can not worry about all that. So for right now, we'll go and grab that Mars adaptability it keeps talking about. Okay, so they're grabbing all the metal to do their maintenance. Their power's coming back online, but I'm watching one by one as their solar panels go out offline. I just really need... Why is there no employees here? Why have I suddenly got full vacancies over there? Right now, polymer shut down. I need that producing metal, or we will all die. Is it possible to bring metals from Earth? Yes. And I probably should if I have the money. It doesn't feel great to use it for this, because it's a really expensive way of solving this problem. But you're not wrong. It's an issue. I could drop that rocket there. I wanted to use that more for doing more of our missions to grab like the stuff like this that costs so much. But it doesn't do me any good if we're dead when we get there. Plus, to be fair, we're getting stopped by our fuel production. Because I'm consuming like 100 fuel per one of those missions, so it's just a lot of fuel. Hey, we have a train and it's training. Would you look at that? Yep, so keep unloading and loading stuff back and forth. That should help move materials around. The other thing I really want to do is get people over here. So once we get one of these rockets out of here, I'm going to send another rocket for people to get this place properly online. And that should help a lot, because I got 14 jobs without people filling them, because there's no available people to fill them. Okay, so probably have the power cave tonight. It does look like they fixed all the broken things. Again, that next batch of solar panels online. Yeah, such as teleporting back and forth moving stuff. Honestly, it would be really good if I could get that one on the track as well. I don't think that's reasonably happening. But then we can get down here and get that next building online.
Warning, insufficient resources.
Yeah, so you broke. So you got
Heavy
two more metal
drone
pole.
workload. Up.
Where are you going? Oh, there's a little bit more ore over there. That's fine.
Sector scanned.
Okay, we got our sector scanned. We almost scanned the whole area. Yes, and all in all, this has been going really good. I've been really enjoying the game. It's a very different colony builder because you also have like the terraforming and all that kind of stuff going on. And also, check out Treacle and our fantastic content creator. Does like a lot of colony builders, all that kind of stuff. RimWorld, Anno, Whiskerwood, that kind of thing. So if you like any of that, you can find it over there as well. There goes the power right as the sun's coming up. End of an age.
The day claimed our last living founder, spelling the end of an era for us all.
Gotcha. So all of our initial founders have died of old age. We actually haven't had anyone die from anything other
Heavy
than old
drone
age
workload.
so far. Okay. Now goes our soil fertility. So this is 9 to 85%. And this is 33 to 91%. We're slowly making this area nice to live in. And we'll want to expand that down here and all that. So you're not working because of materials? Alright, look. I appreciate that you all want to not be working in the mines. But I need you to do a job other than the job that depends on resources we don't have. So if you go and work in the mines, we can start getting that sorted. Okay, so this will be our delivery of metal. Then you also need delivery metal. We can plunk it down there.
Heavy drone workload. A rocket has arrived.
If automated mode is activated, the rocket will repeatedly travel to Earth and back. It will land on the same spot. Yeah, we're not going to do that yet. Yeah, so I'm grabbing all that metal out. They'll get everything up and running. Okay, so with that, we're estimating 3 hours of stored power. We could store 3,200 power. And the demand is 350. So I would assume if we can manage to fully power it, we'll have 10 hours worth of that. So it's still a matter of power production. I'm trying to not spend too much resources right now, if I can help it. We got to get that sorted. We get a couple more solar panels in there. Because it looks like we got the power storage we need. It's fine. Okay, so you're gonna get out of here as soon as you're fueled. Those are just churning away all night.
A building has stopped working.
That's fine. Hey, blue,
Warning.
blue pasty?
Insufficient resources.
Blue pastry. Yeesh. Blue pastry, how's it going? But, it's going pretty good here. We're just working at figuring things out. Yeah, so I definitely think these trains are a pretty solid option for just kind of trickle moving resources back and forth between the buildings to balance them out. Yes, this time we have 4 hours that'll stay powered still. So this one should actually get through the entire night with the power up, which is good. Alright. Anybody get in this game eventually? I'm enjoying it. It's pretty solid. I will say, though, the game that kind of really got me recently is News Tower. Like, very different games. One's Tycoon. This one's not. This one's like City Builder. So, very much different genre and all that, obviously. But, I really liked kind of the 1930s vibe aesthetic dealing with the stuff going on there. Okay.
Heavy drone workload.
Yeah, no, definitely, if people are curious, definitely consider News Tower. It's a, you operate a newspaper, like Tycoon style, but, it takes place in 1930, so you have, like, the history going along with it that you're reporting on, and that game's got layers. But it's kind of one of those things that, like, if you think of, like, the Onion style thing, there's, like, just, like, 2 or 3 layers when you start, which is, like, getting your initial news story on your telegraph, then turning around and sending the newspaper reporter out, and then, like, actually doing the assembly and print and all that stuff. And that's where you start. But you can keep opting in to put more and more layers between, like, illustrations or cartography and photography and getting involved with, like, having, you know, the mob and arrests and all these other things, foreign news and everything, and just keep growing it out to have more and more to it if you want. Otherwise, you can keep it to that easier stuff. Yeah, so they're just loading up the food at the train station, which is then being delivered over here to supplement their food, which is solid. And I'm half tempted with our food production being what it is. I might switch you over to growing algae, which reduces the oxygen consumption in the dome. We'll leave that alone. Alright. Yeah, so the goats are producing 100 food per cycle and all that. Yes, everything seems to be in the positives for now. How are you doing on getting fueled? You're not. How are you doing getting fueled? You're pretty close to being ready to send us more goodies.
Heavy drone assembly session open.
Okay, so let's check in the assembly session, because they keep warning me that they might try and pass laws. Let's see, change the appointment of seats to be per dome proportional. Each dome gains a number of assembly seats based on its population. These seats are calculated proportionally to factional support in the dome. Oh, that's a curiosity. Alright, I mean, actually, like, in real life, I think that'd be an excellent system, so instead of having, you know, insert name of region, you're just whatever, that it is broken down by that. So closer to a truly representative portion of the population. Enact birth restrictions, enact crowded living. Ooh. Each dome gains a number of assembly seats based on its population. These seats are calculated proportionally to faction support in the dome. So, my assumption is that basically the votes by the base, you know, the different parties would be entirely based on proportion. This would be a way of effectively bullying the extreme group out of being relevant. I don't know how any of this works, so let's try it. Per dome proportion, so there'd be 88 for, 11 against, or 12 against, and 11 of those 12 is that extreme group. This weakens Martian unity. Democracy measured and fair. Equal weight for every belief. Every voice counts. No dome should be left unheard. Yup.
Vote passed. Sector scanned.
Hey, look. For some reason, Martian first, of the 12 seats that, you know, of the 12 seats that voted against it, it seems like it was just one faction. Huh. I wonder, you know, why that might be a thing. I wonder how long it takes for that law to impact things. It does make me wonder where it says multiple trains on the track kind of thing. Because it's back and forth. I assume it'd be only one train could go on the track at a time. Oh no, it'd be fine because it goes along the side of the track. So this side would go this way, that side go that way, so you would never have a collision. Okay, that makes sense. Do you teleport to the other side? Yeah, okay. It already impacted the number of seats changed, right? The initiative moved from happy to content, I think. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, so we made them slightly less happy because we robbed them of some seats, and then these two got more seats. And then the Martians lost a seat. Oh no. It's fine. Yeah, so we got all of the rockets that are currently in my possession are all landed. You're about to leave soon enough.
Insufficient resources.
Yeah, food is in great shape. We got the big metal influx, which has buoyed us a bit. How much might did that leave us with? 470 million. Which is unfortunate because I wanted the 600 million to bring more water in, but that's okay. It just delayed gratification.
Funding received.
Thanks, you know, home planet support. I guess I'll just take the 500 million you just offered me. Cool, man. Alright, so you only need 7 more fuel, and then you're out of here. Then we can get the next ones on their way. Build a research lab. No. I don't have the spare people, man. I've already got projects that need people working on them. I'm not tossing another onto the pile.
Research complete.
Yeah, you finished our research, which is water, power, oxygen. All their storages got expanded. Mega storage, large water tank. We can have faster travel times, extended cargo, and fuel. Okay, so that's the better rockets and all that. We have underground supports. The domeless farming, conservation of land. Lake terraforming, I'll add that on the list. It's silly expensive. We'll get that on the list. Dome bioscaping, Right, that improves comfort, which should increase the rate we have children in the colony. But they do want to slowly get it to a point where we are not really dependent. Oh, there it goes. Not really dependent outside, but I only have, like, at any time 3-4 kids in this colony. So we're just trying to get that sorted out. I do imagine later on you would have, like, your one, this is the family dome, where you move all the kids and all that to have, like, all your schools and all that kind of stuff. Then you have your very, special things. Minor discovery, you have recorded a new pulsar. Okay, so you're gonna get fueled up and you should be able to get out of here relatively quick. That's a Tantive 4. Oh yeah, for those that didn't catch the name of our ships, we've got Donner, who is an expedition ship. We've got the RMS Titanic. We've got the Tantive 4. And we've got Charon. So, ferrying people to the afterlife and everything. The domes, I've only named this one, which is Sugar Glass Heights. And I just created block in the other two. You always thought there should have been a mood bonus or something for being in the Founders Dome. That would make sense. Give them like a small mood bonus for it, for being in the first dome.
Warning, insufficient resources.
Okay. Yeah, so it looks like our power is solid now. The game's going good. We're struggling a little on our metal resources, which I'm gonna get sorted out here. I just need more people. So with that, let's go ahead and actually get our our passenger rocket sitting here. You filled your dome with Earthborn workers who bring in no skills, no loyalty. Why? Man, come on. Could you be slightly less awful? My people are not having enough babies. It's not my fault.
Warning, insufficient resources.
If our people would just have a couple more babies on a regular basis, we could take care of that. Yeah, so he's still at about 900 power stored, so we're not really in a great power position, but we're better. What we can do in the meantime is load up waste rock. I'll have you manually bring it over. Building's not working because of insufficient workers over here. That's fine. We're actively working on the problem. Oh. No, we're not, because that rocket's 300 million. And I spent my money. Now I don't have money. That is an unfortunate one. Oh no, it's trying to charge me that much because I need to build a new rocket, because all the rockets are currently over here. We'll get that sorted. Do I still have you over here? Do you have any drones to yourself? Even just one?
Sector scan.
Here. You now have a drone.
Heavy drone workload.
Okay, so what you're gonna do is you're gonna park yourself right on down here, so that way you can support refilling this thing. Gotcha, it's working that, and you just don't have fuel on your depot. That's fine, we'll get that sorted. That's because we're gobbling up all the fuel, doing all the things. I'm gonna need to build another fuel production, and I don't want to because I know the moment that happens, my water production is gonna be in problems. And that's not going to get resolved very quickly. Because I do have water way over here and way over there, but I need to be able to support it.
Heavy assembly session open.
Alright. You can outlaw other people. But with the assembly, we can declare independence. I am not in a position we can handle that. Let's see. Building code, reduce all building costs and concrete and all that. Mars appreciation, dome bonuses from research sites and vistas are increased. Kind of mixed. Rocket speed deregulation. Outsource research. Birth restrictions. So, unlocks setting birth restrictions in that. I'm assuming that's like to disallow people from having kids. Crowded living. People will not be in favor of that. Sensor tower. Pretty mixed. Sponsors give more research. There's more for screw up the environment. Each completed milestone gets extra money. You have to have 250 people to declare independence. So I don't think we have any more laws I want right now. Alright, slowly getting the grounds to be green. Okay, so we're getting low on circuit boards, we're getting low on this stuff, which is a real problem. I basically just have too many jobs up here, and not enough population can fit here. So you need to go home, so you can get me more people. I need you back online. So, with our food situation, I can give up some food. We're going to need to deal with some of that up there. Because basically I got each of these having a little bit of their own food production, just as a local thing. And then this thing massively produces food. What game is this? The module below the Steam usually tells you a category? Oh, it's, yeah, so this is Surviving Mars, relaunched. Oh, wait, you gained seats. Ooh, I don't like that. Okay, so you're still doing your thing. I got 2 waiting here. You're on your way back still. You're going to struggle to get fuel because I parked you too far away. That's on me. You should finally start getting fuel now. You still have plenty of concrete for me. You're over halfway through the water that's there. You're over halfway through the metal. We've got to make her move down here. One other thing we can try doing as well is grab you, do this, ramp. Assume what I do is I probably take it there. I'll start making the ramp down here to get access to that water. Oh, hey, you're over here.
Heavy drone workload.
Alright, that didn't work quite the way I wanted to. I forgot you can do that yourself. Okay. Alright, we can go way over here. While I wait on our things, you can grab the metal there. And there. You actually got some fuel. And you're close enough that they can start putting the stone down here. Help get that ramp sorted. Okay. And just like that, we've got that filled in a bit more. So go ahead and put up the next project like that, just because.
Warning, insufficient resources.
Cool.
Heavy drone workload.
So slowly empty that out. We can start using all that material. You got all that material going. You're about a third away for being full on fuel. You still gotta wait. Our terraforming stuff is gobbling it up. Oh, right. So we have hit 10% heat. So we are almost the point of being able to sustain grass. So if we bring in just a little bit more water, we'll be able to do that. Alright, so our other rocket has arrived. So we can get 12 more seats of people. We're not going to be picky. Bring them on over.
Warning, insufficient resources. Heavy drone workload.
Okay, so we're just filling in this hole little by little, leveling this whole area out.
Research complete.
Just to waste materials. Alright, so we got our last research there done. That is the improved comfort in the domes. Medical center upgrade holographic scanner increases the birth rate in the dome. I don't have the medical center. Mega storage is another thing we'd want to buy. Increases the speed going back and forth. Allows the clearing of collapsed tunnels. Underground trains. Underground dome will be an important one later. I'll choose those farms. I don't think we'll be able to use those for a while. But it is what it is.
Sector scan.
And then there's just the right side of the map after that's done. Okay, so we got more people on their way. And so again, we'll land them on this pad, and we'll just let them shuffle through everything. You are accepting colonists, that's right. You can almost leave, which will be good, because that was a mistake to land it over there. And then when that's gone, I do think we queue up the next place. I need polymers coming back in.
Heavy drone workload.
Okay, we'll leave that paused, but that's where the next dome's gonna go. So we can take the pipeline, run it down here, all that stuff, put power along it. We'll add more water and air production. I'll try and put the drone controller for operating that somewhere around here so it can reach all these things. We can probably get the train track to go down there too. That's gonna be... I think the train track's gonna have to go around this way and come around this mountain area to then reach it from this side. Okay. And you're 60% of the way here. You're almost done capturing... Oh, that was Ice Asteroid. Yeah, so in a minute we're going to get the Ice Asteroid. It'll crash down here, maybe cause some grief for us. Break a couple of buildings and all that. But that should push us up to 10% water. Well, actually 11% water. And that should let me switch all these from putting down lichen to we'll be able to bump it up to grass. And then the idea is the grass should ultimately, you know, ultimately improve the soil quality and I believe spread beyond where we're planting it over time. So that'll be a really good thing. I'm also realizing...
Warning, insufficient resources.
This is currently creating a bunch of dirt, not getting rid of it. Forget what you're doing, man. You go over there and deal with that for a bit. There's got to be something I can use all that waste stone for, beyond just filling things in.
Warning, insufficient resources.
Alright, well that goes pretty quick once you actually queue it up, right? We got a ramp that goes down there now. Oh, and we got our person for landing. So there's our passenger ship. And the Titanic's about to be back with its stuff.
Heavy drone workload.
You are 1 fuel away, and you are ready to leave. So you get out of here.
A rocket has arrived. Orphan drones.
There goes our next set
New
of workers.
colonists have arrived.
All right. So I've got all that going on. Let's take a quick look. So we have the dome down there.
Special project completed. New special project available.
Put the train right here. Okay. And that'll be what ends up connecting that. Alright, so... We finished a special project. So let's get ourselves back to this. What's your deal? You look broken. No, you're still working. Oh, actually... Yeah, no, you're still working. Alright, so planetary, so we have a special project. Yep, so you can keep smashing these down for more water. Grab you. So it's another 100 fuel. We will send... Not the Tantive. We already got the other ones queued up, so let's let them do their thing. Because you need to just leave. You've been queued up forever. Alright, so we'll let them continue to work on that nonsense.
Heavy drone workload.
We'll get all this figured out. But once we get down here, we can expand our power grid and all that. Okay, so there's the one we just sent on its mission back. Alright, so we'll have to use a lot of fuel and all that. I am going to need another shipment of polymer. Because just don't have enough people able to handle that up here. Like, none of them got down here. Only one person's unemployed. I'm just going to need to get even more people. Renegade event. They stole a little bit of food. Don't care. That's fine. You're at 26 fuel, so you should be out of here pretty soon. Kid, you are on your way back
Warning,
home.
insufficient resources.
Alright, so let's figure out where we're going to be putting our next drone controller.
Sector scanned.
We could put it...
Anomaly found.
Mystery log. A peculiar black cube matrix appeared near the colony. We should send an explorer to investigate it. New anomalies. Oh, it's like right here. That seems concerning. Power 3, a black cube
A routine
appears.
scan of the perimeter has detected an unidentified object within immediate proximity of the colony. Data logs confirm it. It isn't a glitch.
The mysterious object appears to consist of pitch black cubes arranged in a matrix. The cubes seemingly levitating above the ground without aid or any support or structure. Preliminary image analysis remains inconclusive. An on-site investigation is required to assess the anomaly. We advise caution. Okay. A black cube, most peculiar.
Research complete.
And we got our stuff which makes it easier to repair trains, and they're safer now. The Tantive 4 can go home. Alright, I don't even know where to put the research now. CO2 jet propulsion robotics, which allows for the shuttle hub. Martian patents, emergency training. Okay, so let's get the one that makes anyone without a specialization, you know, slightly
Warning,
better.
insufficient resources.
Okay, so then what I was going to do here is add a drone hub down here. The thing I should check, so did we get the drone?
Funding received. A building has stopped working.
Because you ran out of resources, that's fair. Oh, right, you're on your way back with metal. Just drop it down over there somewhere. Right, so we did get the extenders, and I'm curious how good the extenders will be for us. Oh, I need stuff we don't have. Never mind, we won't worry about it. Yeah, so put that down there. Oh, you do get blocked by that. That's fine. Okay, so that puts you on the power grid. So we can have you shift down a little bit, because we've got my other stuff coming over here to drop things off.
Heavy drone workload.
Yep, so that means they'll be able to get all of this in here. And they're bringing in the material. Are there still meteorite showers in this game? Yes. Yep, the last playthrough we had, we got pretty clobbered by them. So you're waiting on fuel to do something. You're waiting on fuel. Everything else seems to be doing just fine right now. Do you have that laser that shoots them? I do not. Got a little bit more under our power grid. By the way, I'd be slightly more worried. I mean, it's not like there's a whole lot I could do about it, but investigating what we can. But yeah, no, having some random things appear right next to me, I'm like, not the biggest fan. But my only functional thing I could do is scan them.
Insufficient resources.
Power 3 dark
On-site
properties.
analysis of the unidentified structure only deepens the mystery. The evidence suggests that the cubes are clearly not a natural phenomenon.
The insides of the cube are as well as the physical forces around the levitation remain an enigma. Individual cubes as well as their combined structures retain a perfect symmetry and are always and all attempts to physically disturb them positions have failed. What is even more puzzling is that the analysis of the photonic spectroscopy of the cubes seem to emanate radiation of an unknown wavelength, which excites the separation of the electrons inside the spectroscopic lens. While our scientific team refuses to jump to any conclusion, the chief engineer suggests that we study the effect of empirically on the colonists' solar panels. The scientific team requests permission to commence the experiment and to research the cubes. Sure. Yep, nah, please don't spoil. A surface scratcher step towards understanding the elusive chemical properties of mysterious cubes, what dangers the cubes might pose, and how to manage them. Alright, so that means we're going to probably get rid of the domeless farming for right now, put you on the list, bump you up to the top, and let that do their thing.
Warning, insufficient resources.
Yeah, you have metals. So you should, yeah, so they're running the power line and a whole bunch of stuff. But you'll need to be a little higher up. That should be fine. Meanwhile, we can zip on over here. Grab ourselves some more metals.
Warning, insufficient resources.
Okay.
A building has stopped working.
That's because I just need rare metals. Okay. Just doing a little cleaning up while we're waiting. Okay, so what is going on here? Why do you only have the one? Oh, there it goes. So I delivered the metals right there. And that's what you need to build these. You've got 2 drones at your command.
Research complete.
And you don't really... Oh, you're way down... Why are you way over there? It's fine, we'll figure it out. Alright. So...
We've applied the scientific method in every possible way, to no avail. Time to try something else.
In a moment of brilliance, or possibly desperation, one of the physicists proposed they try to crack open one of the structures. The scientists moved the cube matrix inside a non-baryonic shell and proceeded to bombard a single cube with the heavy energy ions. This process known as sputtering. The results were immediate. The shell of the cube gave in, results in a rapid decomposition. The matrix itself reacted to the influence by rearranging itself into a solid structure made of the remaining cubes. Though we have no explanation for the process, at least we know a way to deal with the cube matrices popping up everywhere. It appears that the exact solution rests on our reason and moderation. Cubes can be stored in special sites or destroyed. Piece by piece will unravel the enigma. Okay. So I guess you got a new storage for the cubes. Cube depot. Let's try and keep them kind of not near the rest of my stuff. Why did you make a horrible ominous sound? I'd prefer you not make a horrible ominous sound every single time I build a storage. Yeah, so we're just working on building this electric line. I want to get that online pretty soon. We're going to end up needing to have a ship head over here just to drop off more resources.
The mystery of the black cubes has consumed our colonists completely. The reactions are as numerous as they are varied.
The colonists have divided into factions centered around a certain hypothesis about the nature and the purpose of the mysterious artifacts. The excitement about the cubes is evident from the schedules of weekly hearings in the colony. The trivial themes such as the quality of the food and the requests for additional scientific funding have completely disappeared, replaced by requests for publicity for each faction's viewpoint. So far, there are three major camps. The moderate skeptics argue that the truth is hardly within our reach and the cubes need to be preserved and stored for further research. The pessimistic ones insist on the destruction of all cubes, seeing them as a deliberate threat. And then there are those who hold them with a firm belief that the cubes are meant to be a gift to humanity from some unknown benevolent entity. They request the cubes be transported inside the domes and put on display for everyone to see. Decoration buildings made out of the cubes can be constructed. A gift or Trojan horse, I wonder. Maybe this is where RimWorld's golden cubes come from? Yep. Alright. You're making this up, but you thought the Cube Line Quest 2. Making this up even though you had that. Yeah, so I'm leaning towards just storing them. And don't spoil for me. Alright, Luxray, you have a good one. Thank you for tuning in. I keep mentioning cubes everywhere. So far, I've just seen the one stack.
Sector scan.
Alright, so this is the Titanic. That's 600 million for that one. This is just a crap ton here. So I'll send another expedition out there to burn up an obnoxious amount of fuel. Actually, let's wait. We're just gonna let it sit on the pad. You can sit on the pad. Actually, you know what? Yeah, you can just sit on the pad. Sit on the pad doing nothing for right now. What we can do is check you. So, if we send you, you don't cost me anything. So I'm gonna launch you to get, you know, get more people here. I'll go ahead and send you back to Earth. We got 2 of those back at Earth. And then we also need to bring more stuff over. So, let's check our immediate needs. So polymers are in a bad way, and electronics are in a bad way. Let's go ahead and see about those two. So cargo, polymers. It's gonna be so much money. I need to get those stabilized in the colony without having to import those. It's gonna be the death of me if we don't. Hey, Nitor, how's it going?
Warning, insufficient resources.
Too far away from the drone commander, but there's one right here. It's fine. You're about to have that online. Well, I mean, not really about to. Yeah, so you've got the steel there. There we go. It gets me a little bit closer to in range with this stuff. Yeah, so just taking the metal here and trying to bring this all online little by little. Meanwhile, you have more metals.
Insufficient resources.
You go and plunk that down over here. Yeah, that's fine.
Research complete. A building
Alright.
has stopped working.
So we've got Martian adaptability. So it just basically makes people get more perks from schools. We're not actually doing much with the schools yet. I probably really should be. But that's fine. And then the next research we want to get, we've got moisture farming, new building, moisture vaporator. Yeah, so let's get that built on the list as well. And you're not working due to insufficient materials. That's fine. And you're still waiting for fuel. Because we got 2 rockets coming back, 1 going out, and 1 that's just sitting on the pad waiting patiently for fuel that may or may never show up. You're over halfway through your water. You're about 2/3 through your water, or through your metal, which we're already dealing with that here. That's what this is all about, is getting us the next one on our extension here. And once we get this all branched out, we can go ahead and get more stuff going on. We'll need to get the drone construction. Hey, little drone, if you're not doing anything else, get another job. Speed of that production. Because I want to get that dome starting to get built and on the train network and all that. With their own air supply and water supply and yada 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 to be redundant. Just so we can get all this other stuff up and running. And then that'll have 2 more of those producing iron. So with this, we can actually go down here. We'll end up having metal production right there. And I will add, because I've added all of these, universal. We'll also need a depot for food. And I'll have the water down here, which we can then run up to join the network from down there. So that'll be our main water source down there. We'll make air up here somewhere. I might even add in another source of, another fuel source. How are you doing in the scanning?
Assembly session open.
Okay. Okay, they've lost another seat. That's good news. We don't have any new laws I want to consider, so we'll just keep that going. The big thing is we're gonna need these evaporators to continue to build up. There's our new rocket. There's the other rocket.
Warning, insufficient resources. A rocket has arrived.
And that'll be our new colonists getting into the whole system.
New colonists have arrived.
There's still tons of metal there. I'm gonna go in here and scoop up a bunch of these. Okay, so we're gonna bring those down with us.
Warning, insufficient resources.
That way, again, we can try and get this drone controller on to continue to expand stuff. And that should allow us to start bringing food down and everything in not too long. Okay.
A building has stopped working.
Oh, meanwhile, Lichen, you are now making grass. We're officially growing grass on Mars now. Meanwhile, have you pop over and grab more metal in the meantime, because I don't have something better for you to do. Okay. Just piles of dirt or stone everywhere. Oh, looks like we got the power cable the whole way there and back. You can go back home.
Sector scanned.
Got a new anomaly to be scanned. Okay. So yeah, so we're starting to produce our own circuit boards here, which is good. Alright, so we actually have a couple of unemployed people. So this is a good problem to finally have. I could boost that to... Yeah, so 2 unemployed here, 5 unemployed down here. So we have 5 unemployed. That's perfect for me to go, hey, here's a second shift. And so now there's only 1 unemployed there, 2 unemployed here, and then there's 3 vacant work slots here. And for this location, I don't really have an easy way I can fill up a couple more job spots. At least now with stuff I actually want to fill them up with. Okay. We're actually looking pretty good. I won't focus too much on that because we're going to want to build this and then get them down there. You're working and getting your stuff refueled. You're still getting your stuff refueled for mission.
Warning, insufficient resources.
So we're going to let our fuel build up a little bit. And then see what our next mission we're going to take on next. So the good news is that we're at 1.22% vegetation. Our water is now up to 11%. This does mean we have sustainable grass available. Pretty soon we will be pushing our way up to not many of the other milestones. Alright. You're still building all that. You still got a pile of metal here for you.
Warning.
Yeah, so
Insufficient
desperately trying to build
resources.
the train tracks to get all that hooked up. Oh, that reminds me. So you'll need power down here. All right.
A building has stopped working.
Yeah, and I already put a second shift on here, so that should help with the rare metals. And eventually this dome maybe gets decommissioned, maybe gets repurposed. Like, eventually we're going to run out of the rare metals, and that'll be a problem. For right now, it should be fine. Got more solar panels to build. Oh, these solar panels we don't want there. If I build those solar panels there, they'll just sit there until they decay. We can build them down here when we get the chance. Alright. We got new technologies available. Carbonate processor. Wonder. Carbonate processor improves the atmosphere by burning waste stone, and it is considered a wonder. The magnetic field generator is considered a wonder. Okay, I'm gonna take you off and put that on. Those are all gonna take a ridiculous amount of time. We'll put the, we're gonna bounce up the general training, because that'll just get done faster. But yeah, so it looks like that's gonna be a big one, because then I can literally take this crap and use it as fuel and just slowly burn it into building up our atmosphere. Which is good, because the sending rockets up one by one to yoink down asteroids. The water one's not actually that bad when you really can think about it, where I get 5% each. That's really not terrible. It's very, very costly in the matter of fuel. And then the greenhouse gases, though, it's only 2%. Oh, is that still what that's queued for? If that's what that's queued for this whole time, cancel that. And that's just random material stuff, and you're just cost prohibitive. Alright. So both these are just sitting here waiting to be restocked and ready to rock and roll and all that. Oh, you're gathering exports? Forbid exports. Forbid exports. Those are going to be my expedition ones. I really don't want to be exporting those materials, in all honesty. I would rather those become computer chips so we just keep them here.
Meteor incoming.
Well, crap.
Warning. Cable fault. A building has stopped working.
The mysterious cubes continue to appear across the colony. Mission Control advises all personnel to remain calm and stick to protocol.
The cube structures tend to emerge without warning, as unscientific as that might sound, out of thin air. Apart from their evidence precedents, so far the structures pose no threat to the colony. Until further investigation, the Scientific Board Mission Control has decided to impose information blackout on the matter to prevent the spread of panic and fear. There's a certain sense of urgency to this, it seems. Yes, they're working on building that. You finished grabbing metal. I'm going to have you drop back over here and plunk that down to make sure we get all that fixed. So the Tantive 4 is one we'll send back. Oh. Well, that's not encouraging. It's probably
Warning.
okay.
Insufficient resources.
It's probably fine. Just ominous cubes moving around on their own. Nothing to worry about. Okay, so you're all wired up here. So at this point, we could take your drones and probably reassign them to that controller any time now. Let's go ahead and get the pipeline going, because that'll be the next thing to make sure this all actually works. I'm hoping the pipe can cross the tracks. I never actually did test that. Good.
Warning. Insufficient resources.
Okay, so that'll get that hooked up. Let's see, faction dislikes. It's fine.
Sector scanned. Funding received.
Okay. So with that, we've got you online.
Heavy drone workload.
It's probably fine. Yeah, and don't spoil what that is. I'm assuming it's going to be a thing that continues to escalate, and I will have, like, I'll be forced to deal with it in some capacity or another, whether it's like I have to start trying to get ahead and destroying it all, or something of that nature. We'll see. Okay. We can keep working on that. So we now have enough people to get the rare materials going. They should start getting that fuel up there. This does appear to be continuing to be more of them, which certainly is alarming. We don't have an additional research for them. I'm assuming that'll keep going, and every once in a while we'll get a prompt for, like, a new thing to do with them. Okay. So you need mechanical parts down there for the train to work. I think that's all I'm missing for that. We can have them start building the dome itself. You do this game, but you don't think you've actually played through the Cube Crisis yet? You need to dive back into
Session open.
Hey, Assembly? Can we talk about some cubes? You're not gonna believe it. Because I'm definitely noticing they're increasing the number here. Case in point. It's like they rotate so many times, and then they make another. I told them to haul them. But they seem pretty indifferent
Warning.
about it.
Insufficient resources.
Okay. So you'll work on getting that. Now, if I can race down here with 5 mechanical parts, we can get that going. Speaking of which, we're making the mechanical parts where now? Were those also up here? Of course they are. Alright, so we definitely don't have as many mechanical parks as I probably should. So when we get this dome built, I'm going to be making multiple things for producing mechanical parts. It's just literally going to be this, and then
Warning.
drills and mechanical
Insufficient
parts.
resources.
Which will let me probably start shutting that down up here to balance that place out in a bit. Yeah, so you need a lot of stuff, because if I get, basically the thought is if I get that hooked up, then down here, it should bring in the materials and they could just build that on their own. So you all are reassigned to that. Okay, so I'm going to need to nab some mechanical parts from somewhere. There's 3 here. There's 2.3 there. Ah, here we go. And you have 7 there. Alright, so first, I need you back here so I can manually move them. But unfortunately, chat, with that said, I already went longer than I probably should have. Because I have to be up early tomorrow for holiday things and all that stuff. So if you have enjoyed tonight's stream and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop that follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. In the meantime, what's going to end up happening here is if you're watching over on the YouTube side, don't forget to like and subscribe. But the stream will be ending abruptly for you over there because I don't have a host ready. But thank you so much for tuning in. So let me go ahead and end it over on the YouTube side. But for everyone over here on Twitch, I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen.